we're on. Okay. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. We are here for the Orange Township Board of Trustees zoning hearing. Specifically, we are discussing our zoning code rewrite. Ms. Bonnie, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Trustee Faust?
Here.
Trustee Knapp?
Here.
And Trustee Ringel?
Here.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so just to kind of recap, I think some of our audience members, they may not have been the last couple meetings, I don't know if they've been in other ones. This is a process that started in 2019. We worked with a consultant up through 2023-ish, I think. They got us as far as they could, and then staff was able to take it from there. This is a, I would say, complete overhaul of the format of the zoning code. So we have a lot more definitions than we used to, so that hopefully will help clear up loopholes. We have kind of gone through everything. We went through with the zoning commission. They went through all the sections, and Robin went through that with them. They are some industry experts, so we were able to collect their feedback. We've had public comment throughout the whole thing, so this is hopefully the last meeting that we'll have, fingers crossed, to be able to adopt this, or vote to adopt or not adopt. So Robin, do you have a presentation for us?
I do indeed, Trustee Faust. Thank you so much for asking. And you have stole some of my thunder.
Oh, darn it!
But yeah, just a brief timeline to catch us up to where we are. So the overall process, the kind of the pre-process started in 2019, kind of really kicked off in 2022. So this has been in the works since then. We held open houses here in this room in 2022 and 2023. And then had kind of a first unveiling of the first full draft in March of 2004, continued working through 2004. Zoning Commission formally initiated the amendment in September 2024 to kick off the formal hearing process. They had, I believe, 7 or 8 meetings over the course of many, many months, and then made some more edits and changes. Zoning Commission recommended approval in June of last year. And then we have had 3 prior meetings. This is meeting number 4 with the Board of Trustees. So we've continued to rework and refine what we have, and that has gotten us to where we are today. So again, just a quick recap of the big picture. So again, current properties are not changing zoning districts. So there are certain tweaks in the development standards for certain districts like FR1 and C2 that are existing straight districts. So that will potentially have some real world changes. But in general, this is not something where we are rezoning land. The character of existing property is not going to change with this rewrite. We're not changing farmland to commercial or vice versa. Residential will stay residential, and commercial will stay commercial. As a reminder, even if we did change something, we cannot change the rule and say that your house can no longer exist. That is against the rules. So every structure and use that lawfully exists today will be able to remain. Even if it were against future regulations, it would be known as legally non-conforming. We've tried to craft the regulations so that we don't anticipate that happening, but just FYI. Another reminder that this does not impact HOA regulations or any plan district that is in place today. Plan districts are kind of frozen in time when they are approved with a development plan, and that is the majority of property in Orange Township. So again, only 2 current districts will have standards that are changed at all, and that would be FR1 and then C2. So the new districts that we're talking about are future options for property owners to rezone to, but they are not instantly being placed on the zoning map. How will districts change? So again, as mentioned, current zoning system is a series of plan districts, which are sets of zoning rules that are unique to a property. The new districts that we're proposing to create are primarily straight zoning districts, where zoning rules are uniformly applied to all properties across these districts. As an example, a plan district just can have a different set of rules than a neighboring plan district, even if they're both zoned single-family plan residential district. So for example, the Shores can have a total different set of rules than Walker Woods, even though they are both zoned single-family plan residential. They can have different rules. The straight districts, if you're in a straight district, the rules are the rules similar to FR1, which is a currently existing straight district. All those properties across the township, no matter where they are when they were approved, all have the same regulations. So that's generally the new zones are straight zones instead of the plan district approach that we currently have. New zones will include mixed use, neighborhood, which would be the single family straight district, community living, which would be the multifamily straight district, commercial corridor, which would be the commercial straight district, and flex employment, which would be the industrial straight district. And then we would have one kind of catch-all planned development or PUD section for projects that kind of don't fit into any of those buckets, where a property owner would propose a set of uses and standards within certain guidelines, and then they would go through the rezoning process under the PUD regulation. Major changes in the code since the previous draft. So this is, we're talking about kind of the last few months since we've started the hearings with the trustees. You do have printed in front of you a list of every change, but in this PowerPoint, just doing the high-level bullet points. So we did kind of clean up various formatting, spelling, and organization errors throughout the document. There may be one or two more, but we will go through again for the 10th time with a fine-tooth comb and maybe find one or two more. But for the most part, we think it's a cleaned-up document. Based on feedback, we did remove the Lewis Center Village Overlay District, so that is no longer in the document. We did tweak residential densities based on feedback from the last meeting. So those have been reduced to 2.5 units per acre for the single-family neighborhood zone and then 6 units per acre for the community living zone. Those standards have been added to the PUD as well. So it would be possible for someone requesting to utilize a PUD to request a divergence from those standards, but they have been added to kind of give guideposts as to what the township can reasonably expect for development in a PUD. And then also, one other change we'll call out is that electronic signs would now only be permitted for public or governmental uses, as to kind of the broader institutional view that we had at the beginning. So now restricted to public and governmental buildings. And then last slide that I have, just some things that I wanted to call out possibly for discussion this evening, because we have not really discussed these in a public forum. So we did kind of move around some code enforcement items. For the most part, these were copied from our current zoning code, but we kind of clarified them and put them into one article so that it's a little easier to find in the document. So that is Article 20. Part of Article 20, which is Section 20.01A6, is that we did draft some language based on trustee feedback that would prevent vehicle parking in the sight vision triangle along major roadways in the township. So we have added that language in there for now. It could be removed based on trustee feedback this evening, but looking forward to discussing that if you also desire. And then the last kind of change from the previous version was that we did add in floodplain language, and that was basically from our current code. Not very much of Orange Township is within the floodplain, so in practice it does not come up, but we do want to keep those regulations in there, so that has been added to Section 21.25. In terms of a presentation, that is really all I have this evening. I do want to thank everyone who has participated in this project over the last 6 years, which is a very long list of people, current, former staff, our consultants, our zoning commission, our trustees, our legal counsel, and anyone in there that I missed. It's been a long journey getting to where we are here, but I think we have a good draft of a good zoning code that we hope positively impacts Orange Township in the future. I don't have anything else at this time. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Do you guys have any?
Do you want to review the new items that were added?
Sure. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to focus on?
Just, has the public seen those yet?
Yes, they were posted to the website.
But at public meeting, has anyone discussed the new changes? Were these since the last meeting, right?
So the ones since the last meeting were the ones that I just discussed. So those 3 items, the code enforcement,
they are.
the site vision triangle parking, and the floodplain, I believe. Everything else was discussed at the trustee
That was the
level.
meeting I missed, okay.
And I proposed the site, well, I think there was some common discussion, but the site vision triangle requested revision to the code. We've been having several residents that have had concerns about parking on certain lot styles along arterial corridors in particular, blocking line of sight from people being able to pull out of their driveway. So this was to hopefully address those concerns moving forward from different residents.
And
Is it-
that, and that would be effective for anybody that we're currently having trouble with when we update the code? I just wanted to make sure that we're not like creating a law that
should be.
can't help a situation that we currently have.
My understanding, this would help that situation.
Great, thanks.
And how is the driveway intersection triangle defined? What does that mean?
Sure. So that has been added to the definition section, which is Article 3.
Oh, I found it. At the intersection of driveways with streets or roads, the site triangle shall be established by locating the intersection of the street, curb, or edge with the driveway edge, and by measuring from this point and a distance of 10 feet along the driveway to a point and a distance of 20 feet along the street curb to a point and connecting these points. So you just kind of have to do your geometry and it'll be totally easy.
Which I believe is an isosceles triangle. Don't quote me.
But essentially preserving a cone of vision out of one's driveway.
Yeah. And we did clarify that it's on principal arterial roads, minor arterial roads, or major collector roads. So can you give us some examples of those roads in the community?
Yeah, so that would be, 71 and 23 are major arterials. And then that'd be basically what we consider the major roadways of Orange Township. So Lewis Center Road, South Old State, Orange Road, Bale Canyon, Africa Road.
Worthington Road?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Just thinking of those bigger ones, okay.
Can you go back to the page with the 3 items that were changed? Okay, I'm good. Robin, with the site vision triangle, was there any consideration to having something like that in residential areas? Where, is that legal, where there's, sometimes people have huge bushes that, interfere with vision, and like in my own neighborhood, we had some kids almost hit and a dog was killed recently because, there's a huge tree that is, you can't see past it at all, and it's become a hazard, and it is on the main road in our neighborhood. But I think that kind of thing has happened more frequently now that people have bigger trees and things, even in neighborhoods.
It could be possible to, I think, add landscaping to the list of prohibited items or uses in the site vision triangle. That was not something that we had discussed, since that was not really an issue with the genesis of this provision, but it could likely be added.
It'd be smaller though than.
Because I feel like if
20
you're looking 10
yeah.
feet back into some people's, well, no one's house really is 10 feet from there, but.
I think also something to keep in mind, kind of the difference between landscaping as opposed to a vehicle in the sight distance. Obviously, landscaping is permanent, and so whereas the vehicle, we just talked about, this will, moving forward, people will not be able to park in that area. If landscaping were to be added, theoretically, someone with an existing, an existing tree or that type of thing would be non-conforming, and so it would be allowed to remain. But people moving forward wouldn't be able to plant something in that triangle. So
Yeah.
it is a little different.
Yeah, how would you know when it got big too, I guess,
Yeah.
when it was first
Exactly.
noticed, but that is, I wonder if there's something, and we don't have to do it today, but some other day to prohibit, can you do that in zoning or make it retroactive? I mean, if it's, and I contacted the county about it, and they just blew it off and then the dog got killed. So, you know, I mean, it's been a problem for a while. I mean, and I've seen this in other areas, even in neighborhood areas where you have 2 stop signs or 1 major road going and, you know, kids can't see it and bicyclists can't see it. Is there something that can be done in the zoning code? Maybe we could add it for the next time.
So in terms of future developments, I think that could be something that could be included in, but for
Nothing is
existing
protected.
landscaping, it would be lawful non-conforming, which would be difficult to monitor. But that being said, moving forward, because you have new districts, because you have, again, if a new plan district comes in, that could be something, but that doesn't fix the immediate
Yeah,
and current
It
problems.
just doesn't even seem to be legal that you can block the site distance. I didn't know if there's anything in the law or anything that prohibits that.
So townships do have the ability to, there's limited authority to remove certain items from the right-of-way. But again.
Well, it's in a yard, but.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's a dangerous situation. We can look, if we can't add it now, we can look into it later, but I've noticed that in several areas, so. And obviously, you know, it's kind of the person's fault that with their dog out, or, you know, the kid that ran the stop sign, but still,
Right.
if it's, you know, dangerous situation. Okay.
Anything else before we open up to public comment?
I have some comments afterwards. I think.
Okay, if we want to let the,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so if you have any public comment, please come to the podium. Please speak into the microphone, state your name and address for the record before you begin, and then feel free to share your thoughts.
I didn't want to be first. I'm Doyle Hartman, 150 South Parkway Drive, Delaware. What else did you need?
That's good.
That's good, okay. Yeah, I had a couple things, and for those of you who may not know my background, I'm a retired civil engineer that did a lot of floodplain studies for developers in the state of Ohio, FEMA and all that. So I did have some questions about the floodplain regulations. Thought maybe I'd just throw out some information to you here. When I was reading through these, and I didn't realize they were in the old one, I could have maybe commented a long time ago. But it's in 21, it's on page 157. Just a couple things that I thought might be a little bit misleading to the public, that they didn't understand the floodplain issues. But the first thing that starts out there is certain limited areas of the township lie within the floodplains of the Olentangy River and Alum Creek. And it almost implies that that's the only FEMA floodplain, FEMA-regulated floodplains we have in the township. But that's not true. We've got at least 2 other tributaries that feed into Olentangy or Alum Creek. And in a couple places, it talks about just Olentangy and Alum Creek. It doesn't mention the other FEMA-regulated floodplains that are in our township. One of the things that I was wondering about, has Delaware County reviewed these regulations in the past? Have they all been approved? Because when I've done work in townships or in counties in the past, FEMA only, unless a township has their own designated floodplain administrator, all the final approvals have to go through the county. And so a floodplain permit, floodplain use permit would have to come from the county, from Delaware County. And that doesn't really come through clearly to me when I was looking through this. It talks about presenting technical evidence. This is an item, sub-item 1 on page 158. It talks about, you know, if you're going to submit technical evidence to support your position, if you don't think the floodplain maps are correct, it doesn't indicate to whom they would be sent or submitted. I don't know that there's anybody in Orange Township that would be willing to review those, so I think Delaware County would have to review those. And then on number 2, or just later, I just wanted to clarify, I thought it should be more clear in here that anything you do in a FEMA-regulated floodplain has to get a floodplain use permit, typically. So the township really has no way of approving a change in the floodplain. That has to come through Delaware County. And they talk about adversely affecting, that's an item, sub-item 3, and unduly restrict. Again, those are things that FEMA has already defined, and frankly, for Delaware County would be able to address those. And they would always require that a registered professional engineer in the state of Ohio has to be the one to do a study to indicate whether that's unduly restricting or adversely impacting the floodplain. So, yeah, just overall, the wording seemed to imply that Orange Township has some final approval on these proposed projects within a FEMA floodplain, but that's not true. Only Delaware County can issue a floodplain permit, and some projects will actually need to go all the way to FEMA to get approval if they're doing something that FEMA does not allow the township or the county to do. So anyways, I thought overall, maybe this ought to go to, I think Dwayne Matlack's still in charge up there. I haven't worked with him for a while, but let them take a look at it before maybe we sign off on it.
Which department of Delaware County? Did you say the engineer's office or the building?
I'm sorry,
Which department of Delaware County?
there's a building section.
Is it building?
Yeah,
Okay.
building and floodplain, I think are combined, at least they used to be. It's been a while.
So they would, if they did get approval here through a variance or something, they would go to Delaware County and Delaware County would look at it at
Well,
that point?
I do have a general response to this. I think we were kind of back and forth of whether or not we should even have these standards in here, because as to Mr. Hartman's point, we do not do anything with floodplain regulation. It is all administered through the county or even at the FEMA level. So what was the reason why we put this back in?
So it was basically something that I had missed
Okay.
on our first and second and third and fourth and fifth
Okay.
passes through this document, and realizing, oh, this is in our current code, should probably be in the future code as well.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe this is a question to legal, but if we should just reference how the county, the county and FEMA, how they handle it, I mean, does the township really need to be more involved?
Yeah, what I would say is if you'd like information about whether it's in the floodplain, I think that makes sense, but if you guys were to ask me about this in your current code, I would say this doesn't give the township, this doesn't usurp authority from those other bodies that have the ability to, it doesn't create or create some new authority for the township, so.
Because they still have to go to the building department and get
Oh,
approval,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah,
And the building
absolutely.
department, is that kind of the stopgap, is that they would have to go there and their building department would say, hey, you can't do this?
Correct, and
Is that right?
whatever FEMA approvals they would have to have, absolutely. This does not change or create anything different.
Do we need to put something in there just generic that says, that this is also regulated, but there's other regulations or something that might need to be complied with, or is it just already implied?
I suppose the question would be maybe starting with, do you think there need to be any floodplain regs? And then backing off of kind of what information do you want if you do include some things?
Personally, I like having the regulations because we're cross-referencing them to zoning permits. So we do have control over zoning permitting, and we can tie that to, at the township level, approval for floodplain at the county level and FEMA. In A1, we do reference that the flood insurance rate maps are with Delaware County, and we do reference FEMA and the National Flood Insurance Program. I agree that the last sentence in that subparagraph 1 is a little bit misleading, that a property owner would be presenting technical evidence to the township. So I would be in favor of striking that sentence. But I appreciate the township having an opportunity to be at the table, at least in the conversation, and then potentially being able to ensure that our zoning at least looks at the point of whether or not a floodplain is being appropriately addressed in a zoning plan.
And
What
so
about the Olentangy River and Elm Creek reference?
Do we need to list all four, or do we just,
I would be
List
fine
the
with
answer.
striking
Yeah.
the geographical.
Yeah.
yeah?
Certain
References.
areas lie within the
Just
floodplain of,
Yeah.
do you have to
Within
reference?
a floodplain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
within a
limited areas of the
floodplain.
township lie within a floodplain.
Yeah.
period.
A more accurate thing would be a FEMA-regulated floodplain.
Okay.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
Every
that-
stream
I
has a
like that.
floodplain, but they're not
Gotcha.
all regulated.
And that hints at them that they might have to go to FEMA, or there might be additional regulations. Yeah, that's good.
if it shows up on your floodplain map, it's a FEMA regulated floodplain. But FEMA doesn't study every stream in a community because they can't afford to do so.
Right.
But, so some smaller streams can also have a floodplain, but they're just not big enough to study.
So then in the middle of A, further the addition of fill materials to, or the dredging of rivers, creeks, or bordering wetlands imposes additional risks, to just take out specifically Olentangy River and Alum Creek,
Correct. So,
just making it more generic.
Yeah.
And add FEMA regulated, or what was that language?
And we can.
That was at the beginning.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is?
so one thing I do want to interject here, so 21.25A3, which is the final paragraph, and Mr. Hartman is correct that it's ultimately the county that has, can approve buildings and permits within the floodplain. What we have control of at the township is zoning, and the current practice, this is copied from, says that no structure is permitted in the floodplain. So regardless of whether the county or FEMA or whoever would approve it, this document is saying that we don't want structures in the floodplain, which is how it's been in the zoning resolution for at least a number of years. So if we want to revise that approach, then we can, and, then structures within a floodplain could get a zoning permit. They still would have to go through any additional permitting through the county building department, through the county, through FEMA or any other organization. But as this is written, then they cannot get a zoning permit. So this is prima facie not allowing structures in the floodplain at all.
Which I agree with,
I do as well.
right?
Yeah, we actually had a case like this a few years ago. Were you guys aware of this? A BZA application, maybe 15 years ago, where they came in and they requested to build something. I can't remember. It wasn't a house, but like some kind of structure, like a recreational structure, a barn or something within the floodplain of Orange County. I think it was granted at the time, but then they would have had, I think it got built. They must have gotten
They had to go
approval.
to the county.
Yeah, it was really an
Or they
interesting
had,
hearing.
they went to BZA probably to get a variance from this.
Yeah, they got a
Yeah.
variance. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
approved, but then I think they had to go to the county, but it was built. It wasn't a house, but some kind of like gazebo or something, and yeah, it was a really interesting hearing, actually.
Okay.
So it does come up sometimes.
Yeah.
If I might just interject something else, one thing a lot of communities have done in the past, because FEMA doesn't study all of them, they will say, put the burden back on a developer. If you're coming in, even though FEMA hasn't regulated this stream, we still want to know where the 100-year floodplain is. If you're going to come out close to a stream, that way we can, give some say yay or nay to what's going to be going in there. So some communities have done that. So it's generic floodplain, and that's good. I mean, we don't have too many other streams, obviously, that probably, I don't think that FEMA hasn't studied, so maybe that's not gonna be an issue here at all. But some communities have a lot of streams that haven't been studied by FEMA. So as a developer is moving to the area, they have to provide the maps that FEMA didn't provide, so. But I don't really know if that's even applicable here now that I think about it, but, okay. That was it. I just wanted to make sure it was kind of tied in with
Yeah,
the.
that's helpful.
with the
Thank
other
you.
counties.
Yeah, it's super helpful.
One additional thing, and it's way late in the game, I'm sure, but I was just looking again at the adult entertainment business, and I saw that there was on chart 5.02A, under the flex employment zone, it's a conditional use. And I was just curious, maybe just summarize after I sit down, under what scenarios would one of those be approved in our community?
What section is that, Doyle?
Right there on the table.
What page am I
What page?
on? 63?
Let's see. 63.
Let me see, I think you got it
Um,
there.
I think maybe if the board doesn't mind, I would like to divert to legal, because it's my understanding that we cannot prohibit uses in its entirety.
Yeah, that's what.
So I don't know if there's anything more to add to that, but
Yeah, not particularly, in terms of, if there was nowhere for this use to go, that could set the township up for some legal issues. And so in terms of trying to figure that out, the township restricted it to one specific district, and because it's a conditional use, it would have to go to the
Right.
BZA.
Okay.
The BZA would have to, review that specific application and determine whether or not they believed it was appropriate.
That's what I recall, but do we have any FE zones right now, or is that just future?
Future.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. for your
Thank you,
time.
Dawn.
Because
So do we
that's
need-
a former industrial area, right?
Yes, that's the industrial.
But nothing is zoned that, so they would have to rezone it and then apply for the conditional use.
Yeah, and when we put that language into the code like 20 years ago, and we were told if we didn't have it anywhere, then it could almost go anywhere.
So do we need to go over what the floodplain verbiage?
Yeah, I think, well, if.
Or we can take a recess
I was
at
gonna
some
say,
point, you guys
yeah,
can
based on all
look
the
at it.
feedback,
Yeah.
we'll take a quick recess
Okay.
and we modify as
Alright.
needed and add it to the
All
modifications.
right, after we
Yeah.
keep going, yeah. Okay. Who's next?
Hello, Nick McCoy, 1201 Franklin Street, The Village. How are you guys tonight?
We're good. How are you?
I'm hurting. I had surgery Friday afternoon,
Oh, gosh.
but I'm here at this meeting because it's that important.
We appreciate that.
I appreciate the zoning code rewrite because I understand the township's purpose in doing so. One is to add some clarity to an old code that had mixed, mashed sections to it, and to make things uniform and clear for people trying to build in the township. But there are two things or multiple things can be true at once. One, you can do that, and you can make things easier on existing landowners. But it's also true that Orange Township doesn't have to solve the housing problems of the county or the United States in general, if housing problems actually exist. And the reason I say that is we don't have to live like sardines in a can. I'm specifically talking about what's always important to me, and also to address legal counsel over here, that I'm not doing this to shut the door behind me, since I've lived here. I'm on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and we talk about that sometimes. People move in, and they move into a neighborhood that has been built to certain specifications, and they would like to shut the door behind them, so they don't want anybody else to have the advantage of building what they had already built. Specifically, I'm talking about farm residential changes to setbacks. Setbacks are extremely important to me as an individual that believes in a little bit of space, as an individual who's lived in this township for 22 and a half years and fights ever-increasing traffic and sees ever-increasing developments that seemingly the housing and the builds get closer and closer and closer together. A lot of those builds were on land that used to be farm residential. And they were rezoned into specific plans that the developer had to make residential structures be 12 feet apart from each other, 6 feet from a lot line. And I understand that. And I think the onus should be on a developer in those situations to ask for rezoning to occur, because that gives people the opportunity, as we have tonight, to come and speak their piece about whether they agree with the rezoning of a parcel or a plot of land, or they don't. Brings me back to the FR1 changes and the changes in setbacks. Current zoning in the FR1 has a minimum lot size of 1.98 acres. For purposes of our discussion, we'll say 2 acres is your minimum lot size. And now the minimum lot size is an acre. An acre is 43,560 square feet. If you had a perfectly square acre, you would have a lot that is 208 feet by 208 feet, approximately. When I do my math, these are approximate numbers. But yet in our new zoning proposal, we have a minimum lot width of 75 feet. If you had a minimum lot width of 75 feet, that means you have a lot depth of 508 feet deep. To me, I can understand extremes to where you have an acre plot that is narrow and deep. But that's a very extreme scenario that you would have to build. In an extreme scenario like that, when you say that 75 feet is your minimum lot width, I think you open yourselves up, because this is a possibility the developer has. Is rather than rezone, they come in, they buy a bunch of land, and they just subdivide the plots, and they make 75, they make long, narrow lots. And then they build, under our current, under the proposed, 15 feet side yard setback to each. So now they've got 75-foot lots. They can put up their 2-story townhouse on a narrow section and have them be real close together, still on an acre lot. I just think some of these changes, when you go about trying to make things uniform, there has to be some thought that not all changes are beneficial. Not all reasons to shrink things down and make side yard setbacks and things like that are beneficial to everyone. And then there's a reason, and I'm not talking in biased fashion since I sit on the Board of Zoning Appeals, but there's a reason you have the Board of Zoning Appeals. The reason you have the Board of Zoning Appeals is to address the concern that you have a 75-foot wide lot that is 508 feet deep, and to show that you had a hardship, first and foremost. We get a lot of things in Board of Zoning Appeals that I like to think that we get a little bit more no's votes now than we used to, based on the fact that I think the first thing you have to show when you come to the Board of Zoning Appeals is that you have a hardship, and that you didn't cause the hardship yourself. Either by knowledge of when you purchased it, you caused your own hardship. But let's say, for instance, you had a reason that you had a 1-acre lot, and you wanted to build on it, and you wanted to build 15 feet from your neighbor's property. There could be reasons you would get a variance to do that. It may be because you got a drainage issue, and you have to build a retention pond. So you got to shift your build all the way to one side of the property. But that's something for the Board of Zoning Appeals. That's not something for somebody to have an acre lot and then decide, I'm going to build right up next to my neighbor, even though I've got an acre to build on. The previous side yard setback, or I should say previous, the current, I always want to say previous, because you guys are going to change this eventually. But the current side yard setback for farm residential is 25 feet. The current rear setback for farm residential is 80 feet. The current front setback is to be determined based on a lot of factors in the current code that talk about lot frontage, and maybe Robin can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're less than 2 acres, they have 150 feet minimum lot frontage. But basically, if you read between the lines down there and you go to the next paragraph, it says, in no case shall the parcel or lot frontage at the right-of-way line be less than 60 feet, and the width of 60 feet shall not be decreased at any point forward. So let's say, for argument's sake, that 60 feet is your front yard setback in your current zoning code. But we're going to turn around and we're going to change those based on the proposal. We're going to have minimum front setback to 40 feet. We're going to have minimum rear setback to 30 feet. And these minimum side yard setbacks to 15 feet. Yes, you cut the acreage in half. You said the minimum lot size is 1 acre. I don't think that affects any of those numbers. Arguably, the 80 feet, I don't have a problem you changing 80 feet. 60 feet, things like that. But taking it down to 15 feet side yard setback, that's close. That's close for farm residential. The developers are going to get what the developers get when they go through the rezoning process. If they go out and they buy a bunch of FR1 land and they want to divide it up and they want to build a housing development that has houses 12 feet apart, they're going to try to rezone that. You guys are going to have hearings. There's going to be stuff before the zoning commission to do that. And then you're going to decide, are you going to rezone it into a different scenario? And in this new zoning code, you've created new scenarios. You've created new scenarios with, like, the neighborhood zone that has 10-foot side yard setbacks, which I still think is a little close, but I also understand because the lot size is a lot smaller in those set zones. But in your neighborhood commercial, it still has a 25-yard side yard setback, but its lot size is a lot less than an acre. It doesn't make logical sense to me to change side yard setback for FR1 down to 15 feet from 25 feet. when there's not, you've got the most land in your minimum lot size there. And if you don't have that, and in all of this, I argue, because where I live and I own a few lots, this is all anti me trying to build on it. But I also don't want to see other FR1 properties in the township to where you end up with houses shoved over to against the neighbor's adjacent lot. The zoning appeals process and getting a variance in those situations, if somebody would want to come in within the 25 feet, gives that neighbor, that adjacent neighbor, that adjoining neighbor, the opportunity to come and say, yeah, it's okay with me, or say, no, why are you doing that?
Because it's for accessory structures as well, correct? So someone could build a
So on the
shed.
accessory structures, it's still the minimum rear setback is still 15 feet, which is in the current code, 15 feet.
But could someone build a shed in the side yard, Robin, within 15 feet,
Not currently, no.
but with the new code?
With the new code, yes, it'd be 15 feet.
Okay.
That's always my concern, is that I'm sure there's a definition, because now that your zoning code is 600 pages long, I'm joking, Robin, it's hard to tell what the definition for an accessory building is. Accessory
We have it
building.
defined in this one.
And it's
so
probably
it's
defined
better,
as a
yeah.
size, but some people think my accessory building is a pole barn that is 6,000 square feet, and I'm going to put it at the back corner of my property.
But it's not
right
just
next to my neighbor.
houses, it
Yeah.
could be other buildings
buildings.
closer, because, I mean, who would want to build a house 15 feet from their neighbor, but they might, but they also might build a shed or something else that's annoying, like a pool or, I don't know what, something.
Yeah, because one of the things here is, we talk about building elements is also in the code, the proposed code. And I understand building elements to be something projecting from the principal structure. It says, building elements other than porches or decks may project from a principal structure up to the specified limit, but shall not be any closer to an adjacent property than 5 feet.
Where is that at?
That's
that
in
The new code or the old?
table notes to the new code in
yeah.
item number 3 in the FR1, which is
Can you
page
pull that?
94.
Page 94 is where, at the bottom, if you just scroll down a little bit. Number 3 there. In the yellow.
And that's pretty specific into what what you're talking about, but still, that's
Sorry, let me look at it. Where does it say it?
Number
in
three.
the footnote
Table
number
notes number
3.
three.
Where are my glasses?
Table note number 3, I'm sorry, it's not a footnote.
It says 5 feet.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go, building element.
other than portions.
That's
of
pretty
it.
close in the FR.
Yeah.
Porches.
Area. And I'm comfortable with all
Yeah.
utilizing the setbacks from the existing code. So the front being 60, the side being 25, the rear, if you're comfortable
Yeah.
with 60, that's fine.
Well, and I just want to, well, sorry, I don't want to, whenever you're
No,
done.
it's all right.
Okay.
It's just, we're making changes to make things more uniform and to clean things up. But sometimes, there's not a reason to make changes just for making change sake. And the FR1 is unique. Anybody that's wanting to change from that, they ask for a rezoning. We've seen that hundreds of times over the past few years when they've rezoned things. And forcing somebody in front of Board of Zoning Appeals for a variance, it might cost them $600. But it's not an onerous thing. It really isn't. I think people think it's onerous. I think people wanting to build things, the builders, they think it's an onerous process to have their landowner come before the Board of Zoning Appeals. But it serves a good purpose because you have notice, you have hearing, you have an opportunity to be heard, and you have that moment in time that it's kind of, speak now or forever hold your peace if you are an adjacent neighbor and you don't come and say anything about what somebody's trying to do.
But what would a building element that is not a porch or deck, what would that be?
I think that was specifically written to address egress windows, which we have had issues with in the past.
Is
but
this table note the same across
Yeah, so that's
multiple?
across all residential districts. I would be fine with increasing it or removing it for
Could we just,
FR1.
maybe we could say egress windows or something
Yeah, I
on the
think
other
egress
ones.
windows, there's been some issues in Evans Farm where they have like, they're kind of like bay windows where the window itself projects farther out than the foundation of the structure. So that was what we were trying to address.
So
with
maybe
that.
take that out of FR1, and
Sure.
could we look at the other areas?
Because always with the egress, especially with Board of Zoning Appeals, egress is a safety issue. So you have a hardship. If you're trying to put any kind of, whether it's livable space or even an office space in a basement, and if you have a fire on the stairs, you only have one way out.
Right, yeah.
And those become important. We've had a few of those come before the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they're not intrusive. Literally, typically the width of your flower bed is equal to or less than what you're asking the egress window to protrude out to come into that area. So I would ask you to consider scaling those back to some past numbers.
And then do we want the lot width to go back to 150?
What is
I
it? It was
just want
150?
to share
Okay.
some background to why we even got to this point. So, when we were doing our research, we did notice that majority of farm residential properties don't comply with any of the standards. We don't have 1.98 acre lots these days. So trying to find that balance between having them go seek a variance for every little thing to putting new standards in place that make it easier for them. Unfortunately, Orange Township is not filled with all the Nick McCoys in the world that are understanding to the process. So we have received a lot of frustration when somebody wants to build, a $1,000 shed and then they have to pay $600 for a variance. So that is a hardship on them alone, it's a financial burden, and
But they
it's a
knew that when they
process.
bought the property. You're
You
aware.
would
you're-
hope so.
That's the
Yeah.
buyer beware. People can come in all the time and say.
Ignorance
"No,
of the
this-
law is no excuse.
Yeah,
It is
so,
not, it is
so
not.
our strategy, instead of changing the standards here, we did propose the Lewis Center Village District, which, we got feedback from the community within. They said, no, we don't support that, so we got rid of it. So that's why we kind of came back to reducing the standards for the FR1, because having a variance for every single thing in a FR1 property, it is not a good zoning practice. That's a problem. So when, we have the sign height, that sign height is like one of the most common variance requests. That's why we wanted to address the code, because again, you should not have to have a variance for the same thing over and over again. So that's kind of why we took the approach. Of course, do what you guys want with it, but that's the background to it. I'm not saying let's keep it as is, but if there is a middle ground to help those property owners to build that shed, that deck that they want, the BZA is a burden for some people.
So I would address that also with those people, the way it's currently written, to build that, they had to get a variance because their lot size was less than an acre.
Yeah, so they have to get a variance for anything. So, it's
So
just,
I appreciate the fact that the elimination of the zero variance in between lots. So the village is a specific, unique thing with that, with approximately 35-foot lots, and you might own 3 of these parcels, these lots, because it's always confusing when you start saying parcel versus lot and versus a legal description. Though many times those are 3 different things. What the auditor says is a parcel is not necessarily a legal description for a transfer of that property. What we say is a lot, people will say, well, that's my lot. And then it's actually 3 parcels that end up being 3 separate lots. And then you used to have to get a variance if you were building across the 2 adjacent lots that you own. So I totally 100% agree with the not having it a variance when you own both
Multiple.
lots. We had one come up recently in Board of Zoning Appeals that was a side yard setback issue with FR1. With the lot they were putting it on, they were going within 25 feet, but the same owner owned the lots next door. And that was, I can't speak for everybody, but I think, I'm not even sure Sue was there, but I can't speak for everyone, but that was one of the deciding factors. You own it next door. Now, could they sell the lots that they own next door? And then now your pole barn is within 10 feet of the property line to the new owner, well, that, you're kind of grandfathered in at that point when you do that thing. But I think when you talk about a minimum lot size of an acre, if you're coming for a variance because you're wanting to build something because you're under an acre, and you need to get your shed within 25 feet of the lot line, because you don't have an acre to deal with, or you've got a narrow acre. But the extreme of a narrow acre is 75 feet. You would have a 508-foot deep lot at 75 feet wide to make up an acre of land. So I'm not saying make it 200 feet wide as your minimum width, but I think 100 feet is reasonable, because I just think of it in terms of, if I had a 100-foot wide lot and it was an acre, so I'm 100 feet by, sorry, Social Security is probably trying to call me again. Not Social Security, Medicare people. I'm not on Medicare. But they've got my number somehow. Anyway, but if you had a 100-foot lot and you had 25-foot setbacks, well, guess what? You're into 50 feet, a 50-foot structure that you could build in there without a variance. If you put it to 125 feet, you're in a 75-foot structure that you could build in there without a variance. But it gives your neighbors an opportunity to come and say, why are you doing that? Why are you building it so close? Well, sometimes it's, I want to put my shed back there because I don't want to interfere with my play area on my patio for my outdoor chimney and my pavilion that I want to build.
Now, if you had 3 different lots, you can go to the county to combine them, right?
You could do that.
To like 2 or
If you
3,
wanted
but if
to.
you do that, does that reset everything on the, like if you already have a house on one lot, or does that reset the setbacks and like under the current code, or?
My understanding is they'd be grandfathered in, but that if you went to build something new, then you'd be subject to different
new, yeah.
requirements
So
on a
just when
larger
you
lot.
build it, okay. So actually combining the lots doesn't change anything?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
one thing that, can come up as an argument with Board of Zoning Appeals is, well, I want to rebuild my garage. Well, where was your garage? Well, my garage was 6 feet from the next door neighbor. All right. Had something not happened to your garage, or didn't have a structural failure, or you didn't have a fire, I think, at least from my standpoint, my opinion on those things, and as an attorney, I look at it and I go, it was already there, and you're just rebuilding it. Now, if you're expanding it, you're getting closer to your neighbor's lot, you might have a problem with the variance then. And I think your neighbor has a little bit less of an argument if the structure already existed, and you're just rebuilding it or refinishing it or doing something like that. But that's all I'm asking the
So if we had issues with people coming to the BZA with the 60-foot front setback and the 25-foot side setback, it's pretty typical to have concerns.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Some of those issues are from the,
Yeah, and I mean, I
from
think,
the Lewis Center Village.
yeah. Unfortunately, we have a great Board of Zoning Appeals today. Previous boards may be more strict, previous may say yes to everything. I mean, it really depends. So as much as we tell them, oh yeah, you have to go through the variance process, we can never guarantee it. If there's a cute bunch of angry neighbors that come out, that might, change the situation. So it's, again, trying to find a balance between helping the property owners out. And a lot of these FR1 is like one of the original zones here. So some of these are generational homes that I know maybe they know now when they try to build something new, but they might have not known because it was their grandfather's home. So just something to think about. But I totally understand Mr. McCoy's concerns, because I think the initial intent of farm residential was to have those bigger lots, the more open
Yeah.
space, but the reality of Orange Township, those are very few and far between.
So,
Okay.
and the reason I bring this up is I'd taken a picture, it was back in July or August, when there was another zoning meeting, and there were some slides up talking about the history of this zoning change, and the consulting firm, or whoever it was that was brought in 2019, or even sometime prior to that. And one of the things that struck me was general principles in zoning diagnostic. and this is full report delivered to the township in early 2020 from CalFE zoning, now known as ZONCO. Zoning should respect existing and reflected desired development patterns. And that's all I'm asking for with FR1. As you just said, FR1's the oldest zoning.
And I think the standards that we created, we were trying to be consistent to what the Board of Zoning Appeals has approved. That was our goal.
And when you get in the village and you're asking for a variance, you're asking for a variance on, because it is FR1. We argue to our own detriment out of the village. So we want the drop-down zoning, the Lewis Center Village drop-down, we don't want. We want to stay FR1. Some of the dimensions we want to stay as FR1, knowing that we have to come before the Board of Zoning Appeals. One, to be consistent with our neighbors and to make sure that they're okay with what we're building. But we also know that none of our lots are one acre. We have to get a variance anyways. And some of the front yard and backyard setbacks, because I've argued years ago in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals, having a neighbor build in the village, is the front yard setback and the rear yard setback added up and they overlapped each other. So you couldn't build anything. You couldn't build a doghouse. There wasn't any room left based on the lot depth. The other statement that I had written down from all those months ago, and I'm talking too much. One of the goals, and this was either on a slide or somebody said it, is maximize density and decrease lot size. And the only thing I have written under it is why. Question mark, underline, underline, underline. And the reason I ask that is not to question what Robin's done and what the zoning committee's done or what the board has done over the years, but just as a reminder that you're elected by current residents who lived here for a long time. Some of them haven't lived here that long, but you're elected by them to look out for their interests. The only ones that would be saying maximize density and a decreased lot sizes are developers. And they're not your constituents. They might be donating to campaigns, but they're not your constituents. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. All right, so do we want to have a conversation to nail this down?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know what the board's direction is, if we want to amend this table by any means, so.
What do you guys think?
Amanda, as we just discussed.
So what the current code says is the front setback is 60, the side setback is 25, the rear setback is 80, and the minimum lot width is 150 if it is less than 2 acres.
And that is up for interpretation.
Correct, yes.
And so his point was that if you wanted to build something, you'd still would need a variance, even with these. Right, yeah, why were they, what was the specific reason that they were changed? Is there a specific case where someone came in and they needed a 75-foot wide lot, or?
I mean, I think our approach to all of this was what is the most consistent variance requests we get? What is our existing footprint of these FR1 properties? How do we create new standards to let them build a porch, let them build what they have, but also maintaining setbacks that are still larger than the single family area?
But like the 75-foot lot width, why was that changed? Did someone come in and they had a 75-foot
Well, we have
wide lot,
lots
or?
like that are, I don't even, like in Lewis Center Village, they're like 30 feet. So that, this would never be able to fly.
Yeah, and part of it is, looking at, one, existing lots, and then two, so minimum lot size is currently 1.98 acres, so, and the minimum lot width is 150, so basically if you
So you
cut both
basically
of
cut
those in
everything in
half,
half.
then you have those numbers. Liberty Township has a 1 acre FR1, they call it rural residential, it's 1 acre lot size. Berlin Township has 1 acre lot size. They do have slightly larger setbacks, I just did that comparison. They do have the 25-foot side yard setback.
Do you know what their front setback is?
It varies,
Okay.
and like our current resolution, a lot of it varies depending on the road type.
Okay.
Here at Orange?
Yes, that is the current.
So
But
Liberty, Genoa, and, sorry, Ms. Knapp, Liberty, Genoa, and Berlin have the minimum lot size of 1 acre?
Berlin and Liberty does.
Berlin and Liberty, okay.
Genoa
But their
is two.
setbacks are higher, I believe.
Yeah,
correct.
so they have the higher side setback at 25 feet.
I question reduction of the side setback in particular. I think if you're going to be building a porch or some kind of shed, that you usually be building that off of the back of your house, and
Yeah.
that you'd have a larger, area to work with back there than encroaching most likely on your neighbor's property, since we're not worried about contiguous property ownership.
I'm comfortable keeping the side setback at 25 feet.
Okay.
What about this, so the side and the rear? Because you have to remember how this will affect some people who currently live possibly next to, are there any FR1 lots right now? They're 1 acres?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so the people that live next to them might be affected if all of a sudden they could build something right nearby, you
Yeah,
know? They weren't
that's true.
expecting that. They moved to an area and then all of a sudden there's a big shed in the front yard,
So
or
should that
backyard.
rear one be 50 feet?
And what is it currently?
80 feet for
80.
principal structures.
And that 50 feet would be the home or an accessory structure, right?
No, so our current code is 80 feet for principal structures, 15 feet for accessory structures.
That's what the current code has.
That is what the.
Okay, so I could still
Eight.
put my shed 15 feet from the property line in an FR property currently.
But, so if the average lot is it's 208 by 208, that would be a square 1 acre lot,
That's what Nick
208?
was saying.
Yeah, so why can't we just keep the existing setbacks? Is it just too much for the structure? Why can't the structure be in the middle of the property? I mean, how many property, you want to go
I
to
mean,
50?
some of it depends on where your leach bed's gonna be. If you don't have sewer,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
that's a
that's true,
factor. You
that's
have to
true.
kind of
That's a good point.
make a chunk for that.
So it's currently,
I know my time, all that creates a hardship.
oh, it
That,
does.
unfortunately, is not always guaranteed by the Board of Zoning Appeals.
But if you need to have,
Powerful evidence that you-
The,
yeah, if you need a sewer, if you need
I'm just,
sanitary
yeah,
sewer,
I
and you
understand,
can't fit
I
it,
guess
that would
we
be a
we
problem.
can't guarantee that they
Right.
will get that
Personally,
granted.
I don't have, the 80 feet is not something I'm married to. I mean, if it was 50 front, 50 back, 25 side, that is a lot better than what has been proposed.
Yeah, just
You
kind
can-
of,
You can give some based on the fact that you cut the lot size down in half.
Yeah.
And still, that cleans up some people's issues. And then, and the one thing that really cleans up a lot of issues is that building lot versus lot, the definitions between the two. A building lot in the village is, you're not really building on a lot, a single lot, because you only have 30 to 35 feet wide lots. Your building lot is most likely 2 of those together, or 3 of those adjacent to each other. So like I said, getting rid of that in-between variance that you was always required, the 0 variance is required, solves a lot of problems when you're dealing in situations like you're talking about in the village. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
no,
That's okay.
it's
but if an acre is,
But I- yeah.
if an acre is 208 or 210 feet by 210 feet, it's not as if 2 acres was 420 by 420, you know, it's
Yeah.
proportional.
And I was
So-
just
Right,
saying,
yeah.
you know. if
So
it's
just to
perfectly
cut in
square,
half,
which-
you know, it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. It's like a pizza, you know, there's a small pizza and a medium, but the medium's twice as large as the small, but it doesn't look like it.
My wife was like, are there perfectly square acres? I said, I'm sure there are
Somewhere.
somewhere, maybe not in Orange Township.
Okay, so 50 front, 25 side, 50 rear. And then do we want to keep the minimum lot width at 75, or do you want to increase that to like, say, 100?
Though it's currently 80 for the rear yard,
Correct.
and then we'll change it to 50, but
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever we decide, there's still going to be variance requests,
Right.
but it becomes less substantial too, so that's something else to
That
think
they
about.
factor
So,
and that's,
yeah.
what was your question, Erica?
I was saying, is the lot width, do we want to make it, it's currently proposed at 75 feet wide. Do we want to make it 100? It's in the
Oh, yeah,
current code,
It's 150.
it's 150, but
ish.
is that like
But it
proportional?
says less than 2 acres, so.
Yeah,
That
it just
could be
feels
one
like I'm
way.
not.
I mean,
sure.
150 is even silly in our current code, because if the minimum is 150 and it's 1.98 acres, you're talking like, I mean, I'd have to do the math, it would be insane, the lot depth, right?
Right, and so those same funky dimensions, you can still get that same ratio with a 2 acre lot
Yeah.
and a 150.
Yeah, so
foot
the
lot width.
150 that we had was
Also weird.
weird, yeah.
But we're essentially keeping what we currently had at 150
Keeping
by
the same
making
weird.
the minimum lot size 1 acre rather
Yeah.
than roughly
It's
2,
still,
right?
it's goofy, yeah.
So if we increased the minimum lot width, we'd actually be increasing our minimum lot width standard from what's currently in code. Is that my understanding?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
It would be, because the current minimum lot width is 150 feet for all FR1 properties
That are under 2 acres.
that are under 2 acres, yeah.
So it
correct.
could be 1.75 acres, but it also could be 0.75 acres.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I don't have a strong preference.
Yeah, so you're talking if, with the 150-foot lot width requirement in our current code, the lot depth of the 1.98 acres would be 574 feet.
That's pretty long.
That's, you know, it just, it's not realistic, so.
Why is it not realistic? Why is it?
I mean, I don't think we don't have 150-foot lot widths that have 574 feet in lot depth.
We have a few. Not many.
There are some, yeah, I guess there are a couple super skinny ones, but.
Yeah, Lewis Center
yeah.
Road, kind of south of Evans Farm, a lot of those
Yeah.
lots have those proportions.
So can we just keep it, or is it too excessive? Like, if, or maybe make, I feel like we're just picking numbers out of nowhere. you
Well,
know?
these numbers were based off of current trends and current, what the existing FR1 properties.
Well, but Robin
are.
said he just cut them in half, right? Because we were cutting the lot size in half, that you just cut the
For the
setbacks.
lot width, yeah.
Yeah, so that's,
But that's not, I'm sorry, that's not because of, that's the average lot width from the other FR1 properties?
I did not do that calculation.
Okay,
so
then, yeah,
that's,
so
that's why it
that's
seems
a random number,
It
yeah,
seems kind of arbitrary and
Yeah.
random.
that's fair. Sorry.
Maybe not, maybe, I don't feel like I even know. I think so it's proposed at, it's currently 150, and then it's proposed at
75
75.
feet wide.
So if it was a,
And you're thinking 100.
If it's 100, I have 25 on one side and 25 on the other. I can have a 50-foot wide principal structure, home, right? If it's
Does that sound-
75, I have 25 feet on one side, 25 feet on the other, and a 25-foot wide home, and that's about as wide as a 2-car garage.
But it's
So I
never gonna
think
be
that is not
75.
wide enough.
It can never be a 75-foot wide lot. I mean, that
yeah,
would be
so
ridiculous.
100 with a 50-foot, yeah, the 100 would make sense.
Yeah, but what is the average width? If it's 408 by 408 is a square.
Well, that's 2.
Yeah. Is that 2 acres
Able to
or
pull the
1?
lot, is Berlin and Liberty have lot widths to their residential?
150.
150, okay.
Okay.
So we
Alright.
could keep the 150.
Okay, I would just
So
keep- I would just keep what
150
we have.
minimum lot width, 50-foot front setback, 25-foot side setback, 50-foot rear setback, and we're gonna, do we strike the table note number 3 there?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I would recommend that we can continue the table note 1, the minimum rear setback for accessory
Yes,
structures
I
is
agree.
15 feet,
Yeah.
because we don't want to add
Okay,
nonconformities.
so we're just gonna, we'll just
Wait,
have
wait,
table
say
notes
that
1,
again.
2, 4, and 5. and we'll just
So the
fix
current rear yard setback for accessory structures is 15 feet. We don't want to eliminate that,
From the FR1?
correct?
Yeah,
So that exists now?
correct. We don't want the sheds any closer than 15 feet.
But we don't want to get rid of that. We don't want to increase it.
So, but in a single-family district, it has to meet, or it's a definition of accessory building, right? So anything that's not an accessory building has to meet the setback, so an oversized shed, maybe, or, because like in my neighborhood, I think if you have a shed, it has to meet like the 35-foot rear yard setback and the side setback, so it's usually up right next to the house.
Yeah.
But that's only if it's a regulated structure, right? Yeah, I guess if that's what's in there now, I mean, we should just
Yeah,
keep it.
Keep that the same. Okay,
I think I got that.
I think we're good on this page.
So it's just gonna stay the same, that, the setbacks?
No,
Well,
because
no.
right now the side and rear setbacks are greater, but we're
Well,
comfortable.
the side would remain the same.
I'm sorry, the front and the rear are greater, but we're comfortable with keeping those at 50.
And what are they in the other townships?
Which,
Front and rear setbacks.
they both vary. I can do some more looking if you like.
I feel like it's a little arbitrary what we're just picking out, you know? I mean, is it working somewhere else, you know, like, was it?
Yeah,
is
I mean,
there
the thing about
industry
zoning numbers
standard?
is they're all arbitrary to a certain extent.
They are, but like over the years, I feel like if 5 other townships have it a certain way. It's probably because it's been changed over time and it's been working for them. I feel like we're basically ripped a car apart and we're building it back up and just, it's hard to know what's going to work and what's not going to work.
So Berlin's is the same as ours, where the front depends on the road, the rear is 80 feet, with 15 feet for accessories, 25-yard side setback. Liberty's is 25 side setback, 60 feet rear with the accessory structures at 15 feet, and then again, front setback depends on the road.
Should our
But it's-
front back setback depend on the road then?
I don't know that that's necessary. I mean, again, it depends on, the FR1 zoning district is primarily on the larger roads, which is why we propose a larger setback.
But like FR1 is also in the Lewis Center Village, which obviously those houses can be closer, but I wouldn't,
Correct.
there are some houses
Or
along.
like Orangewick, that neighborhood
Yeah.
near Olentangy Schools.
Which is why we
Yeah.
tried to craft smaller
Yeah,
setbacks.
yeah. That would be very challenging with a
Are those
larger
FR1 lots? But they're 2 acres, right?
No.
They're
None
1
of them
acres,
are,
they're
yeah.
existing?
Yeah, so
When
if you
did
look.
it change to 2? I
Yeah,
don't
if you
know
look
when it
at the
changed.
older platted subdivisions in Orange Township, which are Parkway, Dubois, and Orangewick, those are all FR1 lots. They tend to be smaller than 2 acres. They do have to comply with the FR1 standards. It's not quite as, I'd say, out of whack with current standards as the Lewis Center Village area, but it's the same concept where they're older platted subdivisions that have smaller lots that, these setbacks,
Oh,
apply
Orange Track,
to
is that the
those.
race car track? The one by the the train track?
Near the high school.
No.
No?
Well,
Or-
it's
or-
near, it's just north of Kroger, let's see, I can pull it up.
Sorry.
on the
Oh,
corner.
by the driving school.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thanks.
So you said Liberty and Genoa, or Liberty and Berlin have it's variable, the front yard setback?
correct.
And what about Genoa?
Also variable.
So if all 3 of them, I mean, I don't,
So this is Orangewick, you're
Yeah.
talking like, well, that's not even, I don't know. I'd have to,
that doesn't have an acreage, but.
yeah. If it's less than an acre, it just shows.
well, how
that's
wide are those lots?
0.4 acres.
Well, that one's, the house is over 2.
Oh,
Let's
2
see.
lots, okay.
Like this one, for instance, is roughly 136.
Oh, are they close, or do they own that lot to the right?
This is a separate property from this, yeah.
So are they built really close to their lot line?
I would guess this home was built prior to zoning.
But is it really close? It is?
Yeah.
Who
It was
owns
built
that
in
parcel?
1962.
Look,
That's
it's
just
right
something
up
to
on
think
it.
about. I mean,
Okay.
that's why we try to address these, but, because, something on Orangewick versus on Lewis Center Road, you might want a
Yeah.
bigger setback on Lewis Center Road.
Oh, right, very
you
much
know.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we should still do the variable, but
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I feel like it'd be better if it was based on the type of road for the front setback.
I think that's what we have proposed, right?
That is not.
Oh,
no. It's just a flat, 30 feet? Is it 30?
That was the
40.
proposal, yes.
Wait, what is it?
And the proposed is 40
Front.
for front.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the rear is 30. That's weird. It's smaller than the front. And the rear for Berlin is 60,
Correct.
and what was it for Liberty?
I think Liberty was 60.
Maybe 60 would
Yeah.
maybe be good. I mean, since we've just now done the
Yeah,
research.
60.
I mean, if it's
Yeah.
working for them, and it probably has been, or they would change it. That's how zoning kind
Well,
of
Liberty did
evolves.
just change theirs, so that's good.
Did they change that part?
I'm not
I
sure,
don't know.
yeah.
Probably not.
Okay, so 60 for the rear, 25 for the side, and then I feel like we need to add some words if we're going to say it depends on, it's not going to fit neatly into our chart, right,
For what?
Well,
for front.
we can work on that.
But
yeah.
isn't there existing language for that?
Yeah, we can
We just
came, we can copy and paste from
utilize
different
that from
townships.
But currently, don't we have that language that it depends on the road?
No building setback, no building or use shall be located closer to the right-of-way line or center line of the adjacent public or private road than permitted in section 21.09.
Yeah, we won't have this puzzle in our new code. So I gotta pull up 2109. Yeah, and that is varied by roads.
Yeah, I
to
think we already
class
have
that.
that language.
Yeah.
So we could just-
So we can,
What is
let
it?
me, I think we can.
We'll do some recesses.
Yeah, let me take a pause on that, because I don't think it's necessary to add this whole, bring back 2109 if we don't.
If we don't have to.
We may cross-reference to ODOT road standards, so
Yeah.
maybe we can do that.
Yeah.
As well?
You can just give me a second. Well, when we take a break, I'll try to look at that.
Okay, so, does anybody else want to talk? Miss Susie?
Hi, my name's Susie Ross, 6792 South Old State Road. I'm not as eloquent as Nick, thank goodness. We're blessed to have him on BZA. I'm also on that board. I'm also here to talk about farm residential. I promise, I have nothing to do with setbacks, anything like that. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance. Robin was very kind to send me a list of the changes, and I did not get through all of them to see what was changed from last time we talked. But I'm here again, and I'm not sure whether my prior concerns were addressed in the changes, but I want to just kind of give you a capsule of what farm residential is like in my life. And I see farm residential as two different classifications. One is where I live, where we're along a major arterial. They're all farm residential lots. They go from the land that was my mom's land that was 8.3 acres to my land that's 0.88 acres. And then Eric told me that there are big chunks within the township that are also farm residential that might have one house or might not have any houses on them anymore. So I see that we may need to have classification for larger acreage under farm residential and smaller acreage. The capsule of where I live on South Old State. I've lived there over 35 years. I raised my family there. The permitted and conditional uses I see within the proposed code allow me and my neighbors to be subject to changes that will significantly alter our way of life and our financial investments in our homes. We don't have the protections of a subdivision or housing community. Those of us who have been here as long as I have instead seen our area become a high-speed cut-through for everything that's been approved around us. Our roads are being widened, taking our front yards, moving pedestrians and speeding cars even closer to our front door. We just pray, I pray, that I'll be able to live peacefully in my home after it's widened, or that I'll make enough off of the right-of-way that I won't lose my backside on my major investment. The permitted and conditional uses allowed in the proposed code for farm residential have no design standards. Lisa, you very aptly said that in farm residential, if we had small side yard setbacks, somebody could have a house built right next to their home. What if it was a church? What if it was, let me see, a rooftop solar energy system? I guess that's just on top of a house. What if it's a utility generation facility, or any of the other things that are in the proposed code?
What page is that on? Oh, it's just so we're all looking at.
60.
Yeah, those are all
63.
under 5.02.
63?
It's the big
All
use
of
chart.
those things, some of those are conditional and some of them aren't. Some of them seem reasonable if you're talking about large acreage farm residential. Some of them don't seem reasonable at all if it's next to my house.
Oh,
Just go down.
oh, there we go.
And, like having a library next to my house. Would I want all the cars going in and out all the time next to my less than an acre? No. But anyway, we see this all the time when it comes before BZA. We saw an example. There was a house of worship that wanted to go in on a farm residential area off of Bale Canyon. And if it ended up, I think they tabled and haven't ever come back, and they may still come back. But in anything like that, when that comes in, as a BZA, we have to weigh all of the legal standings, based on what we can decide on and what evidence is presented to us. But there are only so many conditions we can put on something. And there are a lot of things we can't look at. And what if something comes in like that and it's gonna have significant blacktop. It's gonna have significant lighting. It may have audio outside the building. It may have only a little green space. Those are things that we can't decide. We can't put conditions on that, as far as I know. And so who does? Where does the public go to voice their concerns? Where do they put their input? They can come to that meeting, and believe me, they're going to be there with their pitchforks, saying, I don't want this. When it could be that if it was in a different setting in front of the zoning board, there would be a way that things could be massaged and it would be acceptable to them. Who knows? But I can't figure out from by looking at the code, where are the development standards for something like that? How much of the lot coverage can they have? What kind of lighting can they have? How high can their building be? What if they come in and they go to BZA and they say, we want to put a one-story building in here at this size? Well, then they go back to staff who would approve it and say, well, we decided we really need a two-story. What, does that change things? These are all things that I don't know the answer to. I don't know what the solution is to this, but I don't see it in this code as it's revised. I say, maybe a possibility is split the category into homes, area, property that's over a certain acreage and under a certain acreage, and split the permitted and conditional uses dependent on the size of the tract of land. That would protect areas where, like along South Old State, like along Africa Road, where there are consistent tracts of farm residential with houses on them. I looked at Liberty Township's code and contacted them and asked a few questions, and they have an institutional district that if a property wants to have something like, it's under section 1704, permitted uses of the institutional district. They can have government buildings, hospitals, colleges, universities, junior colleges, elementary and secondary schools, religious organizations, residential facilities, libraries, museums, art galleries, community buildings. A lot of these buildings are the same ones that are listed in here. But it would keep them out of the house, out of the property next to people who just are living in their residences. And I think that we need to have, I also looked at, under home occupations, I think it's a real danger to the farm residential homeowners along South Old State and Africa Road and the other roads that we have good limited home occupation definitions and expanded home occupation definitions. Right now, there are 2 homes along South Old State, one south of Orange Road and one north of Orange Road, that are absolute eyesores. They're obviously not being used as residents. They have junk everywhere, cars in and out all the time. Do we want to be Morris Road? Do we want to be 161, where all of the residents along a major arterial just turn into junk, that they're little businesses with their sign out front and cars in and out, and they don't look like a business, they just look like a house that's being used as a business? I really don't think that's what you want. And I know that's not what I want. I won't live here forever, and I won't own this house forever. but this will always be my home. And I want to see the best for this township. I've fought for it for a long time here, and I'm sure you're tired of seeing me. But we need to make sure in this one, no code is going to be perfect. There are always going to be loopholes, there are always going to be things that you go back and look at differently and say, gosh, I wish I'd done that differently. But please don't make our lots smaller. Don't make density higher. Don't squish setbacks in residential areas. That development at North Road at the roundabout, everybody I know says, how on earth did we get that in here? Because they think it's so ugly. And it just doesn't seem very consistent with the great place that this is to live. So I think anything that we can do to protect what we already have. What we have is good. And yes, it's changed a lot since I've been here. I've welcomed the people around us as my neighbors. And I really wish they had the same respect for me and would let me out of my driveway. But I think this is a great place. I think you're doing a good job. And thank you for all you've done. I can't imagine what an undertaking this has been. So
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, and thank you for the triangle driveway issue. Thank you. That is important.
Yep.
Good.
So why do we have, like in the farm residential, there's something new called the accessory dwelling unit, right? And it's permitted, it's defined, and that's something new that we didn't have before. Why do we have that? I mean, because up in another township I know of, one was permitted because it wasn't not permitted, and now someone is literally, they have a house and they built another building and they're renting it out. And who wants that? I don't want that.
Yeah, so
where did it
it's a
come from?
conditional use in the FR1, it's not a permitted use.
Yeah, but it is, but why do we add that?
I think we've had requests from residents to build, like, they want a mother-in-law suite. I mean, there's just different words to call it. Yeah, ADUs are a hot and sensitive topic, I would say, amongst the zoning world. I think we were trying to permit them in more larger lot situations.
Of 1 acre, so they'd be in 1 acre lots. So someone could, in theory, how many can they build?
Only one.
Just one. So they could build it and then they could rent it out to somebody. And then essentially it'd be 2 dwelling units on one. There's no prohibition. It doesn't have to be a mother-in-law suite. It could be rented out.
Correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
And
You can rent out a single-family home.
Yes, you can rent out, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but you don't have 2 of those on a single property, right? So could they, how many people, and as we discussed, there's no definition anymore of single family or family. So you could have 15, we had a situation a few months ago where in a neighborhood where it was like 15 people living in a single family house. You can't really do anything about it.
No.
But you could have a situation where someone's renting a small, one of these ADUs, and, I mean, do they have these ADUs anywhere else in other townships?
Around Delaware
here,
County?
yeah.
I have not done that research.
So I don't really like the idea at all.
Well, sorry to
Go ahead.
interject, but on that point, I have, I think, a concern to what I think we talked about with legal earlier, is I think it's better to have more uses and have them listed conditionally in particular zones than just to have fewer, because then we potentially open ourselves up to a legal argument for getting things like an accessory dwelling unit in like a neighborhood, a mixed-use district or a community living zone where we certainly don't want them.
But there's no requirement in the law that you have to build an accessory dwelling unit. No one's going to sue over that. Is there some requirement? You have to have basically 2 residences on one lot?
Well, and an ADU is it's on the use table. It's a little different because it's not a true use. It's like it's a structure, it's a different structure. So I think, and I would use that caveat. Earlier, we were talking about adult businesses, which that is clearly a use. So I don't think that there is a legal requirement for an ADU. Again, there's something that I think across the state, it's becoming that people are just becoming more sensitive to them and wanting them. And as Michelle said, they are used sometimes for granny flats or if there's a relative who, you've got a relative that can't move out of your house, but they want some level of independence. But again, there's nothing stopping them from being a rental.
Yeah.
And again, that's why it's listed as conditional use, so that way it's not just fair game. The BZA will have the ability to review it and determine if it's an appropriate.
And they would have to comply with all the setbacks. It's not
Yes.
like,
Yes.
they don't get to be waived from all of that.
Right,
so.
but then, I mean, what's to keep every, or half the FR1 properties from having one of these? I mean, I know maybe they're popular, but that doesn't, what is the advantage to existing Orange Township residents to allow those, other than the few people that want a granny flat? Because I can say 80% of people would build them and rent them out.
I mean, we can just keep it a conditional in the neighborhood zone too. That is something.
I'm actually less comfortable having it in
Yeah,
the neighborhood
I don't
zone.
think I want it at all,
I'm more
honestly.
comfortable with it in the farm residential, because those lots are larger.
They are, but then basically you can double your density in terms of homes within a small amount of time with no oversight other than the conditional use. And then I don't even know what the BZA would be authorized to deny that for. Like the list of standards, if you actually go through them, and then also even trying to enforce, does that go with the land then? Would that be a permanent? The accessory dwelling unit, is that a permanent approval that goes with the land? Or the owner? It's permanent?
Yeah, that would be something that
Yeah, I
would
would say
stay
so,
with the land.
yeah.
They wouldn't have to tear it down.
Right, so, but just as an aside, the other conditional use permits, most of them run with the owner still, or did we change that?
I can't remember. I know we called it out.
Yeah, we did
but I
keep
can't
that as
remember
a-
if
We
it-
kept it, right?
which
Okay.
way it left.
I can't, it's been so backwards.
And that's generally for like home occupations or
occupations
home-based
and
businesses,
daycare.
not necessarily for all
And
conditional
I will say,
uses.
we did add another layer to home occupation standards that we didn't have
But,
before,
yeah, a
so.
bit more criteria, but
Yeah, so
even then,
that's
so
good.
someone comes in and they get theirs granted, and then someone else comes in, they gets granted, and then next thing you know, I mean, why, if you had a big property, you might be able to make some decent money off of that, so that just, I don't see the need for the accessory dwelling unit in any, that's my personal opinion. I don't see how it benefits existing residents.
Yeah, if the board is not interested in that, we can certainly remove it as a use.
I'm not familiar with other townships. I mean, we're a little bit more, I hate to say the word progressive, but we're a little more modernized than some of the
Yeah.
other townships maybe.
I mean, we
but
haven't
that's a little
done
bit
the
too
ADU
much.
research because we haven't been asked just yet, but, I think at this time, like, if that is something we learn over, hey, everybody in the county's doing this, we'll come back as an
We
amendment.
can add
You know
it,
what I mean?
yeah, we can add it
So
later,
I
yeah.
can
maybe-
we can remove
I would
it.
like that. I don't think that is any advantage. And then,
But I don't think Susie was concerned about the ADUs.
No, I
she
think
was
it's more
concerned
about the
no, well,
commercials.
that, no, I'm just
Yeah.
going in alphabetical order, so, then antique shop.
I do have a general
go ahead.
concern overall, just about, I think the less descriptive we are, I think it provides the more opportunity for things to get shoehorned in places we don't want them to. So I just want to keep
Oh,
that.
but you can't, but there's the difference. Adult entertainment is a special use that every single community was not approving them.
Yeah, I mean, we have
So
to-
no one wanted any adult entertainment anywhere,
I
like
guess-
15 years ago. And so finally, someone ruled that, hey, you got to allow these somewhere.
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened with any other use I'm familiar with.
Well, I will say, I think that maybe in more simpler terms, if we are taking out some of the FR1s, we have to make sure a circle is filled. Is that my understanding? Like, they have to be permitted, all uses should have to be permitted somewhere.
Correct. I
Yeah.
do think, but I do think that accessory dwelling unit, I think if the will of the board is you just don't want to address them at all, then what would
Just take it
happen
out.
is anybody
Is it a
would
use
want.
variance?
You would take it out and it would have to be a use variance,
Okay.
which would be,
Yeah.
those are next to impossible to achieve.
Yeah, we don't have to allow everything to everybody, but certain things, there's case law or criteria where it said, look, no community wants adult entertainment, of course. So if you don't allow it somewhere, you have to allow it
I
somewhere.
also don't want people treating a pole barn as an accessory dwelling unit. So that's my concern, is that someone will try and build an accessory dwelling unit, even though it's not permitted if we remove it.
Well, then they'll be in violation, or we have to be removed. I mean, you can't just
I-
build a pole
Well, I think
barn.
I
mean,
wouldn't
you
be
have
able to
to-
tell if somebody lives there or not, but, if they try to create a second address or something, that's when we would get involved.
Yeah,
And
but,
there are also, in terms of ADUs and the concern of turning a pole barn into somewhere where someone is living, obviously there are other regulations outside of zoning, the health department, if they try to hook up sewer or water, the fire department has standard fire code, that type of thing. So those are also restrictions that help to prevent anybody from
Yeah,
taking an
developing
accessory
it,
structure
yeah.
and trying to make it a livable structure.
Yeah, I mean, you could live technically just in a barn, I guess,
Yeah.
you know, but
So-
you'd be limited.
So if we prohibit, or I'm sorry, we're not prohibiting, if we remove the accessory dwelling units, we can't say no entirely, but they can apply for a use variance.
And use variance, the standard for a use variance is much higher than an area variance, which.
It is
the u-
hard.
The use variance is almost impossible. You have to prove that, because the goal of a use variance is you should really be rezoning. So that's just something to keep in mind.
What about like antique shop? So is that currently, that's a conditional use, is that permanent? Runs with the land, if that's granted? Do we have that
I think we were thinking about these, because I went through all these with Robin, and I'm sure other people went through them as well. I was more thinking, okay, in Lewis Center Village, the buildings are for the zone farm residential. What if what if Nick McCoy wanted to turn his home into an antique shop?
Yeah, but then, remember, it doesn't just apply there, it applies everywhere. So any of these things that are granted this isn't just Lewis Center. I
Right,
mean, could
right,
they
right,
have and then they could apply for conditional use permit, I guess, for home occupation, depending on how intensive it is.
Yeah.
But if it's too intensive, I don't know how many people actually want a big retail shop with people going in and out right next door. I mean, you have to realize if you're allowing here, you're allowing it. I mean, so basically, all the people that currently live in FR1 are all of a sudden going to be subject to every single thing of these. I mean, community center, collection, recycling facility.
I think as far as like a public building goes, like, how much control does the township have? So if there's like, the library system wants to build a library in FR1 property, like, do we have the right to say no to that? Yeah.
So
If they have what?
there's a Supreme Court of Ohio decision
Yeah,
that
so we
basically
can't
said,
regulate
yeah.
Can't
public
regulate
buildings.
what?
Like, if the library wants to go in a FR1 district, we can't say no.
They need to make
It's only
a,
for government buildings.
but a library is,
Yeah.
correct, government building, so library or
Yeah.
school district, they have to make a good faith effort to comply, but at the end of the day, if they can't,
Yeah.
they can go ahead and do it.
But that's not an antique shop, and that's not an art studio. What about, in collection and recycling facility, what was that added? I mean, do we have to even allow those? I mean, why is that in the FR1? So all of a sudden, someone could come in and, based on somewhat loose criteria, you could have 10 or 5 neighbors complain and say, we don't want this here. I mean, I've seen things approved here that neighbors vehemently objected, and it got approved anyway.
Well, I think fortunately with us, Remke's private, so we can't take that out, but that shouldn't be a problem
Yeah,
for
and
our
the
community.
idea behind
Yeah.
a conditional use is that
Yeah.
it may be appropriate in some areas depending on the lot, you know, I don't think
But I
we're
don't think
suggesting
it
to
is.
put a collection and recycling facility right next to somebody's home, but if it's a 50-acre lot,
If these are
then
things, are
it may
these all
make
things
sense.
that people have asked for? Do we have a bunch of people coming asking for a community center, an FR1 community, community garden maybe, construction-related structures, I can see maybe daycare, depending. Event center, doesn't that already, wasn't there a case law that on an FR1 property you can have?
Yeah, it's.
it depends on
yeah.
some people try to define it as
Agritourism, yeah.
agritourism.
The agritourism, yeah, so why even put that in there then, if they're already allowed to do the agritourism? I don't know why
But
we.
it has to have the agricultural component, so theoretically, if somebody just opened up an event center, that's the difference of.
Yeah.
Under the current law,
Sorry.
there has to have the agricultural component in order to be exempt.
Yeah, so, but that seems like that might be a somewhat acceptable. But there's all these fitness facility, gym, garden center, and there's government administration, but why do we have that in there unless they would need to be required to try to comply?
Correct.
Okay, so that, I guess, that group home, kennel,
If,
all these things
Just so
in
I
here that will
Yeah.
could drastically change the living standards of hundreds, if not more, of our residents. Every single thing in this whole book is that way, actually. And there's a law of unintended consequences. We're going to have no idea until we implement all this, what's going to happen.
for my sake, if the board is open to going through each of the uses for the FR1 to tell, I just need to understand what you want me to strike out or not. That would be helpful. I hear the ADU, agriculture is a given, antique shop, is that a yay or a nay?
Personally, I don't think we should strike accessory dwelling units. I don't think we should essentially ban them in the township, but
But who's asking for those? How many people will be coming in? Is that benefiting the people that, so you buy an FR1 property and you know what the zoning code is, and all of a sudden, if there was gonna be a rezoning, the neighbors would be notified, they come in and give their opinion. But for a conditional use permit, the standards are a lot lower.
But
There's
don't they
very
still,
few
don't we still
conditions.
notice to the neighbors with?
Oh, yeah, but it's, the standard is much, it doesn't go to the trustees. It's only the BZA makes the final decision. We can't say no. So many residents will come in and complain about various uses, and the conditions to approve or disapprove are very vague.
May I just add one thing? Across the street from us, there's an accessory dwelling unit that was added onto a house that's a bed and breakfast. It's an entire different building. And then they have a pole barn that they also rent out. Those are the kinds, and we did not receive notice because we can see them, but we're not within, because we have larger lots, we're not within the notification area.
That's another point, yeah.
So they were allowed to build it with probably 2 or 3 people notice.
Yeah,
I will
so-
say our code did expand, we did increase the notification
Yeah.
area, so.
That's good, but it's
Yeah.
different than when you have to
But
rezone a
that's the
property.
type of use that-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you rezone a property, notify the neighbors, and the trustees can ultimately say no. In this case, you're talking about a BZA board, some of who have more, some have less experience. It's a hard job, it's a lot of information, but they make the final decision. And even if I've seen cases where there were 5 or 10 residents that were upset, and they approved it anyway. So basically, you have a business use right next door to you, and in a home. I mean, not everyone wants that. There's just so many different uses that
Yeah,
are
so
being
I hear
proposed
2
in here.
different things for the ADUs, so I'm gonna have to lean on you, trustee Faust, to tell me what you want
Swimming
to do.
pool?
So I'm not comfortable with them in the neighborhood zone, but I am comfortable with them being an a conditional use
Okay.
in the FR.
All right, and then how do we feel about antique shop and art studio?
So every single FR1 property can come in that, as long as it meets the criteria, and build an accessory building. And rent
They
it.
have to ask the question.
Yeah, they have to get a
come before us.
conditional use
Yeah,
permit,
they have
but
to get a
you allow
conditional use
one, you're gonna have to allow all of them. So you could have 20, 30 bed and breakfasts all throughout the township. Yeah,
seems
look
unlikely.
Yeah.
Well, once it starts, I mean, well, you just
Well,
said,
they're
someone just said
individual
it's really.
cases, right? Like, it's not.
Yeah,
And with conditional use permits, an application could theoretically meet every single criteria, and the BZA can still vote no. It's,
Yeah, but they don't seem to usually vote no, at least the last time I looked. So, but it's kind of a contradiction of people saying they're hot and everyone wants them, but then it's also being said you're not gonna have very many. There's a contradiction there.
I think if we see a ton, we can always come back, amend it, and rework it, so.
In that sense, it'd be easier to add it later than to strike it later.
But no one has those. I'm not familiar with anyone in Delaware County that even has
Doesn't,
those.
I don't think it changes. If we keep it now or change, I don't,
If we take it away,
if you take it away, someone would either have to request a use variance, which again, those are impossible for the most part, or someone would have to ask the township to amend the zoning resolution to either identify it as a conditional use or a permitted use in a specific district. It would not be permitted in the township at this time.
But all of a sudden, you're on an FR1 property, and then your neighbor's building an extra building, and like I said, you can have 15 people living in a building, township can't do anything about it. And that's actually been, lots of cars and in and out, and you can't do anything about it. And that, like I said, it happened in a neighboring township where they actually built, and they couldn't prohibit it, and now there's renters living in this house right next to the single-family house, which is on a larger lot, but it is in a neighborhood. So, yeah, in theory, like on Parkway or the different areas, you could have 2 houses in essence. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't never double the number of units, but, you buy your house and it's FR1 and you look at the land use plan, you're like, well, we're set the way we are, and all of a sudden, all these,
does the ADU have a different address?
They can, they don't have to. They often do.
They often do.
It's basically doubling the density in the FR1 potentially. And it's one thing
Again, I
if you-
think if we were to see a trend like that, we would probably want to make some pretty quick zoning decisions, or
And-
policy changes.
Yeah, but why do we have to follow the trends when we serve the existing residents? I mean, and what if someone purchased a property and then we took it out later and they said, well, we wanted to have this conditional use and it was in the code when we bought the property, now we can't because we took it out?
So.
Is that okay?
So a few things, if it's identified as a conditional use and someone gets an ADU, gets a conditional use permit for that ADU, and the township were to take the, use out, then that would be a lawful non-conforming structure. If it were to burn down, they'd be able to rebuild it. And your code deals with how do you handle non-conforming structures. To your other, I think you had another question of what happens if I bought in the township, it's identified as a conditional use, I want a ADU, but the township takes this out of the zoning resolution before I can submit an application.
It's too bad.
It's too bad, I mean, I'm sure that there may be folks, that's something that may happen with any zoning amendment.
I just don't know of any township is there any township in Delaware County that's actually currently using them and how's it working out? I mean, I hate to be the guinea pig for everything. That's to have a separate, basically a separate dwelling unit.
I know City of Delaware has it, I don't know, regional planning has put together some like advocacy stuff for it, but, I don't have a confident answer to
Yeah, I
share
just
with you.
don't, I
A
don't.
couple additional, again, in terms of, it's a business decision,
Yeah.
but just to address a couple additional concerns, because it's a fair concern of, look, we don't want two houses on one property.
Yeah.
ADU does have to, it is an accessory structure, so it is subject to your accessory structure restrictions. It does, and your definition for it also says that it has to be subordinate to the underlying use. So there are restrictions that prevent it, a situation where you're gonna have two, full-size houses. Again,
How big can it be? What page is that on?
I don't believe there's a maximum, but again, it needs to be subordinate to the principal use, which would be the principal structure.
So if you had a 4,000 square foot house, you could have a 3,000 square foot ADU?
Correct.
well, and that's where the conditional use comes in terms of the conditional use permit of, BZA.
But the criteria to approve it is what? What criteria is used to actually consider that?
Well, conditional uses in current code, are you able to explain what the criteria is now?
Yes.
Which is, it is minimal.
It's
with any
very
condition.
minimal now, yeah.
I mean, and I can't remember off the top of my head, I know there's some flowery language in terms of, the impact on surrounding properties, the impact on traffic, and, it's.
Very subjective, though. It's very subjective.
And that's where but in terms of what your current code set.
Subjective helps if there is a lot of people that attend and that they're, they don't,
against
that are
Well,
against
that's
it.
what it seems like, but there's been at least a couple that people were very against it and they approved it anyway.
And that's where.
It's very emotional almost.
When the BZA is different from the zoning commission or the trustees taking action, that it's a judicial decision.
Yeah,
And
and we have no
they use
control
their
over
best
it.
judgment, and that's why that's why there's
Yeah.
flexibility in how they make that determination.
Right, but it'd be rare. Some of these decisions they're making, it's the first time ever. It's just the nature of BZA is almost every situation is different, and sometimes you haven't seen the disadvantage or advantage of a precedent.
Which is why I wanted to reduce the FR1 setbacks, because that's not always guaranteed as an approved variance. That's
Can I-
kind of the,
There are 8 criteria for conditional use which the Board of Zoning Appeals must take into account. The requested conditional use will be consistent with the objectives of this zoning resolution and the Orange Township Comprehensive Plan. The proposed use is in fact established as a conditional use within the applicable zone or district. The requested conditional use is of such a nature and design to be constructed, operated, and maintained in such a manner that it will not adversely affect the existing or intended development pattern of the general vicinity. The requested conditional use will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighboring uses. The requested conditional use will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as sidewalks, transit access, streets, police and fire protection, drainage structures, refuse disposal, water and sewers, and schools. The requested conditional use will not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person's property or the general welfare by reason of excessive production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors. If proposed, Vehicular approaches to the property of the requested conditional use shall not adversely affect pedestrian safety within and near the subject property. If proposed, vehicular approaches to the property of the requested conditional use shall not adversely affect vehicular traffic on surrounding public rights-of-way.
Right, but so a lot of that's subjective, though. So what if if you meet all the criteria, but you have 2 neighbors that object, or you have 6 neighbors that object, or you have 20 neighbors? How do you decide? Do they have to meet all those criteria? Every single one?
No, the BZA, even if an application meets all of the criteria, the BZA could still deny the application.
Yes, that's true, but also what if they meet 3 of the criteria? Can they approve it? What are the criteria for approval? No, it's very unclear.
Those are the criteria.
Right, but so I'm saying it's very arbitrary. I've seen like 10 residents come in very upset about a conditional use permit right next to neighboring properties, and they approved it anyway, even though everyone was upset about it. I've seen that at least twice.
And
So,
what I would say, from a legal perspective, the number of residents, that's not what the BZA can consider. They have to consider evidence, just like in a court. We've heard opinion from well-reasoned opinion from residents today lobbying you folks, because they're allowed to provide thoughts and feelings and opinions about the zoning resolution. With respect to BZA decisions, when the BZA makes a decision and makes a determination that it does meet this criteria, there has to be fact-based evidence. There has to be it's not just an opinion of, I feel that this will impact traffic. It's how does this impact traffic, or that type of
But
thing.
BZA could never determine that. Well, there's going to be 3 cars instead of 1. Like, what are the standards? What are the thresholds for that? So if it's going to adversely affect traffic, what does that mean? That, there's going to be 3 more cars, there's going to be 10 more? It's extremely arbitrary. I mean, the language is specific, but there's no standards or thresholds for how to make that determination for each criteria.
So what I would say is the trustees are charged with appointing members to the BZA, and whether it's, and
But they don't have, they only hear some of these once in a while, and in every township I've ever been, they struggle with making a decision because they don't make that specific decision for that specific impact.
It's a tough board to be on, yeah.
It is, really, and a few different decisions can really impact, the whole township.
All right.
Okay,
Does the
so-
position stay the same, or are we
Well,
changing?
are we gonna make a decision tonight?
That was the goal, yes.
In the goal, yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna we might have to table it and have people think about something, but.
If we can go through the uses,
Yeah, let's
though.
go through all the
Okay.
uses and-
The antique shop, art studio, yay, nay, we can remove
But are
those.
these are not permitted currently?
I think you could do a home it's,
Yeah, so that's, the answer is potentially yes. The current FR1 resolution allows for home occupations, which means that somebody has a home-based business. It could be an antique shop, it could be a number of things, but it does have the requirement that they are living on the property. These conditional uses would not have that requirement. So in theory, somebody could have an antique shop and they would not
It
be
could
living on
just
the
be my
property.
place of business
Yes.
rather than my
So
home.
basically, you're converting a residential area to commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
and
that-
what
In that sense. And that's not good.
So the flip side of that is that, if it becomes more of a commercial use, then they do have to follow the development standards of Article 21, which are substantially increased in this zoning resolution, which means buffer zones, which means lighting protection, which means more standards than
But it
just
would
a
not
home
be a
occupation.
rezoning? It would not be a rezoning? Or it would be a rezoning?
No, it would be a conditional use.
A conditional use
Is that the
following the
expanded-
commercial standards?
Yes.
So why are I
Basically.
just don't know why we're going to allow commercial uses in
our
a
FR
residential area.
areas.
I
Yeah,
mean,
okay, so let's just scratch the antique shop and art studio and keep moving.
But is there a
So
limit?
I think we're on the same page.
Is there a limit to the number of employees that can work during the conditional use permit? There used to be a limit of like 2 or something.
I think there was, but it was, I don't know how we can enforce that.
No, but even if you can't enforce it, it still has to keep an honest
Yeah.
person honest. If you have no
Well,
limit,
that was home occupation.
Yeah, that is the home occupation. So, but the Board of Zoning
There-
Appeals would have the ability to add that as a condition.
Okay.
but
that
is there a
was a
limit
concern.
currently for the home occupation? There is currently a limit of like 2 employees. I would like to keep that because then, There's just so many things that are changing, it's hard
I
to
think
tell what's gonna happen.
Remove collection facility, that was loud and clear,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
let's go ahead and scratch that one. Also, the community center, I think, a facility where activities are programmed for children, adults, or seniors by public or non-for-profit entity, or, yeah, activities must be community-oriented, may be located indoors, outdoors, or on associated playfields. I don't necessarily.
Which one are we at?
Community center, I'd say let's scratch that
Okay.
as well.
Well, these are all very similar but different.
Yeah. Garden
Community
is
garden.
fine. Construction-related services, that's just basically my construction trailer while I'm building something on that house, so I think, on that property, so
Wait,
that's okay.
construction-related structures?
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what
what
that
is
is.
that? Is there
It's like a
definition?
trailer, if
Job
you
site
need
trailer.
a temporary
Is
trailer.
there a definition for that?
Yes, there's a definition for everything.
But what is the so why would you need a construction-related structure if you don't have those? Do
It's
we
an
have those-
impermanent structure erected or placed only at a construction site for the purpose of administration and management of the construction activities or for enclosed storage of construction supplies. Don't love that.
But, right,
An
exactly.
impermanent structure erected or placed within a subdivision for the purpose of selling properties and dwellings within such subdivision and where impermanent structure is removed before or shortly after the sale of the last developed lot within the subdivision.
So why is that in here? I've never seen that before.
Temporary non-residential structures such as construction trailers and temporary trailers of a non-residential character are permitted uses in the current FR1 zoning.
Yes, and that's different though than,
I think that's just referencing this.
Well, it's just a definition that we didn't have.
yeah, but
Yeah.
is it too expansive?
I don't. So it's allowed in the FR1 currently.
Correct.
It is, but the language we're reading here seems to be more expansive. Is it?
Well,
Or
we
not?
just created a definition that didn't exist.
That, does that allow more? This is for storage of.
I
did
don't
we-
love that it's an enclosed storage of construction supplies.
Yeah, that's
I'm fine
like-
with it being a construction, like a
Yes.
job site trailer, or you're building the house.
Yes,
So you have 20 acres and you're putting a mansion.
So I live on an FR1 property and I'm a contractor and I want to store my supplies there. That wouldn't be allowed.
Not in, I wouldn't want it in a
That
trailer.
would be permitted under the current
It
regulation.
is currently.
wait, what, you can't support, you can,
It requires a permit.
Put it in a
but,
barn.
but you can currently put an
Yeah.
enclosed structure in for the storage
Yes.
of construction materials, but separate from the
Yeah.
trailer with it? Like, is it separate use?
I mean, it could be either. We would, if it was multiple, then we would require multiple permits for it.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can take it out, but anything before is legally, what did you say, law, what'd you call it?
Legally.
Lawful non-conforming.
Lawful
Oh, yeah,
non-conforming.
but do we have any of those right now? It's in temporary?
I think I
Is it
know
temporary or
well.
permanent?
Yes. we do.
It's temporary. They're permitted for 6 months.
6 months, but it can be renewed?
And this one still says an impermanent structure, so that also to me
Right,
says
yeah.
temporary.
The new one?
Yeah.
I guess it's fine.
Yeah, and I believe it's in Article 5 where there's regulations on, they're allowed for 6 months, and then, if they want to be longer than 6 months, they have to renew the permit.
They have to do what?
Renew
Renew
the
it?
permit.
And what are permits renewed? What's the criteria for that?
I would have to look. I don't know that we've ever denied one.
Right,
But we
that's my
could.
point. That's my point. Okay.
So keep it or no?
Is it substantially the same as is currently, or
Yes.
is
Yes.
it?
Yes, sorry, so then let's keep
Is it?
this the
Okay, it's
same.
fine.
All right, so daycare type, home type A and B, I believe that just has the difference of the quantity of children. Is that correct?
And they can currently request a conditional use permit for a home occupation for that. But type A and B, is that like 6 or 12 or something? Do we know?
That's based on the license with
Yes,
the.
7 to
like,
12 is
code
type
JFS.
A, 1 to 6 is type B.
Oh.
But I believe we already have that.
Correct.
Yeah,
so
that's
then
what I
that
meant.
stays.
But that's, yeah, that's already in there.
All right, essential communications facility, is that like a cell phone tower?
Correct.
I feel like
No,
we
wait.
don't have any
We don't
authority.
have control over.
Wait, what? No, hold on, wait, let's go back. If
I'm
you-
just going through the FR1 stuff.
If you go to community garden, wait, construction-related structures.
We did that one.
But this is permitted. It's not a conditional use permit. It's currently permitted?
Yes, it's
currently
currently
permitted.
permitted.
So you don't even have to ask for permission?
You have to have
get
a permit from the
Is-
zoning department.
Yeah, just an administrative permit, yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay.
So A and B now would
So you'd
be,
still have to get an administrative permit with this?
Correct.
with
Okay.
what? Which one?
All right, construction-related services. Okay. Community garden.
Wait, no, it's just permitted.
Correct. but,
Yeah.
so
It's
is
currently
so is a
permitted.
home, but you
Yes.
still need a zoning permit
Everything,
for a
anything
home.
new you build is still requiring a permit.
Okay.
This doesn't like exempt it.
And so A, B, and the daycares are currently allowed, but with the home occupation, right? And so these new ones would
No, because that's daycare home versus daycare center. Daycare center is not permitted in the FR1.
Yeah, so this is similar to what's already
Yes.
permitted with the same process?
Yeah, we did,
Great.
we did
Okay.
not, it's prohibited to have a daycare center, so you have to live there.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right. So,
That makes sense.
page 65. The central communications facility, that's the cell phone tower. We really cannot say no to that.
Correct.
Okay. Event
But
center,
so that is permitted, but has to have an administrative permit.
yes, I believe everything has to, yes.
I don't, do we have to get a permit for a cell tower?
It's very long and complicated.
Yeah. The language that you have in your code matches the law.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it's still subject to the setbacks and height requirements and stuff?
It depends,
Yeah.
What does that mean?
because the law,
Telecommunications companies are exempt from following certain zoning laws.
Yes.
Certain, yeah, but not
Yes.
all.
Yeah.
and I
Right.
don't have the section of the code memorized, so I can't give you
But
that
we
answer
did
right
reference
now.
the
But yeah.
law of it, yeah.
Yeah, but
But we-
recently
and I
another
can-
township lost a lawsuit based on
Yep.
that, and they lost it. And, I mean, the township won
Yeah.
against
Yeah.
the cell phone tower, and it was too high and too close to the site, and they had to come back and ask for
Yeah, in a
variance,
residential
so
zone, we have a little more.
It's not completely
yeah.
exempt, yeah.
Gotcha.
So I heard, I think no on event center, right?
No on event center.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, and then fitness facility and gym, that's also a no, because that creates a lot of traffic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, garden center, that's,
What,
I'm gonna do a greenhouse.
Yeah.
but that's still for sale, right? Still
Yeah,
for
or
sale?
it could also be like at Oakland Nursery.
No, I mean, I mean, that,
We
again.
don't
Conditional use,
Conditional use, yeah.
they have to come and ask, right?
Yeah,
But-
I mean,
but-
Bell Canyon Family Farms. they
yeah,
have
that
to
is
come
for
and
one,
ask.
yeah.
Right,
But wait, isn't that already approved if it's a agricultural type use?
It depends on the nature of the use and whether it would truly be considered agricultural. I would have to.
I think they have to grow their products there, right?
Yeah.
If they don't, so if it's just like a
I guess a little store.
plant store, I don't know.
I mean, it's very, like I said, the conditional use permit language is still pretty vague when you're
I think we
asking
can
people to
take it out,
decide.
because I think they would probably
Yeah.
go for agriculture. I think it would
Yeah, they
fit,
probably use the
yeah.
agricultural, and then, again,
We don't have agriculture.
yeah,
Yes, we do, it's in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The uses, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they would go into
Yeah,
an
yeah.
agricultural,
Mhm.
okay, sorry.
yeah, so it
That
makes it
gotcha.
a slightly higher standard that if you just allow everyone to have it, they're allowed to have it, but making them meet certain criteria is, I think,
Okay.
always the best.
All right, so government administration, that is conditional.
And we have to allow
Have to
that,
allow that?
or,
I mean, I would just make it permitted, honestly, because government.
It would be
does not
allowed
have
either
to.
way.
but don't they have to make an effort to meet the criteria? Is that
Is
correct?
that like the school, like a school's government administration?
The school would not be government
No,
administration.
because that's a
but it-
separate one.
yeah. Government would be us or the county, or I suppose if the city.
Well, the
of Ohio
government, the
wants to
school
locate a
is, the
facility.
school isn't a government agency, is it not?
No, it's a public.
It-
it's a local
It is a government,
entity.
yeah, so would they, would be
And
allowed?
they, I mean,
called
they,
them out separate.
we've had our fair share of school projects here, and we tell them the standards, and they don't really do anything with them.
Well, then why even include it? If
Yeah,
they're gonna
that's-
do
I
whatever
mean-
they want, just take it out, I mean,
Yeah.
but you said they have to make an effort to.
Right, and so that's part of the goal of if you have things located, then that.
If we have something to
that's-
reference it,
Right.
they
Yeah.
would make more of an effort, yeah.
And is there a definition of government administration in
Any
here?
building which hosts offices for personal.
We
for-
made a definition for every
personnel,
one.
Yeah, either directly employed or contracted to provide a government administrative function.
So that could be a school, yeah, school is a
Yes.
government,
General, yeah, big,
Yep.
big umbrella,
but
We
they're
do
a
have a
government.
separate category for different types of schools, though.
yeah.
Yeah,
separate
but they
categories.
still, maybe they fit into both categories technically.
Yeah, we'll need to make sure that those uses line up.
Yes,
Solar energy,
Ground-mounted solar energy system, a solar energy system that mounts a solar panel or panels and facilities directly on or above the ground. So this is a solar panel on the ground, it's not panels on my roof.
Correct.
wait, are we keeping government administration?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I don't know, do we have solar, this is where we finally added solar, right? And, I mean, how big, are there limitations on how big, wait, it would be a conditional use? So if, I mean, in theory, if anyone came in with this unit of any size, it could be perceived to not be in character with the current zoning. I don't know why you would, you know?
well, there is some case law that for solar panels, like a solar farm, is that like, you know,
Yeah, what is the case law?
Townships only have the ability, not case law, but there's a recently enacted revision to Chapter 519, the section that governs township zoning. Townships only have the ability, have limited authority to regulate, quote, small solar farms, which is basically something that I think kicks off maybe 50 watts, megawatts, whatever the unit of power is. And anything above that, the county has limited regulatory authority over.
So they have nothing up to 50, but they have some for over 50.
You have limited authority up to 50.
Okay.
You have the ability to regulate. You do not have the ability to regulate over 50. The county has
The
some
county
limited
does.
authority. Yeah.
So do these standards for this, are they in line with that, or should we just, I mean,
They are, so, and there's a whole section on solar facilities in Article 5. We had this discussion at the zoning commission level, which was basically, the zoning commission landed on if it's solar panels on a house, then, that's generally fine. If it's, freestanding solar panels, and some people do have just, kind of one or two, solar panels on the ground, which at the zoning commission, they discussed it and landed on if it's freestanding, then it should have to come to the BZA for a conditional use. If it's on the building, then it's fine, but they wanted the extra protection of having a conditional use for any ground-mounted solar.
While we're thinking through that, can we turn back to the definition of government administration real quick? To that definition, can we include that it does not include a school, college, university, school primary, or school secondary
In the definition,
in the definition of government administration?
since that's separate.
Since we have specific carved out definitions for those institutions.
but technically, so like a college, like Ohio State, is that considered to be a government? And can you carve it out like that? Can you take that out and say the government does not include, it's just for our purposes, we can take that out?
So separate and a part of anything that you have in your zoning resolution, Ohio State is a governmental authority, and they only have to attempt to comply with City of Columbus's zoning regulations, and if they don't feel like it, they can do whatever they want.
Well, and the reason I say that is if we specifically define, say, a college, university as a post-secondary institution licensed by the state of Ohio, so on and so forth, and we have a specific definition meant for a specific type of entity, then we shouldn't allow them to pick between being that specific type of definition and a government administration. So that's why I think we should exclude them from our definition of government
Yeah, our
administration.
definition, yeah. And we can do that because it's our own definition.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Even though they might not need to actually apply with our
Yeah.
rules.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes
Alright.
sense.
It's aspirational.
how do we feel about a group home?
No group home.
No group home.
We do have to allow it in some places. Is it okay if we remove it from the FR1?
Give me just a moment, because I can't.
Where do we allow it?
It's
Oh, it's already allowed in,
conditional
oh.
community living, and it's conditional in neighborhood.
Yeah, so there's a certain section of the Ohio Revised Code that basically says, for certain types of group home facilities, you do have to, that are licensed under the state of Ohio, they, I believe, have to be permitted in single family, and it depends on the number of
Conditional,
persons
yep.
living in the group home. So this is very dependent on state law as well as our own regulations.
But does it have to be required in the FR1?
So for any single family district, which is FR1, there are certain group homes that have to be permitted uses. And that's based on, I think it might be a maximum of 6 people.
So any district that allows a single-family home.
Correct.
Has
So
to
then we need to keep this.
Yeah.
So we have to keep it, but what are the
And-
conditions for approval for that? Or the
There are no,
condition?
it is, if a district permits a single-family home, if that's a permitted use, then and when we say group home, there is a specific license. It's not just, I'm having.
So that should be permitted use then in the districts?
And conditional.
Then it's pardon me,
It-
the next step is, in a multifamily district, those facilities can be conditional uses for, again, a set population. I think it might be 6 to 12.
I think
more
it's
than
6 to 16.
6 to 16.
In multifamily?
Correct.
And where,
so we have it as conditional for our single-family zone and FR1, like, should that be permitted?
My recollection is you've got, hold on, I'm looking.
Yes, the definition of a group home is a residence or facility licensed under ORC 5119 or 5123 that provides accommodations and supervision for 6 to 16 unrelated adults, at least 3 of whom require personal care services.
So that more says to me maybe a developmental disabilities group home.
Yeah, and I mean, really, this is one of those, I think, since state law kind of overrides our own,
Yeah.
I think it'd be fine to remove it.
Yeah, just remove it entirely, and then if they come in, then they just,
So you're
Do it
removing
anyways?
all of group home?
well, if they're already
Well,
permitted.
I think as a conditional use, because if it's permitted by the state, then there would seem to be no reason for a conditional use.
So then it's a permitted use?
Or is it a permitted use?
Even if you identify it as a conditional use, let me look at that definition, because I know that there were several definitions of several different group homes at various stages of drafting. Give me just a second.
Okay, can we pause this?
What?
Did you want to speak? I do. Yeah, I would
Oh,
love to let
yeah.
you speak,
Go
and
ahead.
then we can go
Yeah.
on and
Keep
do
grinding
I'm
sausage.
assuming you have something else to talk about. Sorry.
That's okay. I really appreciate how thorough you guys are and that you actually listen to concerns. My name's Amanda Blymeister. I live at 2097 Chicory Court. And my first meeting was here actually a few months ago. So when I bought my home on Chicory, we thought it was perfect, right? We have neighbors, they're wonderful, and we back up into an FR1. And so we thought, worst case scenario, there are all these, setbacks that have to be set. And so even if things were changed, we'd still have the ambiance of our home. And so I'm a nurse, so I don't know all of the ins and outs of all of this, but I'm trying to get familiar. But I do feel, when I read through this maximal density, and there is currently, I think it's tabled currently, I haven't seen anything else come from it. There's a project for an FR1 to become, it was a single-family planned residential district, but now I guess that will be neighborhood.
Okay.
And it looks like the maximum housing you'll be able to have now is 2.5 houses per acre, and it used to be 2, and then all the width and depth of lot lines are smaller, and the setbacks from front side and
Yes, yes.
back are all smaller, and it sounds like we're just making it easier for this developer that's bought this land to just put in as many houses as he wants
Yes.
in my backyard.
Yes.
And I'm just really concerned that these changes are just gonna make things so much easier for that developer. And so I guess I just wanted to understand what is the reason that we're changing these
And I do have that
standards.
as an item on my list that I
Okay.
will plan to bring up, but we can, I mean, do you want to talk, sorry, I didn't know we were still doing public comment, or I wouldn't have gone on so long about the other stuff. But I did have that in I haven't spoken yet about it, but I did have a concern about reducing increasing the density, because originally it was going to be 3 originally, and also reducing the setbacks. I was very concerned about to 20 feet basically between houses, which is like unprecedented in the township, reducing the front yard setback to 25 feet and the rear yard to 30 feet from what we have now. So I was very concerned about that, and I thought that was kind of,
Yeah, and I will tell you, a lot of my neighbors aren't here because, I think it's been mentioned that these changes are in place, but I don't know how aware.
nobody understands any of this. That all you
Yes.
guys have come to this hearing kind of understand, but what I found is most people, it's very confusing. And I think if everyone were to understand what was happening here, we would have thousands
A
of
lot
people
more
in here.
people.
Absolutely.
And I will say, the last meeting that I came to, I actually walked to 150 neighbors' houses to hand out flyers that the meeting was going to occur, because only so many people were notified. And you have to be very close to be notified, in my opinion. And so just walking around and meeting, oh, I had no idea this was happening. Oh, I had no idea this was happening. And so I guess, I'm not saying that I don't want there to be development, but I want it to take into account how it affects, like, my home, the ambiance. And I know there was a lot of pushback at the last meeting about that we did a traffic study and traffic won't be affected. with this, 24-house community junctioning into South Old State Road, just north of Orange. And it's like, there's no way that that's not going to affect traffic
But they've already
tremendously.
applied for that, is that right? And they've had the zoning hearings?
tabled.
It was
So,
tabled.
so it would be under the current standards unless they withdrew and reapplied.
There has been no reapplication yet, but but
Okay.
changing these standards as they are currently written will make it easier for, like,
They could withdraw and reapply under the new standards. But it wouldn't apply to them as their application stands now because this hasn't
Yeah.
been passed. So
Right, yeah.
you would be
I-
re-notified.
right, I
But your general point of if this changes every area like that in the whole township to make it easier, make it denser. And, if we're increasing it by even 25% density, it's 25% more schools.
Right, and like you said, I bought my home for a very specific reason. Like, I did want some neighbors, but I also have this gorgeous backyard, and it's gonna be gone, basically. And I feel like there's no way it won't impact my home value and, everything we built into it, so.
And, it probably would be obviously developed at some point, but within the standards that we currently have, at least, this just makes it even closer.
Correct, yes. And if it were maintained as an FR1, then I don't think it would impact at all, honestly. And I know that they will have to go through and have things rezoned, but then I still feel like I need to do the trudging and calling and emailing to get people to come, like.
Well, we are expanding our notification parameters in what's being proposed or discussed right now. So we're very aware that the legal 100-foot notification requirement is just way too limited.
Okay.
So, and we appreciate you contacting
Yeah.
your neighbors.
Yeah, thank you.
You shouldn't have to, but we appreciate you doing it.
Yeah, but I just think that allowing there to be more homes squeezed in just isn't in the best interest of current residents.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
you.
Any
Robin,
more
do you know
public
what
comment?
it's, oh yeah, is there any more?
Anybody else that?
I think that's all. Do you know what the noticing is changing to?
Was it 200 feet before, or was it 400, or it's changed so many times?
And then she said it's hard too, because a lot of people affected are across the street, because of all the traffic and junctioning into South Old State there, so.
200 feet.
Okay. Can you
It's
tell me
currently
what
200?
page that's on, or like what?
And what was it
Page
before?
194.
What was it
It's
before?
200 feet.
It is, wait, it's 200, it's changing to 200?
So it's the same.
Increasing to,
It's the same. I would
Oh, I
like
thought
that.
someone said we were increasing
I
it.
thought we were increasing it.
I don't believe we landed on a number. Happy to put that in.
Yeah.
Yep, I would like to increase.
I mean, there's nothing in the law that says how many people, isn't it contiguous?
Well, there is law, but we can go above the law.
Yeah, I think
there are
it's
minimum standards,
Yeah.
which is basically
contiguous.
adjacent properties.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Or across the
it used
street.
to be just adjacent, or across the street, and then,
So now we do have to do like all abutting properties, even if there's I would like us to do it at the minimum, at
Well, it's
least all
200 right
abutting
now.
properties plus, even if there's,
well, it's 200 feet currently.
Yeah, it'd be
In the
200 feet
current
from
code,
any
it's
property
200.
line.
The
but
minimum
what if my
standard-
house is at the back of my lot and my lot is 400 feet deep?
It's the property,
parcel,
not the
property
actual
line.
parcel, yeah, not the actual house. So we could increase it, is it really expensive to increase it to 400, or is that going to be so many extra notifications?
I mean, it's just
I mean, that will
dance, right?
be a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of,
Does it double it? Because it's 200 currently, but I do,
depends on where it is. I mean,
it's technically contiguous, and that got changed to 200 at some point, and then we could
Yeah, I mean,
increase them.
if
How
the
many
board
do you
is a-
usually send out?
I mean, I think
It
if we
varies.
double our notice, our notice
We could do 300.
expansion, I mean, it's just gonna take us longer to get the notices out.
Yeah, but
That's,
then, yeah.
it's
but
not a problem. It's just, we usually do them as soon as we get the application, but it's a lot
How
more
many
paperwork.
notices do you send out
I
usually?
have
It could be
had-
hundreds
It
or
really
50, it
varies,
just
yeah.
It
depends
depends on the
property.
property, right? And Evans Farm is gonna be a lot, 400 feet, but, and farm
Yeah, I mean,
residential. but-
Evans Farm would be, I mean, we've
could be everybody.
had hundreds before,
Right.
so, which is,
I mean,
again,
I have
fine,
heard
but-
repeated complaints from residents
Yeah.
that they didn't know about this.
Yeah.
So again, my bosses are the residents, so I would like to double
Okay.
that.
Yeah, the more notice, the better.
Yes, I would like to double it.
Yeah.
Is it set in stone that we have to increase the density?
No, we're still figuring that out.
Yeah, we haven't decided that yet. That was on my list of things to talk about also.
We
But
did
for
land on
the
a number
current-
last meeting, but Lisa wasn't able to be at that meeting, so.
It got
we shall
reduced from,
revisit
well,
it,
there
yeah.
was
It
actually
was-
there was no standards in place at all, and then they put it to 3.
Right, yeah.
Remember? They weren't putting any standard in place, and then,
sorry, Amanda, I have to catch you on record, so.
Can you use the microphone?
Yeah,
Sorry.
So sorry.
That's okay.
But even if it was the same as current code, they could still request a variance.
Yes, and
that
that's the
then-
thing, so this straight district, we can put it at 3, or we could put it at 2.5, or we could keep it at 2, and that developer could
Yeah.
say, I don't want to do the straight district, so they have the option of coming before us with a planned district,
Yeah.
and they can propose 6.
yeah. And that is what that project
Okay.
did, apply for a planned district, because the 2 is a guidance in the planned district
Okay.
currently, so anybody can come in.
Guidance, it's currently
In
in
a planned
there.
district, you are not required to do 2
You're not currently.
currently.
It even
In the
said-
existing code.
Yeah, because, I mean, the board has approved all sorts of different densities
But I
over the
thought it
past.
said minimum density of 2, and that, well, because it's as agreed upon, but that's just the standard.
That's the
okay.
negotiation, yeah, yeah.
I guess
But,
I just didn't know if you take more into account, so say it is 2 and someone proposes 3.
Yeah.
That's a whole extra house per unit versus if it's 2.5. Oh, well, it's just half a house now. Like, I feel like it makes it easier for
it
developers to come
does,
in and
and then
just
increases
pack them
profits
in.
as well.
Correct. And
And
that was one of
the-
the first lines in the proposal that they had made, was that they want to
Gotcha.
increase community access and all, they don't,
What density is that development
it's
at?
2.88.
2.88?
basically 3, yeah. And and that developer came and spoke at one of these
Yes,
meetings
I
and
was
kind
there,
of, yeah,
yes.
great. So he kind of explained to us which we sort of said, if the street cost to put in the street, right? To do the development is what it is, to
Okay.
put in the sewer, to put in the
Yeah.
road, to put in the curbs and the gutters, that cost, say, $100. And so if I divide that $100 by 30 homes versus divide that cost by 20 homes, there should be a slight reduction in the cost of the
But
house.
there's no requirement for that. But basically, he could still, I asked that.
yes.
There's-
You did, yeah.
I mean, it's no
Yeah.
such thing as.
There's no guarantee
there's-
that they're going to be like,
well, there's
"Oh, I
no
have
such
30
thing
houses,
as
so I'm only gonna charge."
affordable housing. I mean,
Yeah,
because,
but
you know,
then he
what,
also, yes, he also said the homes are gonna cost about $300,000, but if you look at the homes surrounding this area, none of them cost that. They're all way more
well,
than
and that
that.
doesn't even have to be 300. You
Yeah.
could say that, and it could be 500. I
Correct,
mean,
and
it's
that's-
all
that's
whatever he
exactly
wants to
what will
do.
happen. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's a concern.
yeah. But again, if what we decide in the straight zoning, a developer can still say, I'm not going to do the straight zoning.
Yeah, I guess I just
Yeah.
want to empower the residents to
Yeah.
have more of a, be able to say, look how far outside their variances are that they're requesting. Yeah,
So thank you for bringing up the noticing thing, that was helpful.
okay, thank you.
So 400, 400 feet.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I
Do
guess
you-
we'll
Should we do 600?
USPS,
The
thanks.
whole township,
$1
everybody
each.
gets to know, I know.
Do I have to
so
hire an
expensive.
extra person?
Right.
Just as long as we keep that we're not legally required to pay for the advertisements. So,
Oh, that's, see,
You
there
know,
you go.
I do want
I
to,
used to notify extra people.
as much as I want to go through the use table, I do
Yeah.
want to bring up the density again, for the neighborhood zone, which is the single family. As Lisa mentioned, the trend has been, we started off with no density requirements. In this new code, the zoning commission was even like, we need something. So then we proposed the 3 units an acre. Then at the last trustee meeting, it was reduced to 2.5. Is the board, now, just based on feedback, is the board comfortable with sticking to that 2.5?
I
or
want
do
to
we
discuss
wanna-
that on my list. I haven't even started my list yet, so can we, this is my list, see? So I want to go through this, because we did public comment first, so. But are
So
we,
go through the tables then?
yeah.
So finish the tables. Okay, all right. We don't know yet.
We've been discussing the code for,
But-
At least a
but-
year.
But no hasty decisions. I mean, I'm concerned. This is something that's going to
for
affect
example,
everybody.
some trustees had reviewed these uses with, staff in October of last year. So the fact that we're still discussing them tonight is a little concerning, but
Yes.
I'm grateful that we're walking through them.
Well, we can just approve it as is. I mean, I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to vote no. I mean, every single one of these is, and I mean, I haven't discussed any of these with my fellow trustees, so this is the first time for that, and we're vetting things out.
Okay, so let's go through, keep going. We were at group home, and I believe we were leaving that as
Yeah.
conditional?
So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I'd recommend leaving as is. The definition of group home, is 6 and over.
Okay.
Which you do have the ability to regulate in your multifamily district as conditional uses. So I would leave as is. And
As a conditional use?
because that's what the law requires. Or the law gives you the ability to regulate them as conditional uses. If you take it out, then they will be permitted uses.
Oh.
If you.
Oh,
could- you
okay, we
could-
can't regulate
yes.
that. But in the neighborhood, that includes multifamily? Is the neighborhood just, where's multifamily here?
is CL, community living.
Oh, yeah, that's right, okay. So it's, do we need to include it in, oh, it is in there, go ahead.
Okay, home-based businesses, that's a given.
Now, home-based business, but that's permitted, right? Is that, so that has to be permitted in FR1?
So we differentiate a home-based business in this as compared to a home occupation, where a home-based business would be like, if you're doing taxes out of your home and you don't have anybody coming there, or if you're doing work from home.
Oh, that's like when the person was.
So it's no,
okay.
no customer traffic.
So, and that's defined in the code, right?
Yes.
Because that was the one where the guy wanted to sell the guns out of his house, and then he had to have a hearing, but that's kind of dumb if it's just a legal requirement, like your bank requires you to have a license. Okay, okay, go ahead.
Okay, integrated solar energy system that's incorporated into or replaces standard building materials but does not have mounting equipment. For example, these systems may include materials that replace traditional roofing, shingle, or siding materials, awnings, canopies, skylights, or windows. So that's like part of my exterior cladding of my house. So that's like your solar panel on your roof.
So
That's
what is-
allowed.
That is allowed?
That's allowed
Is that allowed?
everywhere.
Right, okay.
Kennel, we have as conditional.
What is currently allowed?
Kennels are conditionally permitted.
Okay, so I guess it's fine. I mean, it makes
Library.
more sense. Because every library is a government, right?
Yeah.
Mostly?
Can we exclude them as well from the definition of government
Sure.
administration? I'm sure we'll come across a few other.
But I also remember tonight, we had residents come here and express concerns, so then we're having a renewed look at this, right? The residents weren't in any of the meetings to discuss these things with us before. They didn't even think of it until tonight, so now we're taking a fine tooth comb.
Okay, offices, businesses, and professional. It's currently conditional.
Yeah, so like engineer office, that has a couple.
No, I mean, couldn't that be a home occupation? I mean, if someone lives there and wants to have a business, they could have it, but otherwise, basically, again, you're making a residential district into a commercial district that's
And
not
remove it.
agricultural
So
related.
remove? Okay,
Yeah,
scratch
we'll
that
remove
one.
it.
Overnight lodging, bed and breakfast.
Does that get, bed and breakfast, is that ever complicated in agriculture world?
I don't know that I've seen
So it's like a bed and,
I don't think I've seen someone try to make, an argument that a bed and breakfast is an agritourism.
okay.
I suppose theoretically, someone could try, I wouldn't put it past anybody,
Because, I mean,
like a farm stay type of thing.
yeah, that's what I was wondering,
Um,
but we can strike it if there's no. How do we feel?
I didn't even, like Susie said, there was one across the street from her. I had no idea about
Yeah,
that.
so I mean, that would be like a home occupation if they live there, right?
Yeah, and so we do have different definitions for the overnight lodging, bed and breakfast is differentiated from a short-term rental. So there is a difference there. I forget if the bed and breakfast definition requires them to live on site.
Detached residential dwelling where lodging and breakfast only are provided to transient guests for compensation in accordance with specific development standards and where owner or operator permanently resides on the properties.
Yes.
Okay, so they would have to live there, which is, I guess,
Do we have any of those?
there
Yes.
must have been one approved in the past that's across from Susie's
And that was
house.
a conditional use permit?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think it would fall under our current home occupation.
But, okay, so.
We're just clarifying it more now than we
Yeah, I
had
mean,
before.
that seems kind of reasonable. I don't think you would have 1,000 of those crop up, probably not. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Park, that is kind of everywhere. Permanent supportive housing. Community-based long-term housing and supportive services as appropriate for individuals with disabilities.
I would say, no, I would say get rid of most of it, just the businesses that,
But that's like a, it's a number of developmental disability.
Is that the same kind of category
a
as
group
group
home.
home?
I think the group home ties it to the specific statutory,
Okay.
requirements. And you just read the definition, which I did not hear those
There was no requirements, yeah.
referenced.
So
So-
does this does developmentally disabled permanent housing fall under that group home, and we don't need to have this one because it's redundant? Or should just match whatever we have in group home?
I would say if you want to treat it as the same, I would get rid of that use entirely.
Okay, so scratch.
And remove the definition, too.
I think,
Correct, yep.
right, personal services, that's a business. What is that business?
That's like a hairdresser.
Yeah,
So there is a distinction between definitionally permanent supportive housing and group home. I think group home was only for adults. Let me double check that.
but is the
It says
permanent,
6 to 16 unrelated adults, yes.
Yeah, so the permanent supportive housing says for individuals with disabilities, so that could be children.
but is that required under law? Or just group home, right? Are we required to have this?
Pardon me, the language for group home matches the statute.
Okay.
And so, again, if you want, in terms of permanent supportive housing, as trustee Ringel said, this is a broader definition.
What is the,
The permanent supportive housing.
I
So
mean,
it-
I think any businesses that are not required by law should be struck unless they,
I don't think of permanent supportive housing as a business.
Yeah.
but,
I could be incorrect in that thinking.
well, but it's,
Don't-
you're
There-
running,
my-
they're
My
getting
parents
paid
had a
for
group
it.
home that was in their neighborhood, and it was a couple houses down the street, and it literally never impacted us.
But it is a business because they're paying to be there. That is a business. So every single use here that is actually a business, that's no different than any other business. In fact, you might even have more people there than a small business. You could have 6, 20 people. I mean, I almost look at this whole list, anything that doesn't seem like it fits in the FR1, that's like bed and breakfast, I can see someone buying a house and having a small bed and breakfast. But all these other ones, most of them, the way I was looking at it is if it's something that is just a business and it's almost making it into commercial use that's not related, then just strike it. And that's a lot of these retail store, rooftop solar, no, not solar. A lot of these are just
Yeah,
schools and stuff. They're just businesses. I mean, that would simplify private garage. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's just a garage. Okay.
It's a garage for rent, essentially.
Garage for what?
For rent,
For rent?
renting garage space.
And do we have that currently?
It is not in our current code.
Why are we running, wait, I'm sorry, we still on, personal services? But again, it's another business. Basically, if you're opening your property up to be used in a commercial manner that doesn't seem to relate to the use, like a bed and breakfast, or maybe a kennel, those are more country kind of uses.
Yeah, I think really the next ones is removing personal services, removing, like, the rest is like public stuff on that page.
But private
What about
garage,
garage? I'm-
I'd say take it out. It's like self-storage. I mean, what's the keep
The
you running?
definition of private garage reads to me like it is just a garage, a residential garage, not a,
It could be for rent, but yes, it
But
could
it
be
could be
used
for
by.
rent also, so someone could put a boat in there, or what can you put in there?
So private garage is for residential purposes?
Yeah, I'll have to revisit
So
that.
A
we should
detached,
allow it.
a detached accessory building or a portion of the principal building used for the storage of 4 or fewer automobiles or trailers by the owners or tenants of the lot or by persons other than the owners or tenants of the lot by lease agreement with the owners or tenants of the lot. So that means you're renting
yeah,
the garage.
you could strike that
If you-
leasing.
Because you're allowed to have your own personal garage already, right?
Shall only be permitted as an accessory use and shall not be
there
permitted as
was-
a
Just take
primary
that
use
out.
of the property. So you
There
can't just
was a
have.
reason why we put that in there.
Yeah, no, it is, trustee Ringel is correct. It is just your standard residential garage.
So
You
what
can't-
happens
you
if we
cannot rent
remove
it?
this entirely?
Well, then garages would not be permitted.
But, wait, they can't have a garage on their property?
I think we just need to strike from the definition of private garage, the, let's see here.
Tenants of the lot,
The
or by
second half of the
persons
first
other than
sentence.
the owners or tenants of the lot by lease agreement with the owners or tenants of the lot.
But,
Yes.
so,
Okay.
But, so the current language doesn't allow for garages at all in that district? I thought the current development standards or something, you're allowed to have a garage.
What if it was like a standalone private garage?
Yeah.
Like, what if we
Well, it said it
clarified
can't be
that?
the primary structure
Yeah.
on the property, the primary use on the property.
Yeah,
I thought it
so
was just-
a permitted use in the current FR1 district, accessory buildings and accessory uses incidental to the principal building or use, including private garages.
But
or
how's that
personal
different from
dwellings.
just the building standards? I mean, is that redundant? So they, unless we include it in there, but what's like a house? So in the neighborhood, do we define that you can have a private garage? What's the difference, you know?
So I think, and kind of put, the reason it's identified as a permitted use is because in your current standards, it is identified as a permitted use. Do you have a definition for private garage? Because I would suspect
do
that you
not.
do not. So the only difference, with respect to private garages, the only difference between what's in this draft and what's in your current is that you have an actual definition, which having definitions, is very helpful, because if there's no definition for garage, then it's up to the township and applicant.
So
to
do we allow
fight
that
over
in
it.
the, okay, oh, and that's allowed in all the districts?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
But are we still comfortable scratching the
Yeah,
fact
take
that
the
I'm
leasing.
renting the garage?
Well, removing that part from the definition does not prohibit somebody from renting out their garage space. I mean, you can do that now. and,
Okay.
Well, we don't need to
Remind them.
Give them an idea.
Encourage it.
Yeah,
bless
That's
it,
fair.
so to
That's
speak.
yeah, I think it's fine to remove it, but I don't know, it doesn't, removing it doesn't necessarily prohibit somebody from renting out garage space, just as, you know,
Just
if
like
we
we
had it in the
can't-
definition of a single-family home, it wouldn't
Yeah.
mean that you can't rent out your
Yeah,
single-family home.
but yeah,
Can't
not
ban
for-
government institutions.
No,
So that
advertise it.
First sentence of the definition, perhaps deleting everything after trailers, because that's where it talks about the owners of the lot or persons other than the tenant.
A detached accessory building or a portion of the principal building used for the storage of four or fewer automobiles or trailers. Period. A private garage shall only be permitted as an accessory
I
use.
would scratch after the second, or by persons other than the owners or tenants.
Okay, yeah, that works too. For persons other than the owner or tenants.
Yeah, I already scratched that one. Okay, private parking lot. Just kidding, it's not there.
Yeah.
Public parking lot.
Yeah, that's something that, that would happen.
Wait, what, public parking?
Any public thing would be
Wait,
allowed.
why, so why do we not allow public parking lot in neighborhood or C2?
I think we just, we can, again, they can remove it, it could happen either way, I think just
Yeah, I would just take
realistically.
it out,
it's
because I don't, do we have a definition of public parking lot?
Yes?
Yes.
We have a definition of every use in here.
Everything.
Yes.
A parking area on the surface of a lot, which is the principal use on the lot, and which is operated by a public entity, whether for profit or not.
No. Why, I don't know why we have that.
For use by the owners
So
of
that's basically a business. I would take that one out.
Okay.
Public safety building.
Take it out
Public-
entirely, or like just,
So that would mean we couldn't have a parking lot at North Road Park.
yeah, that's true.
But we're a government entity,
It's true.
so we're exempt, so.
We could take it out of the table, but leave the definition so there's no cross-referencing issues throughout the
Yeah,
code.
yeah,
It's fine.
yeah.
Okay. Because there are public parking lots elsewhere, so we need to keep the definition. Public safety facility.
Is that, what is a public?
A
safety?
government facility for public safety and emergency services, including a facility
Fire
that
station, which we do have in FR1.
Right, that provides police, fire protection, or emergency medical services and related administrative and training facilities.
But that's permitted whether or not we have it in here, right? But, I mean, I guess.
We should,
But like county EMS wanted to build a new building, which they do, we would be able to provide suggested guidelines for them.
Okay, all right, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
okay.
And
Public
building's
utility
the same.
building.
Same with Delco,
Right.
yeah.
Religious assembly, is that, so that's
that's the conditional,
Yeah,
which
just
is where
the
we
same
want
as
it,
it
right?
is
Conditional,
now.
yeah, yeah,
yeah, we
because
can't,
we can't,
take it.
no, we can't say no. All right, residential, 1 to 2 units, yes, that checks. Residential 2 to 5 was
No,
conditional.
wait, 1 to 2 units, wait, hold
That's like
on.
a duplex.
Okay, so, hold on just a second, residential. So we're allowed, so that's just the standard, but in But in neighborhood, it's only 1 unit, right?
No.
No, we are permitting
Oh,
for a
duplexes.
rezoning. I mean, again, all the subdivisions that are in place now would not be allowed to have this. So if somebody were to apply, duplexes are an option. If they
In the
apply for
straight
neighborhood.
district or
In
the,
the neighborhood zone, yeah.
In the neighborhood zone.
all right. So what about 2 to 5 district, 2 to 5 units? I don't think we
2 to
want.
5 on a FR seems like a no to me.
Yeah, okay. Wait, what about neighborhood? Oh, my gosh.
We can remove it in neighborhood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
remove
take it out of
neighborhood
neighborhood
too.
also, because it should be
Yeah.
mixed use and community living.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, retail store,
No.
small,
No,
under
that makes it too
4,000.
commercial use.
Yeah, I heard no for that.
No for that. Okay, rooftop energy system, that's, I think.
Is
on
that
my-
the,
I think that's
is
my
that like
solar
the
panels,
solar?
right?
Isn't it? But it said solar, oh, wait.
Yeah, there's
Well, the
so
other
many
thing was
different
like solar windows and siding. This
Oh,
is simply
okay.
just rooftop. Okay.
schools, though.
Schools are, we don't have a say, correct? So they're all, okay.
But there's, the definition of that
Yes.
shows that it's a government
Right.
school rate.
All right,
And-
small solar facility. I feel like we talked about solar a lot now.
Okay, yeah, see,
Yeah, there's a lot of different levels of solar that's.
Yeah, and
like-
so this one, small solar
Grand
facility would be
solar.
closer to what we would think of as a small solar farm. It would have to be under that 50 megawatt definition, otherwise the county would have jurisdiction. But this is, would be essentially a small scale solar farm.
but so what if it's not a permit? What if it's not a
Does it
conditional use?
have to be permitted?
No.
Okay,
No.
So let's take that guy out.
all right.
Okay. All right, we're getting close, guys. Swimming pool. Yes, if you want to put a pool on your
Yeah.
property, you just gotta
But-
get a permit and you can
So
put a
is that
pool.
just for a personal, what's the definition of swimming pool?
It's not, it's
A
not
receptacle
it's not a
for
North
water
Orange correct.
or artificial basin of water, either above ground or below ground, or partly above and below ground, and intended for use by persons for the purpose of immersion, partial immersion, or swimming, and including all appurtenant equipment.
So if it was a commercial swimming pool, it would most likely fall into like a community center, which we are not allowing, so.
Okay, so that is
Susan wants to
available
put a pool
everywhere.
in
Keep your hair
backyard.
dry, only the partial submission.
Yeah.
All right.
Not a kiddie pool, okay.
Right, you don't need a thing for transitional dwelling, housing and supportive services provided to homeless individuals and families for no longer than 24 months to enable them to obtain and maintain independent permanent housing. So this is,
That's, I don't know.
No, I would say no, unless you're
Change that,
required to.
yeah.
we can take that out.
I'm not aware of any legal requirement, but
Okay.
All right.
transitional housing,
Okay.
yeah.
Utility generation facility. Well, a facility that converts one or more energy sources included but not limiting to water power, wind power, fossil fuels, nuclear power, or solar panel into electrical energy or steam, which may also perform either or both of the following functions: operation of a transmission system that conveys the energy or steam from the generation facility to a power distribution system, or B, operation of a distribution system that conveys energy or steam from the generation facility or the transmission system to final consumers. It is permitted in flex employment, which is the industrial and commercial.
Can we remove it?
I'm,
Checking.
yeah,
Okay.
give me just a second.
Yeah, I think
Continue on.
the reasoning behind including that was, I think in general, we're aware that utilities also try to claim that they are exempt from zoning, but by trying to shuttle them into the conditional use, trying to indicate to them that this was not an ideal place for where they would need to go.
Okay.
So we can,
We can take it out.
well, we'll
Or leave
confirm.
it in.
I mean, in a way, it almost doesn't matter, because by and large, those facilities are exempt from zoning.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's fine to remove it. I think.
Okay, so you're gonna love this, but as we're going through these, how many of the ones we just struck out are also not, shouldn't be applicable to neighborhood? Because that's even a more residential, you know.
I will say, that we really, the commercial uses that you saw in a residential district were very much more in the FR1. You know, I don't think, I think initial proposals had more
Art
commercial.
studio.
Like I think. they-
Oh,
it
yeah,
was like a
there's definitely more,
coffee
but like
shop.
art studio and art
and I-
studio,
I do
there's
think
like-
it's good to focus on these FR1 uses in particular, because like I said at the beginning, these are, these are existing properties.
Yeah.
That,
That would
this
change.
could and will affect. The neighborhood zone, since nothing is zoned
Doesn't exist yet.
neighborhood.
Yeah, the neighborhood, yeah, that's correct.
But then why have it in there, like food sales, small grocery, food service,
It's for
commissary?
future, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still for future though, but do the residents that live here now want these in neighborhoods? Probably not.
In a new zone, so like.
A new
you're
zone,
Yeah,
saying
even
it's
a new
like
zone, even
a
a
little
new zone.
market, I don't know.
In a neighborhood? Wait, but that would be on a property
No.
zone, wouldn't that be mixed use? I don't want to, I mean, I don't think residents would want many of these, like home-based business, that's already in the code, right? Okay. Like some of these were already in there, but like library, is it required to have a library in a residential, like neighborhood?
It is one of those uses that they're required to attempt to comply.
Okay, so
but-
that one's okay. But like, for example, food service deli, food service commissary bakery, food sales, small grocery, these are all in the neighborhood, basically in our new single families. I don't know why any of those are in there. I guess the daycare center, that's a commercial use. I mean, all these are commercial uses. I don't know why they're in like my subdivision. If you were to recreate any of our subdivisions and we would allow these, we've never allowed any of these except for through conditional use permit. And these are never
Yeah,
even
I think we were
allowed.
trying to think of like, if there's a new subdivision or like a new community that's like a little walkable, you have a little coffee shop, you have a little market. I mean, nothing is like a big retail. You're not gonna have a Kroger in the middle of a subdivision.
Yeah, but,
so.
when
Little
we-
art studio, if somebody, kind of like an Evans
But-
Farm kind of.
Yeah, but people, when we did the comp plan years ago, people said they don't want commercial mixed in with residential. That was a big deal.
Do you guys want me to revisit all the neighborhood uses
Man,
or?
we've never
I think we can
had-
run through quickly.
Okay, I just, if you can
Can
tell me
we,
what's.
can we take a bathroom
Yes,
break?
can we
Yes.
please?
We're
Why
gonna take
don't
a
we
5-minute
recess and then
Yes.
we can work on some of the changes that we've discussed.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna take a recess. 5 to
We're
Okay,
on.
all right, so we're gonna go through the neighborhood zone real quick, strike the businesses, is what I am hearing, and then I would like you to go through your list. Okay, cool. All right, so daycare center, I'm probably comfortable striking that, but the daycare home type A and B, those need to stay conditional.
Which one is it?
Daycare, back on page 64. Daycare center is a no.
Right.
Home daycare type A and B, I'm comfortable
So
staying.
what about art studio?
Um,
I mean, I just.
what if you're an artist working in your home? Like
No,
there's a
no, that's
neighbor
a
down the
conditional
street.
use permit though, right?
That's a home occupation.
That's home occupation. Any of these businesses, so
All right, then now
basically-
let's scratch art studio.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
And we're scratching that from FR1 too as well.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. Yep, all right. Food, sales, small grocery.
Wait, what about community center?
Oh, yeah, scratch that there. Thank you. All right,
Now, community garden, that's just.
community garden is fine.
Normal, and then construction related.
Again, that's if I'm building a.
That's the already allowed,
Right,
right? Like
yeah.
a trailer?
Yeah,
But with a permit, okay.
correct. Food sales,
Oh,
small,
wait, daycare center, so,
no to daycare center.
right. And then daycare home.
Home, A and B are fine. Yeah,
But those are, do they have to get a conditional use permit?
Yes.
Or,
yeah,
right?
Yes.
Okay, oh, that's right.
yeah.
Yeah, the non.
circle.
Yeah, non-filled circle is
circle.
conditional.
Okay, food sales, small grocery, no.
Right, food
Food
sale,
service.
conditionery, bakery, no, deli, no. Group home, we said we had to leave that, correct?
Do we have to do that? Even in neighborhood, right? Okay.
Yes, okay. All right, home-based business, we leave it. Integrated solar, we leave it. Library,
No, wait, home-based business though,
should that be conditional?
that should be conditional.
No,
right?
I mean, that's like me being an accountant, I just
Oh,
do it.
sorry,
Yeah,
we
that's,
already-
yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
where there's.
We just
no-
did that, and basically, so, and the deal with that was if you're required to get a permit by your local government, you're selling guns
if
on
you
your
do.
house, but then you're not having customers, and so that was actually my idea, because then you don't have to pay all this money and notify your neighbors when you're just in your house.
Right.
But I forgot that was my idea, okay.
All right, library shows as conditional?
Wait, what about integrated solar energy system, is that the one that?
If it's permit, I'm keeping it the same as neighborhood.
You mean
So like
FR1?
I'm just, FR, thank you.
No, but wait,
My brain is falling out.
why, FR1 is a little bit different, like, I wouldn't want a bed and breakfast and stuff, and neighborhood should be more restrictive in some ways. Wait, home-based business, wait, no, sorry, integrated solar energy system, what is that again?
That's
like-
when it's cladding on your house. That's
And we
like
have
your
to allow that.
walls,
Is that the
yes.
one we have to allow?
So they're basically solar panels, they could be shingles, they could be, it's more
Wall
like
panels,
home
Windows,
materials.
home materials, yes.
In addition to the
There's so many
solar
solar,
panels.
there's so many solar items, so we have to allow that? Or it's
You-
just, because we didn't
We
allow them
don't
before.
regulate them currently, so.
We don't currently regulate
So
them.
there are many houses that have them.
Right,
Yeah.
so because we don't regulate them, they are permitted currently.
Yeah.
So we're just leaving it like that, and there's
Correct.
no regulations, they can do anything they want unless their HOA says they
Yeah.
can't.
Right.
That's much more restrictive.
Are any other communities like restricting them at all that we know of? Or,
I don't know. It's really hard. I mean, like, there's not like any like a legal requiring permitting process
right,
on our
okay,
end to do
all right.
that.
I know there's a controversy, okay, library, you said libraries,
We can take that out.
okay.
Take it out? All right,
Massage and physical therapy, see, these are all conditional use permits that.
so massage and physical therapy is a business, so that's a no. Office, business, and professional, that's a no. Lodging, bread and breakfast, that's,
I would say no
I
in
feel
a
like that's a
neighborhood.
no in a neighborhood.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Supportive housing,
Park was
no.
yes, permanent supportive housing, we struck that whole thing.
Personal services.
Personal services,
no.
that's my hair salon.
But,
But what if I cut hair in my house?
no, then you get a
That's home.
conditional use permit
Then
for
it's
home
home-based
occupation.
business. Okay, thanks, all right. Private garage, that.
No.
Well, we
Oh,
s-
wait, what do we decide?
We said
private
that was a garage.
That was okay, right?
was
But with the stricken of the, okay.
Right, okay.
Public
Public
safety facility? Do
Public
we-
utility building, that's the fire station, that's the,
Is that, what, why is that in neighborhood?
Well, it would be allowed anywhere.
And would it be allowed anywhere?
No, I
Because-
mean, the township could put a fire station,
next to my house.
yeah, wherever they want.
But do they have to attempt to meet a conditional
Yeah,
use?
that's why we put those in for like, here's some standards, it's allowed, but we would like you to follow
But
these.
for the MU, it's a
Oh, for
It's
mixed
condi-
use, it's
huh.
conditional, but
Yeah.
neighborhood, it's,
Why is it conditional in mixed use? Hold on a second. Why is it conditional mixed use and not in, and also in
multifamily.
the multifamily? Yeah, but it's not in neighborhood.
I don't have a good answer.
Okay, so can we make it conditional? No, wait, hold on, okay, so
I think
wait.
we take them out. I mean,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
no,
we
we
could
would
take
never,
it.
well, I don't think we would put one in a multifamily or a mix. Well,
Just
who
take
knows?
it out
knows?
entirely from all the districts, or,
Can we just make it conditional?
That's what it is now.
I
no,
would
it's permitted?
probably recommend either identify it as permitted or not include a bubble at all. I probably wouldn't identify it as
Oh,
conditional.
yeah, I'm sorry. We did talk about in the FR1 to remove, I think I wrote that somewhere. I think we were going to remove the public, all those public things.
Are we taking them all out?
Just remove it from the use table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we still have the definitions, but removing it from the
Public
use
safety
table.
building and public utility building?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought did I write that somewhere?
I didn't have that.
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Now, religious assembly, I would take that out too.
So we
'Cause-
are, wait, so, I'm sorry. We want to remove the public,
I mean, I think in light of our discussion, it's fine to remove them from the use table because.
They keep the
ultimately-
definition.
Yeah.
okay.
All right, religious assembly.
I would take that out. Because can they get a conditional use permit for that? No, that's just for home. I would just take that out because they can get an FR1. Are there
Well,
requirements?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you prohibit it from a single-family zone?
You can, yes, with
Yeah.
respect to religious institutions, you have the ability to regulate them, you just can't treat them different than other businesses or you
Okay,
can't.
I would take
I
that
don't
out. So
think
then,
we should regulate home churches.
what?
I don't think we should regulate home churches.
But can't people just show up and have Bible study and no one really cares because they're just friends showing up to talk about God and stuff or
Yeah,
whatever?
I mean, that wouldn't be anything. that
Correct.
would-
Yeah, because so people could still meet, but like an organized church, like, I
Well,
don't,
there are home churches that like, there's a denomination that has literally home churches.
who is that?
But, it's called Dwell.
Well, the definition we have is a use located in a permanent building and providing regular organized religious worship and related incidental activities.
So that
It
could
doesn't
be,
seem like a neighborhood
No,
zone to me,
not at
though.
all.
Does it to you?
no,
What I-
because,
I think a home church fits that definition.
Oh, you do.
What I
So
would-
if we don't include it as at least a conditional use and someone wanted to have a home church,
we don't
there'd
have
be
it
an
now.
argument that the township could try and restrict it, but then there would be all sorts of probably legal issues with trying to do
Okay, so
that.
do you
But we
want,
don't have
what
it
kind of circle
currently.
do you want?
Well, we don't currently have it, so how are we even operating without that then?
So what I would say with a church, because a home church could be a difficult thing to actually pin down. Look, are they having a Bible study? Are they are they having ins and outs, or is it truly a church operating? And I would look at it the same as you might with like a home occupation there, or something like that, where a home occupation versus truly operating a pure business out of a home of,
Where
there's.
it's permanent, yeah.
It just is like,
Yeah.
the facts are so specific, and that's something that Robin and the neighbors would have to basically, it would be evidence-based, but if Trustee Ringel, you would like to permit home churches in residential districts, is that what
Yes.
you were saying? Okay,
Permit or conditional use permit?
Currently, it's listed as conditional, and I'm fine with keeping it that way.
Okay,
Oh,
so
it
you
is
want a conditional,
conditional.
sorry, that's why I just needed to know what kind of circle you
And
want.
that would based on the,
Open circle.
but we don't currently allow them, right?
Well,
So that
there's
was
currently
added?
nothing in the code that says it, so yeah, they
Right.
can have it.
So yes.
And, I mean, and then you have to realize some of these uses too, someone can complain about business and then you could just say, oh, well, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. And it is hard, we don't have like search warrants, we can't really tell how many.
Right.
So people say you can limit some of these by filing something, but you don't have the right to go into their home and, or observe. It'd be really, we don't just sit around. So even though you can enforce some things, it's actually a lot harder than you think.
Okay, so residential units 2 to 5, we struck that from neighborhood.
Restaurant, no.
Restaurant, quick service and
No.
limited, no. Retail.
Wait, I'm sorry, you struck out residential 2 to 5 in the neighborhood zone?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah,
I had it as FR1, but you want it in both?
we want it out
Out
of
of
both.
both.
Yeah.
So no triplex is allowed?
No,
Correct, we were
no.
comfortable with
They can go
duplexes,
into
but not triplexes.
multifamily.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Those are
yeah.
hideous.
And multifamily is fine.
Those
I don't
are
know,
hideous.
I'm blacking out.
That's right.
Okay. Restaurants?
Restaurants are
No
no.
restaurant.
No retail store. Rooftop solar is fine, the schools are fine. Next page. Swimming
Right, retail
pool,
stores, no, you said.
correct. Swimming pool is fine, transitional dwelling
No.
is a no. Okay,
No, wait, transitional dwelling, that is.
that's our homeless.
Shelter.
Shelter.
Now, do we want that in multifamily? No. No, there's a whole nother column.
Multifamily mixed use. They're currently in multifamily and mixed use.
But, yeah, I mean, why,
feel
do we
like it-
have to have those?
If we don't have anything, they
Yeah.
would essentially be allowed everywhere.
Or just, it opens up the possibility.
For them
of
to
some-
argue to be
yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you need to have someone.
They'll
that-
look
But we
at-
haven't had them before, have
they'll
we?
Look at other similar uses, so maybe your
Can we
group
put them in
home
flex
or
employment?
thing.
Yeah, but-
That's where we put the adult-oriented use.
but you can't have living.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right, you
put
can't live there.
How about just in MU, or is that too, no, I mean, what, I don't,
You could permit it, or I'm sorry, you could identify it as a conditional use in one district.
mixed use?
I would say multifamily, because I could see having an
Do you think?
apartment, like the YWCA downtown is a, it's an apartment building for super low income, right? Like that's comparable to this. So it doesn't necessarily fit in a, it could
Mixed-
fit
but
in,
mixed
it could
use
fit
has-
in mixed use, or it could fit in.
Make it conditional in both.
Yeah, which is what we have it.
Yeah, that's fine, all right. And then it becomes a problem, just change it.
I don't know that anybody could afford to put that type of
Yeah.
building into Orangetown,
No, no,
Probably not.
so.
that's it.
Okay, that is the use tables for those two.
Okay, now you're just not gonna like this, but what,
We've only got
Why don't you
five
go
other
through your
categorizations
list?
to
Lisa,
go.
why don't you go through your list?
well, are all in the, okay, so the only other residential area we have is the community living zone, right? And the other than mixed use development, mixed use can have people living there also, right?
Correct.
So do we think like art studios and all the similar uses are appropriate in those other living areas? Commercial recreation, indoor, commercial recreation, outdoor, small, wait, what is that? Commercial recreation, community center, daycare center, there might be a couple, drugstore, is that appropriate I mean, you're mixing commercial in with residential.
I think we would want to have the flexibility, because the alternative, again, is if someone wants to build something and they can't see it in a straight zoning district, potentially with some conditional uses, they're just going to go through the planned unit development and kind of bypass all of
We've
the
never allowed,
ideal.
we've never allowed drugstores ever, we never allowed any retail and.
Well, we don't have mixed use at all currently, so.
Yeah, well, they can go in mixed use, but I'm saying, why do we have that in multifamily, drugstores and
I mean,
multifamily? I mean, we have no commercial at all in residential areas currently, for a reason. And I would hate to start that now. I mean, mixed use is different, but.
Do you guys want us to go over more?
Well, and that's what I'm saying, but I mean, because they're all related.
While our brains are in it, let's go through it quickly. Okay.
Not all of them, art studio like
Only
that.
community living though, because we don't need to touch mixed use, because mixed use already
Right.
has commercial.
It has
So this is
commercial.
the
Yes,
only
this is the
other
only
one,
one.
and it should be quick.
Yes,
So
art studio,
art studio is no. We need more paper, Michelle.
no.
Not
Assisted
yet.
living,
Okay. Assisted senior living facility is fine.
assisted living.
Cemeteries.
What is a senior, what's the difference between
It's like a
assisted,
nursing home,
assisted living or assisted, why are we allowing that in,
because it's multifamily, it's multiple people.
but it's still business? We don't currently allow it in a multifamily area. I mean, multifamily should just be multifamily.
It's kind of like trilogy in a way, like
Yeah.
if they wanted to do
But that's
like,
commercial.
Well, if they wanted to have like non-assisted living, or non-units, what am I saying?
But that is assisted living.
You can
Wait,
have assisted living on like first, second floor, and then regular apartments above. I don't.
would that be mixed use? Wait, isn't assisted living a commercial business though?
Yes, but I think it's
But
like.
so
it's
is,
a condi-
so is an
yeah.
apartment building.
Yeah, it's a conditional
Yeah.
use, yeah, right, isn't it?
No, it was permitted.
Okay.
No, it's permitted. Should we make it into, I'm just saying if, right, currently we don't allow any really commercial uses, like people actually paying, they'll be paying for services there, not just paying to live there. They're paying for actual people to come in and help with assisted living. So we've never had like,
Wait, is it allowed in the C?
it says this, yeah, I would just take that out.
Oh,
'cause
this
can't-
one?
That one.
Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah.
couldn't that be
That's
mixed
fine.
use?
We can-
So it's commercial, it could be commercial, and it could be mixed use. So you want to take it out of
Yeah.
multifamily? All right.
What about
I
cemeteries?
don't think we should, just because, again, we're trying to keep some of these mixed-use zoning districts, straight zoning districts, a little bit more diverse, so that future development will opt into these rather than
Having to do a PUD.
doing a PUD with a proposal that,
Yeah,
Do they go into the one thing?
They'll go into,
so essentially they'll
The
build
JED, or-
mixed use with assisted living
Wait, hold on.
through a PUD, rather than going through the community living and getting the permitting that we want to see in the code.
But these are the straight districts, right? So don't we want them, if they go in the PUD, don't they go into
do they go into NC?
the economic
well,
development?
the assisted, well, that's a good question. Assisted living facility, so, right, the NCA is required if anything 3 units or more. So in my mind, if they create more, 3 more units an acre, even in the dwelling, is
So
that?
if they go into the PUD is when, I think the economic,
It would apply in either situation.
Or
because of
anything,
for
because
this
of
one.
the units.
But just for this one, right?
Community living.
Is that right? For 3 units?
Yeah, any property rezoned to community living.
Yeah, and community living, yeah.
Okay, so
We
that
added
does
that, yeah.
count.
yeah.
Okay. All
But,
right, so what are we doing with this one?
wait a minute, so
Keeping
then what,
it,
Mike,
I
what did
think.
you say? You want to keep
Keep it.
them? Because we don't, why don't we want them? Why don't we want?
The
them
more
to go
we
to the PUD?
restrict what uses can be conditionally granted at least in the straight zoning districts, the more likely I would think an applicant will go straight to a planned district.
And what's wrong with that?
They will probably request
They have the
something
flexibility
farther
to do-
outside
yeah.
what we would want them to ideally
Yeah.
request
More
if we
than
were allowed to
6.
get them to go through a
Yeah.
straight commercial district.
Is that an advantage to keep them in this, is what you're saying? So,
Yeah.
but they can still do that though, right? They can still go to the PUD.
Yeah,
Right, but if
anybody
there's a
can
straight
go,
zoning
yeah.
district for,
Yeah.
the,
But
mixed
then we
unit
have-
residential, and they are allowed to do assisted living senior in there, then they'll go for the straight zoning district for the smoother administrative process, rather than go through a planned, development district. But if they're forced to go to the planned development district, then there's no, sky's the limit on what they can
Well, they can
request
request
from us.
anything, but does that mean that we can't ask for the additional, like, mills or something through negotiation?
No, we can't.
we
It's
can-
all about.
We still
unique
can,
count.
even if it's. a
Yeah, we
straight-
require
Yeah.
them to go through
We still require
the,
that, right?
to opt in with the straight
But
districts.
if we have less input into an area that's multifamily, I mean, I guess I'm thinking about redevelopment. It's hard to picture that scenario because we've never had it before, is the problem. A lot of these,
Yeah, I agree.
we've never considered it, so only after something happened would we know. So the advantage, this would be a parcel that is going to be community living. It's a new development, so they could just come in, and we think we're getting apartments, but we're really getting assisted living, and we would have to approve it.
So with the straight district, if an applicant would come in and say, I want to rezone to community living, and they could say, I want to rezone because I'm going to do the assisted living facility. If they rezone and the finances don't work out, or the developer just disappears into space, that property's rezoned and can be used for any of the approved community living permitted uses.
So then we think we're getting apartments, but really getting assisted living. I mean, I don't know if is there a big difference though? Between,
Not in that
Probably
instance, I don't
better.
think.
Because you still have the same building height, you still have the same setback.
And then-
you
and-
have to
yeah, I was-
comply by the
Right.
dwelling units per acre.
and then they
have to
would be
comply by all of
paying,
that.
would they be going into the JED then?
Maybe
So-
going into the
NCA.
NCA.
Any
Which
property,
is the mills.
your current NCA policy says that any property rezoned to community living, planned district, or mixed-use district is to join the
In
NCA.
NCA, okay. So no income tax, but NCA. Yes. Okay, let me just think that for a sec. Okay, that's just a kind of a, does that make sense what I'm thinking? Like, so it could get rezoned and then later they could say, we're gonna make this like the trilogy. But, which is kind of a commercial use, but yet not like a store. All right, I guess, is that right? You guys are okay with that? Okay, all right.
So we're keeping that one as is?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Next page.
Now, just out of curiosity, why do we have cemeteries in all these areas? So there's cemeteries in every single item except mixed use, where it's
Is that
conditional.
is that another thing we should just remove, because it would be allowed either way?
I don't think there's.
I don't, that's a weird one, because most cemeteries are owned by the government anyway, right?
Well,
I
we do
guess-
have a private one in the township, Kingwood.
Which one
We
is
have
that?
two,
The,
Resurrection.
Church?
Oh, yeah.
Kingwood,
Resurrection and the King something.
Kingwood.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are.
So should we just take that out, cemeteries everywhere, or she's looking at?
And why is it conditional and mixed use?
Yeah, that's
That's a great question.
Everywhere else, so that one should be the same.
Okay.
It's either all or none. Let's make it,
what? Or just take it
I think
out?
we should just permit it in
Uh,
FR1.
only permitted in FR1.
That's fine.
That's
Okay.
what I would do.
All right, cemeteries are only permitted in FR1.
That's consistent with what we have right now.
Okay.
Is it? Okay, yeah, because that was kind of weird. I was like, why would we allow those in neighborhood?
Okay. All right, guys, my brain is
Wait.
falling out of my head. All
This
right,
is
so-
important, though. There's a lot of things.
No, I know.
There's
This
a lot of things no one thought of until this meeting.
Well, I will say the zoning commission did go page by page.
No, they went through, but
and I've gone-
they
yeah.
obviously missed a lot of things, because, I mean,
Well,
I
I think
obviously.
it's just
No,
different
the- the
opinions.
Different opinion,
Yeah.
yes. Thought
Different,
about it from
right,
different
well, I'm not
perspectives.
saying miss, but,
Yeah.
you know, you
Yeah.
can't, I mean, you can't
Okay.
know everything.
So this is multifamily, community living, multifamily, clinic. We can scratch
Yeah,
that.
what is, so clinic is, wait, is clinic in neighborhood? Did we,
I took that out, yeah.
Did-
I figured.
Thank you, I mixed
yeah.
did we
I
take
missed
it
that
out of all,
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
of them?
FR1 too, yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, out
thank you.
of
It was not-
neighborhood?
Out of all the residentials.
Thank you.
And, oh, wait,
It's
hold
fine in
on.
mixed use. It's the two open circles, scratch those away.
Yeah.
In
Oh,
clinic.
I know, it's confusing because the heading is
Yeah.
below
Yes,
it.
yes.
Are you gonna fix the heading too?
This will, well, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that's why I got
Yeah.
confused. Okay,
Okay.
so we took that out of the, okay.
Commercial recreation indoor.
What is that? Commercial location. Oh, we didn't review that definition.
We can. Small. An establishment of less than 5,000 gross, I don't know, square feet, operated by an entity other than a public entity for profit for
Yeah,
indoor
so like a
recreation.
cycling studio.
Like a
Right.
what?
A cycling studio. Not included but not limited to dance studios, health and/or fitness clubs, martial
Pilates,
arts, and
yeah.
gymnastics, Pilates.
So.
You'd probably want that in the mixed-use district.
Mixed use, but not
Yeah,
in
not, no,
multifamily.
yeah, not multifamily.
Okay?
Why not a multifamily?
Because multifamily is an apartment building.
Yeah, you're living
And if you
there.
had, first floor commercial with multifamily
But that's
above,
mixed use. That's mixed use.
First floor commercial with multifamily above is a mixed
Yeah.
use.
I don't want any businesses in, I don't think it's a good idea to have businesses in with people living there.
But
because
what
we
if
just
I
don't
have a
that.
workout facility in my apartment
I think
complex
a
as
lot
part
of the
my
things that we,
amenities?
I think,
that's not
my
it. This is
understanding is
part of-
that the mixed use, like.
business.
The mixed use buildings are just, they're really, like, we hear from developers and it's just a really hard project. So, if they wanted apartments, but they're, we can find some space for like a studio.
That's a business
Yeah, and
though.
I think part of it is, so
Right.
there is a requirement to prevent people from trying to abuse the mixed use. There is a requirement in the mixed use that 20% of the gross floor area of all the buildings has to be commercial in
Yeah.
order to
Right.
just kind of prevent that. And so I think by striking all these in the community living, that closes down the possibility of somebody, just having one or
Use,
two.
yeah.
But that's still a commercial
commercial
business, so you
uses.
got increased foot traffic, so you could have a gym, you could actually open like a LA Fitness in a,
Well, under, small, 5,000 square feet, you can.
but see that, again, that's adding commercial into a residential area.
So,
Increased traffic,
You don't
increased.
want, like, I'm just thinking, like, I live in an apartment complex, like, it'd be fun if I had a cycling studio in my building.
Yeah, but you live near Polaris too. That's a whole different ballgame. There's so many apartments. There's mixed use. All of the area you live in is mixed use. This is more like bedroom areas where you have the areas where people live, and there's no commercial there. I mean, we've never had commercial.
Multifamily is our, won't our, EPCONs fall into this?
They could.
Yeah,
Could.
yep, so you could have, yeah, no, I think we should take out as many commercial uses as
And
possible
like the
because.
Schottenstein, Orange Grands,
Yep.
that kind of stuff.
Yep. So they could actually try to rezone a part of that parcel, I guess, and try to have a business there. And so you could have coffee shops everywhere. In Orange Township, we've always had kind of a, separate living areas and separate commercial areas, unless you live where I live, where the commercial is also unfortunately very close.
or Evans Farm.
Yeah, or.
Or
okay,
South Old State.
Evans Farm. Well, not really South
So
Old State,
I'm
just
assuming
at
no
the bottom.
daycare center, no
I would have no
drugstore.
commercial in there. And then if we got some crazy requests for a bunch of them, we could reconsider, but I don't, I think there's a lot of changes being made all at once. No community center? I guess.
No community center, recreation, indoor or outdoor small, no
Wait.
community center, no daycare center, no drugstore.
Wait,
That
no.
finishes off 64.
Yeah.
And for the community garden, did we look at the definition of that? I think we all thought we knew what it was, but I just want to make sure.
Those do exist in
A facility where activities are programmed, no, just kidding. A site operated and maintained by an individual or group to cultivate trees, herbs, fruits, vegetables, flowers, or other ornate foliage for the following uses: personal consumption, donation, or sale of items exclusively grown on the site.
So sale. So we want people
Yeah, but like,
selling.
like they have, apartment complexes have gardens for their residents.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but
that's
for
pretty common.
sale, like,
But like, I have extra cucumbers, I'm gonna give you one for $1.
but it wouldn't be commercial use, right?
That's garden center, it would be for sale, right? Yeah.
But it says in there sale.
We scratched off,
Wait, can you read the community garden sale part again? I thought it was just a community
garden
garden.
is for sale?
Yeah,
so.
has language in
other
there.
ornamental
Yeah.
foliage for the following uses: personal use, consumption, donation, or sale of items
we'll
exclusively
change
on the
that.
site.
We'll change the
away
sale part.
Say
See,
donation.
that's something no one even realized till just now.
All right.
All right, wait, hold on, so we're gonna take that out, or
Say
no, we're
donation
gonna,
of items is fine, but not sale.
so we're not taking
Page
it out,
28.
but we're,
Just modifying the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
definition.
Will do.
Okay, now are we good on page 64? Can I keep going?
Yeah, so no fitness.
No fitness, no food.
wait, you took
sale.
out drugstore?
Yeah, we got rid of drugstore.
No
No
food sales.
fitness, no food, no food.
Food and
Sorry,
drink.
can we slow down, please?
Just everything we already crossed out for FR1,
For a neighborhood.
or neighborhood.
That's, yeah, she's right.
Where were we on the list?
We
Fitness?
were fitness, facility and gym is a no.
No group home.
All right,
Or wait, did we
fine
say
with
we
Group
had?
home, we have to say yes.
Yeah.
Did you get all the food ones, Robin?
Yes.
Okay.
So group home is,
Library is fine.
Yeah,
group home is,
we have to keep that, yeah.
Yeah, group home we have to keep.
Okay.
All right, next page.
wait,
No-
home-based business, wait, and
no
we're doing
massage.
home-based business?
Yeah, that's all fine.
Oh, sorry, I keep asking about that one, it has a weird name. Wait, integrated solar system, library, okay,
Okay. Massage or
Offices.
physical therapy,
No.
no.
business.
Office is no. Personal services, no. And we have,
What about permanent supportive housing? No.
we scratched that whole
Okay.
line, and we scratched the
Oh.
public safety facility and public utility.
Okay, got
building.
that one. And public parking garage,
Well,
Yeah.
you gotta have a parking garage on your property if
But-
you have an apartment.
but-
You don't have to, but you could.
Wait.
Public, we'll remove that.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
I
No,
think
not
it-
public.
yeah, not
Private
public.
garage.
Private's fine, not public.
No, a private garage is limited to 4 vehicles. A public parking garage is
Oh,
larger.
well, then
But
we,
wait, so in current multifamily, do we not allow garages? How do they build garages? Or do we?
I think
we-
in the township, it's all surface parking.
Yeah.
correct. I think it would be helpful to allow an apartment complex to build a parking garage for the residents.
I agree.
We've never had one.
That's
Do,
okay.
and do we have a
We
design?
just allow for public conditional, because then we could, potentially have a
Yeah.
community amenity
That's true.
that could be
Allow for
open
what?
to the area in addition to the residents.
Keep it as is.
So keep it as conditional. Okay.
And then okay, and there's a definition for public, right? And then,
Yeah.
so people would pay to park in there possibly. And there's height limitations and stuff, right?
Yes, like the height of your car, so you don't get to scratch the top.
The what? No, the height, no, the
Of
height.
the, of the garage itself.
Sorry, guys.
It has to be 3 feet or higher. Eric has a tall car.
My husband does drive a tall car now.
He's not allowed.
That's fine.
Okay, so we're leaving private garages, okay.
Okay.
Public, wait, no, sorry. Is private garage,
It is
wait,
not currently
That's the-
permitted.
yeah,
It'd be
that's-
permitted in the mixed use.
wait, so private garage in, or public garage, or because private garage is, I just always thought a garage is like, what's the difference between a garage like at your house? Like, I didn't
That's
think.
like,
That's a private garage.
yeah, like Orange, the Wilcox community, like they have garages that you can rent. I can have one, if I live there. That's a private garage.
Okay, but those, and we took those out of, did we take those out of neighborhood?
No, private
No,
garages
we
are.
kept it
Sorry, I
all
was looking at private parking lot by mistake.
Wait, okay. Thanks for confusing us, Mike.
Wait, hold on. Wait, private garage.
Already confused.
What does private garage say, the definition?
And that was the definition that.
That we took out the leasing of-
Took out the leasing language.
Yeah.
Of 1 to 4
Yeah.
cars.
Oh, for private garage? Okay, so it would have to be used by residents?
It's an accessory use, and 1 to 4 cars or storage bays, and it can be used by the owners, the occupants, or other.
Yeah, we don't have a definition for private parking garage.
Oh, we don't?
Is it under parking
I think
garage,
it's
comma?
Parking garage, comma, private.
Wait, oh,
The beginning of the piece.
Yeah.
Well, it's not in the use table.
wait, it's not?
Right, okay, yeah, so, sorry, because of a private garage, and then there's public parking garage, and then there's public parking lot and private parking lot.
Yeah, we have lots, but not a private parking garage, like
Oh,
what you
it's
might
not-
see down at Polaris.
Wait,
So it's, so a public parking garage is 5 or more, a private parking garage is 1 to 4. Those are
but they both are able to be leased or sold?
correct.
Okay, I need to look at the definition of public.
And then there is private parking lot and then public parking lot.
But in order to build an apartment with a,
Okay, so the definition of public parking garage includes private ownership. So it's really just a parking garage, not necessarily a public parking garage.
It could be a, so I think the difference is the number of vehicles, it's irrespective of ownership.
Yeah, I think we should just make a distinction between ownership rather than number of vehicles.
Julie, can we do that?
ownership rather than,
So we're looking at public parking garage versus private garage?
Correct.
Just a second. Is the
Can we
concern?
just call it like a level parking garage?
I was gonna say, maybe the private-public distinction doesn't matter if it's more of the size
Yeah.
of because theoretically at Polaris, that's private property. You know, it's private property, but they allow the public there. It's more of like, and like Easton.
Or Bridge Park.
Or Bridge Park,
Yeah,
yep.
those are privately constructed,
I think it.
probably publicly owned garages, but I think they're publicly accessible to anyone who goes to the
I
area.
think the concern is, or defining it as a multi-level parking
More of like-
garage, and then that could be allowed in single multifamily, or mixed use.
Yeah, I
that-
wouldn't focus on the ownership so much, so maybe that's the way to address the concern, is just getting rid of the public component and just call it a parking garage. Or parking deck, I don't know, parking
Yeah, we'll find,
facility.
yeah, something, is that,
but with
I
the,
know
does it
saying
have to do with the number of cars parking or,
I guess I'm just saying if there's,
but what, without it, they could not have any kind of garage even for their residents? Was that the difference?
well,
Where-
if there's,
So-
yeah.
Like where one's private would be owned by the apartment complex versus one that's
Okay,
public?
so let's stop with the private versus public, because our definitions deal with 1 to 4 and then 5 or more. And so if we don't have anything in there at all, I mean, I looked at our current multifamily code, it doesn't say anything about garages.
Right.
Um,
It's just part of the building, like you just think you're allowed to have garages, like,
Yeah.
does it say anything in like residential, like you're already just allowed to have a private
Yeah,
garage,
so
right?
private garages in general are permitted uses in our current FR1 and SFPRDs, but they're actually not addressed at all in multifamily. This is, I think, making that explicit, that small garages are permitted, and then a public garage, a large-scale garage would be conditionally permitted. in
Oh,
multifamily.
okay, so you're saying in, hold on, are we still using the same name, public or private? Or,
We'll change. we
The
can
current
re-
definition
rework
is
it.
public parking garage. But that could be updated to just parking garage.
Parking garage.
Yeah.
And then what would the definition would say?
An open or enclosed facility for temporary off-street parking of 5 or more motor vehicles located on publicly or privately owned property.
And that would not include boats, right? Like, could someone make a public parking garage and, with Allen Creek, and then
It's
make a
motor
parking garage?
vehicles. I mean, what I will say, and this is separate and apart
Pedestrian
from anything,
vehicles? No.
parking garages are wildly expensive.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
Unbelievably expensive,
But
so.
You doubt that would happen.
Yeah.
What about public parking lot, though? Could they, have a public parking lot and people could park boats on it? I mean, seen this happen with people's yards. And then if you don't have regulations to prohibit it, someone's like, hey, we got this lot, I'm just gonna let people come in and park their boats
I
here.
think we have some outdoor storage limitations, right?
We do.
Yeah.
Our
Yeah.
enforcement.
Yeah, on the enforcement side.
But what is the
So
limitation?
A public parking lot too, part of the definition to meet the requirement of a public parking lot is that it's a public entity. It's not just a regular
Yeah.
lot, and so it would
It's a
be-
government engine, like a government?
Correct, so this would be a public parking lot or at North Road Park.
Would be a-
In which case we have other regulations against people parking boats here overnight that are not zoning related.
Okay, so then what's a private parking lot?
Private parking lot, thank you for asking. It's a parking area on the surface of a lot, which is the principal use of the lot, and which is operated by a private entity, whether for profit or not, for use by the owners or tenants of the lot and their invited guests and/or the general public. So it's really, the private parking lot is the only time that that's allowed to be the principal use of a property.
And where would that be applicable?
I mean, realistically, in Orange Township, nowhere, but.
But we allowed it in commercial, industrial, and mixed use.
But is that like a Walmart parking lot?
No, because that's not the principal use of the property.
It's just the only thing.
Oh,
that
so why do we add that in there? Like, so people, why
I
would
mean,
we?
I'm fine with, I think we need the definition in, but I'm fine with
Take it out.
removing
Taking
it
it
from.
of the
I
use
doubt we
table.
would need it, but it'd be like downtown where there's a parking lot, and then you have
Right.
people park there for $10. I mean, I could see someone using a small lot near the high school or something, that football games.
So
yeah.
remove entirely private parking
From
lot?
the use table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Private, wait, we're taking private out? Okay, and we did define public parking lot as government owned.
Correct.
Okay.
Or, no, sorry, public parking lot, yes, is publicly owned.
And we'll change the name of public parking garage to just.
Yeah, in theory, someone
parking
could get a
garage.
lot and charge
And
to
then
have
we'll
people park there.
re-alphabetize the table and definitions.
Give me, yes.
If you can,
No, we will, yeah. I mean, just, yeah, we will.
yeah.
Formatting will be included as part of,
Yeah.
all the changes, yeah.
Okay, so we left public parking lot, but we took out private parking lot.
Correct.
And then private garage is still there,
Yes.
right? Because, and then public parking garage, or you're changing something there? Where
He's changing it to just parking garage.
Oh, that's right.
Taking out the word
Oh,
public.
my gosh. Okay. What about religious assembly? What is that? Well, how's that different
That's the
than private
churches.
church?
That's the church. It's just a church. It's just whether you like Jesus or you like Muhammad or you like Buddha or you
But
like
what's it, wait, but that's different than
5
a-
million gods, like
That's
whatever
different
it is.
than a,
It's
that's
all
different,
religious assembly.
personal God. Now, what about difference between that and the church assembly or whatever? What was
That, this is the only one where we talked about churches.
We removed the institutional
this-
campus
Yes.
district
Okay, so
that we
this
had
is the same
previously
one.
talked about.
Okay, there's only, okay, so we're okay, or no, that's a CUP.
Conditional use.
Okay, that makes
Okay,
sense.
so residential's 1 to 2, 2 to 5, and 6 or more are all permitted in this mixed use because that is the definition of mixed use.
Yes.
Okay.
Or,
Yes, you know what I'm saying. Sorry, it's not coming out of my mouth right. Rooftop solar energy is fine. Schools are fine. Senior independent living facility. Do we need to hit on that?
right, senior, are we on the next page?
It's kind of the same thing as assisted,
Same thing as
so I would
assisted, so then
say stay
keep it the same.
consistent,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fine.
Skilled care, also
Yeah,
the same,
same.
keep consistent.
Yeah.
All right, swimming pool, and then transitional dwelling. We talked about that earlier, we said that
Yeah.
was okay to be conditional
That's where we
here.
started.
No walk-up window.
No walk-up window, what?
Is that in community living? I don't know. Okay.
No,
shut
okay,
up,
that's
shut
in urgent care?
up. Okay. All right, I think we're good.
Okay, I think we did all the residential things,
Yeah.
cool. All right, Miss Lisa?
Let's see, who knows how many more of things are in this book, though, that we will never know about until it's too late.
Give us your list.
So actually, everything the residents said were things I already
Great.
had, many things were on the list. Hold on a second. So, just for the record, so when the main reason that was stated, Robin, what was the original reason we decided, well, you weren't here in 2018.
I was here.
But, so the original process, I was here when this started, but what was the original purpose of redoing, or of embarking in some procedure to modify the zoning resolution?
For clarity, enforcement, just, we had too many planned districts, how can we solve that?
Efficiency, consistency.
Efficiency, yeah, I mean, there's all, a puzzle game, I mean, a lot of ambiguity that really hurt us in a lot of projects. Not having landscaping, architectural standards, I can go on.
Yeah, well, so, yeah, originally, so when we first were talking about this, it was because, you had to go through the code and reference this and reference that, and then, they're basically the same, every section of the code that was different, a different use, you would have to also go back and reference something else, and it became very confusing, and then when we updated it, someone would leave something out, and that was really confusing, and then there's a bunch of stuff that we just didn't have, like the landscaping. But then, at some point, someone decided we were just gonna start fresh, and I was not a part of that discussion. It must have happened right before I came back, because I thought we were just updating the code to add some things or to streamline it. And then all of a sudden, it's a whole new document, which is obviously very hard to compare an old existing document to a new one. I said before, it's like comparing the Bible to the Torah, the Quran, or whatever. If you want to you want to look through and say what's different, it's not possible for one person to do that. And I know a lot of people looked at this, but along the way, it's kind of like if you had an assembly line you're making cars, each person has their role, and they all do it well and they all examine it. But then it's up to the trustees to make sure the final product looks good and functions. So even though people spend a lot of time on this, I'm very concerned about unintended consequences. I mean, even at this hearing tonight, we've pinpointed a lot of things, thanks to some residents bringing up some of it, some things that we didn't know, or there's some things missing. So I mean, I don't know how to fix that. I don't think it is fixable. I wouldn't want to just necessarily throw out the work because it's done. But I just wanted to express up front that I think if I had been involved in those discussions at the very beginning, which is before, I wasn't here then, but I would have expressed those concerns then. And by that time, it was too late, there's nothing that could be done. And originally, I was told that we have 250 PUDs, and the intent was to make the entire township more easy to regulate and homogeneous. And the original plan was to rezone every single parcel. Every single parcel was going to have equity and have the same setbacks and have the same everything. So you could be in a neighborhood where you think you're safe from your neighbor's deck encroaching, and all of a sudden, in that very district, someone's deck would be right up next to your house. So luckily, after I brought that up and people did research, we found that we were not able to do that. So I guess we have over 250 PUDs right now, and now there's going to even be more. So we're still going to have to look up each and every development when it comes in. It's not going to save any time on that. We still are going to have 300 different things. So I want to make sure the changes we're making benefit the residents. I'm not familiar with any other places, I guess, other than Berkshire, that have actually rewritten their entire code like this, so I don't like being the experiment. I know a lot of this is post facto because so much work has been done, but is there anywhere else that's updated their code fully like this?
City of Delaware completely rewrote theirs. Liberty Township and Genoa, they said they had some major amendments.
But they didn't rewrite it.
It was considered a rewrite.
But they changed,
Yeah, Genoa and Liberty both essentially rewrote.
but did they start from scratch?
Yes.
Yes.
They absolutely did start from scratch, and how's that working out?
We're
When was that?
all finishing around the same time, so.
Okay, but no one's actually done that and implemented.
Well, no, Genoa and Liberties are approved. We're
But
not
since
approved.
when were they approved? Like
We
recently?
heard it I'm trying to remember, a couple months ago, maybe.
Yeah, but
or-
my point is that no one knows how those are working out. Like, no one has actually seen the implications of everything that has changed. Does it look like ours? Like, did they make the same changes?
I would say ours is different.
Okay, yeah. I'm worried because so many things, even just what we'd addressed tonight or talking different times, it's very hard to know what you're missing. Let's see. So I say, what makes an area a nice place to live? Is it people living on top of each other, or constant traffic jams, or the destruction of natural places and environmental beauty? No. So I say I represent the current residents, not the future ones. This involves quality of life. I don't take money from developers, and I do not represent developers. If they don't want to come here and abide by our standards, then I really don't care. They don't have to come here. So I want to make sure that whatever is approved tonight, that, I still want to talk about the density, but that when developers come in, that they're expected to abide by it, and we don't cut them a lot of slack. Because in the past, when people didn't care as much, the residents weren't as concerned with density. We were approving a few more things, and I'd like that to, just because we're increasing different things doesn't mean they should be able to ask for more and then get more. Because before we had 2, and then they would ask for 3. So now if we have 2.5, they might ask for 3.5. So I'm very concerned. I mean, that whenever you increase, I'm very concerned about the setbacks. So this is the one thing I wanted to discuss, the setbacks. So I know originally there was no density maximum at all, and then now we have the suggested densities. But now the setbacks have been decreased from what I find currently 12.5 feet side yard to 10 feet. Even the 12.5 is pretty small. The rear yards were changed from 35 to 30, correct? And the front yards from 30 to 25. Is this all correct?
I'm looking at it, yeah, yes.
Is it- there it is.
Yep, mhm.
Yeah, so, even where I live, we have 12-foot side yard setbacks. I'm kind of grandfathered in. So I'm 24 feet, literally, from both houses on either side, and that is very, very tight. And after my neighborhood was built, I think, some of the standards were changed. My house was built in 94, so then we had required, for the rest of the neighborhoods, we did require higher setbacks because people realized the houses, I think it's 5 units an acre is a little bit too close together. So then the code was rewritten, and we did the land use plan, and then we decreased the density. So does anyone here know really what 20 feet between houses looks like? Has anyone actually
They
seen
had
that?
sent us, they being regional planning, had sent us a document that had a bunch of different, like, here's what this one looks like, here's what this one looks like, here's what this one looks like.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is the purpose? I mean, I know that I talked to Michelle about cluster housing, but you can still have cluster housing and have 25 feet between houses. And then people made the argument that, they know what they're getting into. You don't really know what you're getting into. And with today's housing quality, it's not even the same quality, the noise and the sound. You're practically living on top of each other. My rear yard is actually, I guess, 50 feet setback, and it still seems very, very small, extremely small. I mean, do you know what your setbacks are?
I'm on a corner, so I can't really compare.
What about you?
I don't know.
And he backs up to wood, so you can't tell anything.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, we all back up to
Got an
woods.
oddly shaped lot, yeah.
Yeah.
So we all back up to woods, and we all bought our houses because we like the larger lots and the larger side yard setbacks. So I don't know why I think this is gonna change the character of reducing. These are like City of Columbus setbacks, and I really strongly object. I would like to keep the same setbacks for the houses. And then as far as the increased density from 2 to 2.5, I would be okay. I would like to propose leaving the 2.5 in the straight district because that gives them an incentive to come in, and if I am worried about straight districts and that we have some things in there that they end up getting approved because we have to. But what if, I talked to Michelle about this earlier, what if we had 2.5 in the straight district, but maybe 2 in the
PUD.
Yeah, PUD, because that gives them an incentive to stay in the straight, but it's only over, so it's only over 3 or over that we would get the, NCA, right?
Was it 3 or 4? 3.
Is it
Yes.
3? Okay, so they could come and ask for 3, or they could ask for 2.5, or 2. But if they ask for 2.5, they could go into the straight district, because the requirements are pretty high there. So I was trying to think of a way to incentivize them to go with the straight district, but then if they can't meet those, then they will go to the, I'm not.
The PUD,
Yeah, huh?
planned unit district.
Yes, planned unit, it's been 4 hours, planned unit. So at that time, we could negotiate different things, but then if they did request 3 or more, they would have to go into the NCA. So that was one thing I was gonna suggest, that might be an incentive, because it might seem like a small amount, but going from technically 2, it wasn't a big deal a few years ago when we weren't as dense, but going from 2 to 2.5 is a 25% increase. That means 25% more schools. 25% more students, especially in single family. So for every bit of density that we give up, all of our residents are gonna pay more from our schools. So when we were all sticking to the 2 units per acre, we didn't have to build as many schools. So every time you go up in density, you're gonna need to build more schools. And I know all of us have moved here at some point, and they've had to build more schools for us, but the density was lower. So I've been trying to think of a way to help with taxes and things like that, and what is really killing us is a lot of new schools. Everyone wants to move here, the developers make a lot of money off of Olentangy schools, the houses sell well. So that was gonna be one suggestion, is to go for 2 in the straight and 2.5 in the PUD suggested.
I think flip that, 2.5
Or-
in the
Yes, thank you,
straight,
2.5 and 2,
2 in
yes.
the PUD.
That is an incentive to them. Otherwise, I don't know what really the incentive necessarily is to them. I would like to propose keeping the same setbacks as we have for the single family. I think we heard some people here that are concerned about the setbacks, and even though it wouldn't necessarily apply to the existing development, if we say 10, then they're gonna ask for 8. I mean, they're already asking for less, and 20 feet is so close to another house, and it just doesn't look nice. So I looked up Trustee Ringle's house, it's about 50 feet and 50 feet from one side and 68 from the other side. And there's a swimming pool maybe near your house, is that right?
The neighboring house?
Yeah, near it, yeah. Is it next door?
Yeah, we don't have a swimming pool.
No, you don't have it, but it's next door. So imagine that your house was so much closer to the swimming pool and the noise. Mine's only 24 feet. It's so close, and you don't really know until you live there. I mean, I feel like sometimes it's practically multifamily, and your backyard is 122 to 205. It is a pie-shaped lot. You have a 0.8 acre site. It's beautiful. I mean, I've never seen it till today on the map.
If you'd like to come visit sometime,
I
come
would
over.
love to visit, maybe the pool too next door, ask your neighbors. But, so your neighborhood is like 1.5 units per acre. I didn't realize it was so, I didn't realize it was so low, it's nice. And then Erica, yours are, now you have a corner lot, but it looks like you have a 35-foot,
I have a 12-yard setback, side setback, but my neighbor's house is a side load garage, so it
yeah,
doesn't-
it's
my house
farther,
isn't right
yeah,
next
it's
to it.
much farther.
Yeah.
And then your neighborhood overall, Walker Wood, right?
I'm McCammon Estates.
Are you?
The, Wilshire is my neighbors behind me, but
Okay, so, those are even bigger setbacks. So McCammon Chase has,
McCammon Chase is huge. I'm McCammon Estates.
okay.
Yeah, our
Okay.
houses are smaller.
So the whole area, the general area in your area is, it looks like about, let me see here. Looks like the average of the people that live in the general, 35 to 40 feet between houses. So that's huge. I
So
mean,
20-foot side setback.
yeah, and sometimes
15
there
to
might
20.
have been a 12.5 foot back then, but then the builder just put fewer houses in. So when people are talking about 12.5 foot side yard setbacks, which is what we've had in place for years, I don't think people actually realize that they don't have 12.5 foot setbacks and how nice the 40 feet looks. I mean, even going through the other neighborhoods like yours or the
Did you
ones.
drive Summerfield?
No, that's cluster housing though.
Correct,
And,
yeah.
Yeah,
So
those
it
are
has
cluster,
smaller
yes, definitely,
setbacks,
yeah, and that was a big controversy when it was first built, even though, it's nice because there's a lot of open
I
space.
think, I just counted, I mean, this is just research we've done, we have 7 subdivisions that have less than 10 feet of a side setback.
Like, which ones are those?
So Oak Creek, Clear Creek, Grand Point at North Orange.
Wait, but those are,
North Farms,
but those are apartments, right?
no, these are single family,
Wait, Grand Point is?
at North
But
Orange.
that, okay, so is that next to, wait, which one's Grand Point?
That's off of
When
Gooding.
was that approved?
I'm gonna guess
2020?
2017, yeah. 2017 application. so.
Okay, but we aren't, so 2017, so that, but that was years ago. Like, we had the lower densities and the higher setbacks. And then I guess there was a little bit of, something like I was saying, a
Yeah, I mean, there's
small number that were
7 out
approved.
of, let's see, 80 some subdivisions.
So not
Yeah.
a ton.
Yeah, just a few, but, well, for a while, we were like, it's not a big deal, but then we became more dense and people became a lot more concerned. So I don't want to like regress and go to lower setbacks. I think the residents are calling to try to keep the setbacks. Like I said, you guys have the nice 35 to 40-foot setbacks. I literally have 24 on both sides, and, I mean, it doesn't even seem like that. I can't imagine 20 feet. You're so close to your neighbor. And like I said, the building materials these days, you just hear a lot, and I think it leads to a poor quality of life. Now, sometimes cluster housing, sometimes people want to cluster all the houses, but then even 25 feet for that is still doable, and you could still have an open space. You could still have 6 or 8 on 1 acre and then have green space and still have these setbacks. So I don't think, we've never officially had such low setbacks in the code, and I strongly object to that. That's my biggest issue. It's gonna change the way we look. It's gonna make them ask for more density and lower setbacks. I mean, as soon as you lower, they just ask for more. And then you feel like them asking for it, you have to give something up. It just becomes a big thing. So my point is the character of Orange Township is a certain way, and I don't want to degrade it the way it is. Overall, we have high setbacks, we have overall low densities, and I would like to kind of like take back our lower densities if possible. I think it's a terrible mistake to decrease those setbacks any further. And my backyard, I mean, I thought I had a 30 or 40-foot backyard. We all back to woods, so we have the illusion of bigger yards, but mine is 50 feet, and I can't believe it's even 50. It's so short. I mean, if you actually are in the house looking at it, it's actually a very, very short backyard. So whenever we reduce the densities and setbacks, it just encourages developers to come in and ask for more. And, you know, people say, well, if you have higher densities, then you're gonna have affordable housing or cheaper housing. That's not how it works. The developers will cram as many houses as they can on the lots and charge more. You know, no one ever says, well, we're gonna put more houses on a lot and charge less. It's never happened. There's sadly nothing really affordable for any young person in our township. So that's my primary concern. Okay, I'm concerned about unintended, I've already said this before, but I'm concerned about loopholes, like we had the self-storage buildings, the self-storage situation recently where a new section was put in the code when I was gone, and it had some things that no one ever thought of, and they were able to use a loophole to build self-storage. Evans Farm, there was a lot of talk about how that was kind of a new product and higher density. We've had so many problems with them. We were promised, you know, some large lots and high-quality builders, and now we have more, you know, just cookie-cutter houses coming into there. So what we were promised and what we're getting is a little bit different, and, you know, I wish them success, and they're doing pretty well, but what we were promised in exchange for higher density was a better product, and we unfortunately did not get that. So I think that is, oh, and in the future, rather than have to redo the whole code, I think if we had 1 or 2 really important things, you can just easily initiate the process, send that off, send it to the zoning commission, they can quickly consider it, we can change things more on the fly. If we find something that is concerning, we don't necessarily have to hold on to everything and all do it at once. And it might take 3 months, but for the process, but it's actually simple. It's kind of like when passing a bill and there's 25 things in it versus just passing a single bill, you know, on a federal level. And I would like to make sure when we do the land use plan that it's not drastically altered to what it is now, because, you know, I don't see a lot of changes need to be made to that. We rewrote that in 2018. That's about it. So it was mostly just density and commentary.
Yeah, so my couple of comments, I appreciate that, I appreciate the time that you put in, here for getting it all out tonight. I do agree with you on the construction material and the lack of quality in construction material, the way houses are made now versus how they were made 10, 20 years ago. So I do see and share your concern with a 10-foot side yard setback when we've had 12 and a half before, so I could be agreeable to keep
What about
that
rear yard? 35?
35 to 30.
And 25 to 20, or 25, 30 to 25. Come see my front yard, it's 30. It's 30, literally 30. It's awful. It's really close.
That doesn't concern me quite as much as long as the development is uniform and all the, there's a line of house different from a line on
Yeah,
the
the
street.
side is
The
worse.
side.
In the back, the backyard could be neighbor to
Depending on how
neighbor, yeah.
back, yeah, the back.
And then, people build, wait, one more thing. People build their houses, but wait, the decks, people
Well,
build
yeah.
houses, and they realize, oh, I can't have a deck here. I can't have a swimming pool, and that, they could ask for variance, or sometimes they cannot have the quality
But
of
if we
life.
have a smaller rear setback, then you could have a deck, right? Then there's
No.
more chance of you being able, if you've got 120 feet, I've got 25 in the front, I've got 30 in the back, so then that's, why can't I do
They
that
give it
right now?
35, they're reducing it to 30 from 35. So right now,
But I could have a deck, and I just can't, I could actually have a bigger deck, right, if my lot's 120? Can someone
well,
help
it
me?
depends how wide the house
Yes.
is.
Right,
but-
because I could have 65 feet now with these numbers of depth of house, deck, whatever, whereas if you make that 35 feet, then I can only have 60 feet of house, deck.
But what did this change from? Robin, what was the maximum minimum lot width? I didn't even look at this because as long as the setbacks, that's the most important, being separate from people, because you have a smaller house or bigger house. So I didn't really look at the,
Yeah. But anyway,
Because, you know.
so,
because if it's 35 and it's gonna go to 30, that, right now, mine is 6, actually, I think it's 60. And
but I
then-
still can't make a smaller lot than 120 feet, so it just allows me to have a bigger deck.
Yeah,
or
I
a
mean,
deeper house.
there are more, the rear yard setback, and we did research from like 2018 to old, so I don't think we did those cheat sheets for anything new from 2018. I'm looking at the residential.
No, we do have our overall cheat sheet, which shows everything.
Oh, okay. But like for rear yard, it's substantially more that there have the 30 feet or less, actually. as the
Substantially
standard.
what?
There's about 15, almost 20 that have, subdivisions that have the rear yard setback
Like
of
which
30 feet.
ones? Like which?
Of 30 feet or
Let's
less.
see, I
Yeah,
can,
that did,
Shores is 25 feet, Waverly Place is 25 feet.
but how are they
Fox
built
Ridge is
though?
Built,
It might be
yeah.
a requirement, but this is the thing,
Built
how are they
Mount Mara
built?
is 25 feet, Crystal
Yeah.
Valley is 25 feet.
But if you actually measure, Erica, I bet yours is 12 and a half, but I bet it's 12 and a half, but they're 40. Like, I bet yours
No,
is 12
my
and a
house
half.
is 12 and a half from the property line.
The side
I will
yard. But you know what I'm
say, the
saying?
more strict we make it, the less likely they're gonna go
Yeah,
into
I'm
this
comfortable
district.
with
No,
increasing
just overall.
the side setback, and I'm comfortable with leaving the front and rear setback. So that's just what I'm saying.
Okay, Mike, what do you think?
But why
Fine
do
with
you want to
that.
reduce, tell me why you want to reduce it. What's the advantage to?
Because for me, it's about construction material and safety.
But the side, the
The
setback?
side
Just
setback.
from fire.
No, not the side, but why do you want to reduce the rear yard from 35 to 30?
Because
and
it'll
the front
allow
yard?
me to be able to put a,
I think we initially had the minimum lot width at 55 feet and the
Yep.
lot depth at
But I mean, what's in the code
110.
now?
Um,
What did it change from what it exists now?
Well, rear is 35.
But the minimum lot
The lot
width
width
and
is
depth.
75, the current lot depth is 135.
So see, that's another thing that changed. So the lots are also getting smaller, so you won't actually even be able to build as much of a deck because you'll have a big house. That's gonna be a
And that's what I
moot
think I said about the cluster housing, like the smaller lots, you're changing the density from 2 to 2.5 or whatever we decide. Smaller lot opportunities will
So
have
it's
more
a-
open
point.
space.
So that it's 20 feet lot width and lot depth, so you'll have 5 less on the width and you'll have
Yeah.
15 less on the depth. So you won't be able to build a deck or anything because your house is gonna take up even more. and
Well,
then
that's the minimum.
Yeah, it's a minimum, but the lower the minimums, like all of us had 12 or 12 and a half foot a lot of the houses were built 40 feet apart, because your neighbor had the side load, or even in McCammon, the other McCammon, theirs are 50 feet apart.
Have we had any developers come in the last 5 years that are building Shores size lots, which are larger, or Bryn Mawr 1 size lots? Because like, I feel like what we have seen is
No,
more dense.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's because that's what they're asking for.
Right, exactly, that's what I'm trying to.
If that's what they're asking
Put
for,
out
they
there.
can build nicer lots. I don't mean they have to be huge. These are not huge lots. I mean, go to some other townships, they are very, very strict. But that doesn't mean just because they're asking for them, we need to pack people. I mean, so many people are upset about traffic, and anything that gets developed, they are freaking out. And I think that reducing our standards is something that the residents, once they catch on, they're not gonna be happy about it. Especially since now, if the minimum lot width and depth were staying the same, but it's vastly decreasing, and then combined with the reduced setbacks, and so that means if the minimum lot depth is 120, and then your house is, how wide are houses, or,
Garage is 20 feet wide.
yeah, so I think like 80, minimal, hold on, what was 70 feet? So depending on the depth and with your house, you might not have any room to even put a deck, and then you're gonna be that much closer to your neighbor because we're reducing it. I mean, why do we have to change the minimum lot width and depth? Because they will build at the minimum now. Back when our houses were built, they weren't building at the minimum, if that
I
makes sense.
don't disagree with you. They do build at the minimum at this point.
So what you're seeing now, we think, oh, our houses are fine, they had 12 and a half foot, but that's not how they built. They literally, many of the houses in your area are 40 feet apart. They didn't take up the whole lot, and I don't,
Well, not that I'm advocating for lowering the minimums, but I think part of what we have been looking at with these straight zoning districts is trying to get away from planned residential districts, which is what has been the alternative without these straight zoning districts. So we could, potentially increase some of these minimums again, but if they're not being used currently in the code, I wouldn't expect them to be used in these new straight zoning districts. They just would generate more planned residential district requests, which is what we're trying to get away from. At least with what we're trying to do with the straight zoning districts, we're trying to set out, if you want to build residential, please meet these standards, or it's going to be very hard for us to approve a planned residential district. As
why
of
can't
right
we have
now,
higher standards then? Because then the incentive is, okay, if I ask for this, I'll get it. And this is insanely dense. I don't think you've even seen this particular, Evans Farm maybe, but.
Well, it could be
something else.
insanely dense if we didn't have density requirements, right? These smaller lots could fit, that you could pack more into a site, but because of the max is 2.5, they're not gonna.
I just don't see any advantage whatsoever to the current residents or the township to increase I'm okay with the 2.5 and the 2.
it's just that we keep getting requests, it seems like, in modern development standards for more and more dense developments. And it's somewhat of a slippery slope in approving planned residential districts where we get one application, and they're like, okay, well, that was dense and maybe more dense than we wanted ideally for that particular development, but we didn't really have, the safety standards or whatnot to claim to prevent that type of development request. And then the next developer comes with a planned residential, development request, pushing the envelope even further. If we could get these developments to go into these straight zoning districts, hopefully we would get less of that slippery slope envelope pushing.
But this
That would
is
prevent-
pushing the envelope though. This is approved pushing the envelope. Why can't we have these the same as they are right now and then just go from there? I don't see any purpose to make these even smaller than they are now. Because if they want to come and develop, then they have to adhere by these. And if they go I would like to tell the zoning commission that we would like to have them adhere to the standards that.
I
especially
would just
somebody
want the
from-
straight zoning districts to be used, and
But
if
why?
that's, so that we don't have a patchwork of planned districts.
But we already have 250 planning unit developed, so.
Yes,
adding a
which
few
I
more
argue
on.
is a problem. We should never have gotten to that point in the
Yeah,
first
why
place.
not? Why
The
not?
township should have had a cohesive zoning code that could have allowed for more uniformity, not only to ease administrative burden, but so that, residents don't have to come through a bunch of government red tape whenever they want to build a deck.
Well, that part, yes, but our township looks very unique. Like, if you look at my neighborhood, we actually have, I think all of us have winding streets. We have beautiful winding streets with street trees, I think, and things like that. Now, what they come in, they get these minimum, they build grids. You see, all you see is straight grids. There's no incentive to build curvy ones, so I don't want an entirely then we'd have an entirely homogeneous township.
I will say the lot width does that mean the 60, is that feet? What's that 2 number next to it? What does that mean? The footnote on lot width? Because I will say our current code does allow a minimum lot width of 60 feet depending where you are.
Right, depending on the cluster housing.
Yeah.
So that's a cluster housing though, like.
But that's the same in the lot width is 75 feet or more at the front line of the dwelling. Such lot shall not have access to or abut an adjoining approved street for a road distance of 60 feet. So it does have a range currently.
Yeah, and
But is that for cluster housing now? Or
It's just for the
straight?
single family.
Right.
Yeah.
so
But
there are existing neighborhoods that have these dimensions or smaller. Summerfield
But
is
not-
75,
That
120.
was clustered.
And then
Yeah.
Oak Creek is 60-foot lot width, 120-foot lot depth.
That was older development. Oak
But I will
Creek
say,
was older.
nice.
doing 70 is middle of what, it's more than what we allow in some circumstances and
But
less
what
than
was
others.
built at Oak Creek? Did they actually, that's the thing, did they actually build at that, or was that the same?
No,
as
I've
the
measured Oak Creek and it's
small.
standard. Yeah, it's a 60-foot. Yeah.
All of
So
it, in the
that
side
is,
yards? What were the
I
side
guess,
yards?
in a way, we're
was
actually
measuring.
making it a little more restrictive by just doing the 70.
Yeah.
Because we do allow 60 in our current code.
So wait, repeat the
Making
60
it
again.
less
Where's that at?
It's in the lot width section in the single family plan
Where does it
district.
say again?
There shall be a lot width of 75 feet or more at the front line of the dwelling, and such lot shall have access to and abut on adjoining approved street for a road distance of 60 feet or more.
But is that for a corner lot?
This is ambiguity that I'm trying to address.
That's a corner lot then. Is it? It's not for.
It does not specifically call out a
But
corner
it
lot.
wouldn't have to be, but you wouldn't be next to an adjacent street unless you were a corner lot. That's for a corner lot, that's not for standard building, because how would you be adjacent to another street? That, I think that's if you have a corner lot, otherwise it wouldn't mention an adjacent street. So I think it's 75 for just normal, regular lots. I think people were having side yards and they were using the 12.5 feet to be close to the street, and so maybe it changed to 60, which is probably why Erica's is far away from the corner. So that must be corner lots, but
I think
Well, corner lot should be bigger, right?
the reason mine's far away from the corner is because I have to keep the building line from both
Yeah, you have two
streets.
fronts.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I think that's what that's referring to then, not normal lots.
I don't- I mean,
Right,
we have
because
we have 60-foot lots in the township. It's
Well, we
not-
have some, but I mean, the majority, I mean, do we want to, do we want
I
to
think what,
regress?
Lisa, you mentioned, just as kind of
Yeah, yeah.
tangenting here, talking about the character, that we have a certain character in Orange Township. I don't think we have a consistent character at all, actually, because when I drive around the shores with no sidewalks
yeah.
and huge lots, or I drive around your neighborhood, or my neighborhood, or Mike's neighborhood, or Oak Creek, or
Ours is the first neighborhood,
Summerfield,
too, so.
or Evans Farm, like, I think that every subdivision has a little bit of a different feel to
Yeah,
it,
well, this
because
isn't
it
gonna
does.
change that, though. This will not change that. Even if we put these in place, it will change the next 5 or 10. And
It'll change the next ones, right?
Yeah,
It's not
but,
gonna change any of the old ones.
no, but
right?
it's not going to change everything to be the same. So it's not even solving the problem. It's not like, remember, the
But at least we
original,
provide direction. We've never been able to do that before.
yes, but the original intent of this was to make every single lot in the whole township the same. And then
But
that.
then we changed it, when we realized we
Yeah.
couldn't do
Yes,
that.
it didn't,
so we
but
couldn't.
then that kind of homogeneous and easy to enforce kind of flew out the window then, because we still have 250 districts. And I sat through every single one of the zoning hearings and watched the zoning commission carefully craft each neighborhood. And they're each different, and they're each unique, and they each have unique features. And, you know, this is kind of what makes the area special, but very few of them have very high densities close to each other. I mean, Summerfield was kind of an experiment back in the day. Then some people hated it, and then they kind of grew to like it later with the increased open space. But then sometimes too, if you also run the risk that if you allow these increased densities and even cluster housing, in the future, someone could come back and try to rezone that whole property and argue that half the property is green space and they want higher density, and they could try to rezone it as long as, and they had 30% or 40% open space, and now they're gonna reduce it to 20. So also when you, I mean, this could happen, and it's a hypothetical, but I always worry that Evans Farm will do that. They have these huge open spaces thanks to the long lots. Someday they're gonna come back and say, you know what, we wanna rezone this whole section. They can ask for it. They can plead that they need more houses there, and because there's no houses built in that space, they could do it. And that might be years down the road, but if you have an area that's, where the lots are a little bit large and spaced out, that's a lot harder to do. But I can see that happening during redevelopment. You're not gonna tear the houses down, but you can rezone part of the property that's vacant. If half the property is green, I mean, maybe people will make the decision, oh, that sounds great, we'll add some more houses, and that's a possibility.
Lisa, if I may, I've got, that's a fair point. What I would say from a legal perspective, I think the risk of that is probably much lower than the actuality of it. You're exactly right, at
It's
some point.
probably, I mean, it's probably not, but once it starts, it could start.
Well, and it's fair that someone down the line may say, look, we've got this wonderful open space. I'll buy it from the HOA and I'll, subdivide
Yeah,
it
but
into 10 lots.
They would have to rezone it.
What, exactly, they'd have to rezone it, but also at the moment that property, that reserve area is rezoned to something else, the original development plan is now in violation of your zoning, because the development.
Yeah, they would have to rezone the entire neighborhood.
Correct, which
Yeah.
at that point, it's not just whoever owns that piece of property, you're impacting all of your so
Yeah.
it's a fair concern.
But
and
all the
I-
open space is not necessarily committed. That's a little known secret. Some of the open space is just open space. It doesn't have to remain part of the development. Hence, it was foreclosed and auctioned off. But it still could not be used, but for a while, there was no requirement that the open space actually be owned by the owner.
And even if
Yeah.
it's not owned by, the HOA or that sort of thing, if a development plan, has a set open space requirement,
Yeah.
and someone tries to do something different with that open space, that whole development is now in violation of the zoning, which, again, the township has the ability to approve or deny, and
Yeah,
my
they
legal
could-
advice would be, well, if you're not gonna approve a zoning that results in this other development now being in violation of.
No, you'd
your
rezone
zoning.
the whole thing. I mean, you could, if you had a huge open space, you could just rezone the entire part. We're starting from scratch.
You can, yes.
That's what I'm saying, is you could start from scratch. This could be 5, 10 years down the road.
Well, I think you'd have to amend the existing development plan to remove that open space requirement, and then you can create a new one, yeah.
And again, in theory, anything's possible. There are any number of other items, if someone were to try to do that, anybody who has a mortgage on a home in those existing developments is likely in violation of their mortgage, because you've got a zoning rider and all sorts of things. So while there may in theory be a mechanism for that ask to come before the trustees, the reality of whether that might actually happen is probably much lower.
Well, we've had this situation in, maybe even here, where there's existing 2 or 3 houses on the property that are separate parcels, and it's included as part of the entire zoning. They've included existing single-family homes within a rezoning, and then that's the same thing. They're rezoning those properties.
Yeah, anybody.
To return to
It's
the
probably not
topic
gonna happen, but I mean, you just never
I think-
know what's gonna
of the
happen.
minimum lot width and depth, do we want to change what's currently in the draft?
Do we want to put depth at 135
And keep the lot width.
and keep the lot width?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so 135 times. So we would also want to increase the minimum lot size to 9, we'll reflect
The
that,
numbers,
yeah.
the-
But also, some of those properties that were foreclosed on, people actually bought them and they're able to use them as open space, but now the current property, owner, the homeowners have no access to them because it wasn't tied with, isn't that unusual?
And I'm comfortable keeping, sorry.
So
Oh,
the
go ahead.
side is 12 and a
I'm-
half,
I'm
and then,
side 12 and a half, and I'm still comfortable keeping, because of the lot depth increasing, I'm still comfortable keeping with the rear setback at 30 and the front setback at 25. So not
Same.
changing those
Okay.
ones, okay.
and then, I don't know if we had, so the density, did we decide?
Yeah, Mike, were you okay with Lisa's idea of doing the 2.5 units per acre in the straight neighborhood zone, but 2 units per acre in the PUD? To try and encourage people to do the straight.
Because what's the incentive for them to do
Yes, I'm just thinking through the enforceability of that. So we included the density requirement in the planned district.
Well,
But
it's not,
when they-
sorry,
It's really a
it's not a
guide.
requirement,
guide.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
just, this is
Guide.
what we would like
So
to
then,
see.
yes, yeah, I completely
Okay.
agree with including 2 in the plan.
Okay,
Okay.
good idea, Lisa. All right, so I think, Michelle, what are we thinking from
Yeah,
this?
so, I mean, I've gotten a lot of feedback from the board. I don't feel comfortable us passing a resolution this evening, given the amount of modifications requested. So I would like our staff and legal counsel to have a few days to put that together. If the board is open to closing the hearing and rendering the decision within the 20-day period, we can do that at the February 3rd meeting.
Which is our typical trustee meeting.
Yeah, I could just add it on there. I know we have a meeting tomorrow, but that's
That's
too
too
tight.
I'm so sorry, you said it's February 23rd?
No,
Third.
February 3rd.
Right before
Wonderful.
OTA.
Yeah, the day before OTA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
I'm comfortable.
We already have a zoning-related hearing that
we
evening
do
at
at
5.
5 o'clock, but I believe we don't have to have a special meeting. We could just add it to the regular agenda for the regular, to render the decision, yeah.
So then no more discussion. So that means if anything else comes up between then and then, it can't be done.
If the board chooses to close the hearing, yes, that's correct.
I mean, I think we got a lot of information out tonight. I know that I've met with Robin a bunch. I think Mike's met with Robin a bunch, and Lisa. I know
But it
this is
doesn't matter
super
how many
fresh.
times, though, that you meet with staff.
No, I know, but like, I
This
think
is trustees. We aren't talking amongst ourselves, okay? You meet with staff. The staff doesn't know what the trustees want. We're the trustees. The staff doesn't always even
I'm
live in the
comfortable,
township.
no, I know, and I'm comfortable with the amount of work that I particularly, specifically, I can't speak for you guys, have put into this through the last chunk of time, so.
Yeah, but even, like I said, it's
I
like
mean,
taking a
things, but
car
things
apart and putting
will,
it back
things will come
together.
up and we'll have to amend certain sections.
Yeah, and
Quickly,
just so.
quickly, yeah.
I know we've gone through a lot of numbers. I don't know if we landed on the FR1 numbers.
For what?
We did the neighborhood setbacks.
Oh, I got those.
Can I have clarification on the FR1?
Side, we bumped up to 50 feet, or sorry, side we bumped up to 25 feet. The front, we were gonna do a variable setback like Berlin.
What
or-
about the?
Like our current code.
Dwelling
Yeah.
units?
I'm comfortable
With
with
our
them
current
in-
code.
and
Rear
being a
is
conditional
60
use
feet.
In neighbor.
Lot
But
width is
have you-
150
Have you looked
feet.
at the conditional use requirements and how vague they are?
Lot width is-
Anyone can.
One
It's
fifty.
anything with the
What about
BZA.
tattoo parlor? Remember the tattoo
Yeah,
that
he's
got
a minority.
approved?
It's fine.
Yeah, but
Little
people
bit,
didn't want it.
I know they didn't want it, but nobody wants anything that's different.
Yeah, but if you buy in a residential area, you deserve to live in a residential area, not a commercial area. I didn't buy
understand
my
your
house so I could be next to a
no, I
business.
We should pass a motion whether or not we're closing the hearing, correct?
Yes,
Just given the
okay.
feedback?
Yep, the board
Okay.
should close, I move to
Okay.
close the hearing.
Yeah, I feel I'm
Do we need to
uncomfortable.
also schedule
I don't-
somehow for the 3rd?
You don't have to
No.
schedule it. It
So
just automatically.
after the board closes the hearing, you have 20 days to render a decision. I think it'd be appropriate to say you anticipate rendering that decision at your February 3rd regular meeting at 3 o'clock?
A zoning meeting, or do
Or
we do
the
it at
5
the regular
o'clock.
meeting?
We would just add it to the regular schedule of February 3rd's meeting?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is just being kind of, I know it's been so many years, but I feel like it's just being pushed through for some unknown reason very quickly.
Michelle, would you mind pulling up the timeline? Or Robin, would you mind pulling up the timeline for when we've been considering the zoning code rewrite?
Yeah, we
It was at the
started
beginning of your
20
PowerPoint.
We started in 2018, and then it went through the zoning commission, but the zoning commission didn't catch on to all these concerns we have.
Well, I think they did, it's just, again, different
They had different
opinions.
Well,
yeah.
they had different opinions, but once you actually talk
Yeah.
it out and you realize how, like I said, it's like putting something together, and then all of a sudden, I'm just worried that we're gonna miss something else in the next couple weeks for the residents. I don't know, I feel like this is such a huge process that it needs to be undertaken very carefully, and no one can know
I agree, and I think
everything.
we've done that for several years, and I think, not undertaking it is a disservice to existing residents just as much as,
But why? Why is it? why?
because our current zoning code is not serving our residents well.
How?
It is a patchwork of
Yeah.
red tape.
It's like that, I agree with making some things easier, but I don't think passing this is gonna help any of the existing residents at all. I
Can-
think it's just people coming in.
If we close the hearing, can we just use a resolution number, just for record purposes?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I can just
I think
use
I would want to note the attendance and all that.
26, 24?
Yeah,
That would
yeah,
be
if you guys aren't going to do that.
Okay.
And the other option is to continue it and we can have more discussion, but It's up to you guys.
I'm fine with closing the hearing.
Okay.
Okay, all right, I make a motion to approve resolution 26-024 to close the zoning code rewrite hearing, and a decision will be rendered at the February 3rd trustee meeting.
Do we have to put it on the agenda?
I'll add it, then, yeah.
But does it have to be?
Well, we have to render a decision within 20 days. I just thought unless you guys want
But it doesn't
to.
have to technically be on the agenda, right?
You don't have, what I would say is you don't have to set the date that you'll render a decision, it just has to be within the next 20 days.
Okay, so
Theoretically-
right now
I'll say
we're-
it differently.
Yeah, just in case.
Okay, I make a motion to approve resolution 26-024 to close the hearing for the zoning code rewrite.
Second?
Trustee Faust,
Yes.
Trustee Knapp,
No?
Trustee Ringel.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. That's all I have tonight.
Then we need to adjourn.
It's just a motion to adjourn with this
We
one,
just,
so.
we just adjourned, meeting adjourned.
Okay. Let me